The sea was never meant to be trusted. It sings to you, lures you with promises of adventure, but it's a liar, always has been. In Black Harbor, Maine, a town carved from salt and struggle, the sea was both God and devil. Fishermen lived by its whims, their hands calloused from nets, their eyes wary of its moods. But on November 3rd, 2025, the sea brought something Black Harbor wasn't ready for. A fog rolled in at dawn, so thick it choked the sunrise, and with it came a ship. No warning, no signal, just a hulking shadow piercing the mist, drifting silent as death into the harbor. Its hull was black, splintered, like it had clawed its way out of the deep. The name the Erebus was scrawled on its bow, faint as a whisper. No crew manned the decks, no lanterns burned. Only the groan of old wood against the tide broke the silence. And that sound, God, that sound crawled into your bones and stayed there. Caleb Vance, the harbor master, stood on the pier, his coat snapping in the wind. 50 years old, with a face like weathered driftwood. He'd seen storms that sank fleets, but this was different. The air tasted wrong, heavy with rot, and something metallic like blood left to dry. The townsfolk gathered behind him, their murmurs swallowed by the fog. "Stay back," Caleb barked, though his voice wavered. He didn't trust the ship, didn't trust the way it sat so still, like it was watching them. With a nod to Tommy, a wiry fisherman who'd sailed with him for decades, Caleb boarded the Erebus. Their boots hit the deck, and the ship groaned, a low, living sound that made Tommy cross himself. The fog clung to the planks, curling around their ankles like fingers. And they saw the bodies, dozens of them, scattered like broken dolls. Corpses, gray and shriveled, their skins stretched tight over bones. Some lay tangled in ropes, others sprawled with arms outstretched, as if they'd been reaching for something when death took them. Their eyes, milky, unseeing, stared at the sky, and Caleb swore they moved just a flicker when he passed. Tommy gagged, his flashlight trembling. "What the hell happened here?" he whispered. Caleb didn't answer. He couldn't. The air was too thick, pressing against his chest, and that smell, rot, salt, and something sour, clogged his throat. He pushed forward toward the captain's cabin, his hand tight on the knife at his belt. The door hung ajar, creaking as he nudged it open. Inside, at the chart table, sat the survivor. It looked human at first. A man, maybe pale as moonlight, with hair like wet ash plaster to its skull. Its coat was tattered, dripping seawater that pooled on the floor. But its eyes, too large, too bright, like polished glass, locked onto Caleb, and he froze. It didn't blink, didn't breathe, just watched, its lips curling into a smile that was all wrong, too wide, too knowing. Caleb's mouth went dry. "Who are you?" he demanded. But his voice sounded small, swallowed by the ship's hum. The figure tilted its head, slow, deliberate, and said nothing. Tommy grabbed Caleb's arm. "Let's go, boss. This ain't right." But Caleb couldn't move. Those eyes held him, peeling back his courage, and for a moment he saw something in them. A vast, black sea, endless, alive, hungry. By noon, the survivor was off the ship, locked in the basement of St. Mary's Church under Father Daniel's watch. The old priest, his hands shaking, muttered prayers as he barred the door. The townsfolk crowded the docks, their faces pale, their whispers sharp with fear. Caleb stayed on the Erebus, searching for answers. He found a logbook, its pages brittle, the ink smudged with dates from 1947, 1892, impossible years. The captain's scrawl spoke of the pact and the tide's price, words that made Caleb's skin crawl. Below deck, the hole was worse. Symbols, spirals, eyes, things he couldn't name, were carved into the walls, stained with something dark and sticky. And the hum, that goddamn hum, pulsed through the ship, louder now like a heartbeat. Black Harbor was a small town, maybe 800 souls, built on fishing and stubbornness. It wasn't ready for this. That night, the fog didn't lift. Fishermen swore they heard voices from the sea, low and pleading, calling their names. Eleanor, the town's historian, pored over records in her cramped library, her glasses slipping as she read of the Erebus's last sighting in 1947, when it vanished with all hands. Children woke screaming, babbling about dead men singing shanties. And on the Erebus, lanterns flickered to life, their green glow cutting through the mist. Though no one had boarded, Caleb stood on the pier, staring at the ship, his hands clenched. He didn't know what the survivor was, didn't know what the ship wanted, but he knew one thing. Black Harbor was marked. The sea had brought the Erebus for a reason, and it wasn't done with them yet. Welcome to Eli Nightfall, where nightmares find a voice. I'm Millie, your guide through the shadows, and this is the ship with no crew, a nautical horror tale to sink its hooks into you. If you're new here, subscribe and hit the bell. We drop chilling stories every week. Stick around, because the fog's only getting thicker, and the Erebus has secrets to spill. Chapter 1. The Fog's Welcome. The fog came first, a gray shroud that swallowed the dawn and choked Black Harbor's harbor in silence. It rolled in from the Atlantic on November 3rd, 2025, thicker than any Caleb Vance had seen in his 50 years as harbor master. The air tasted of salt and decay, and the sea lay flat, unnaturally still, as if holding its breath. Black Harbor, a weathered town of 800 souls clinging to Maine's rocky coast, woke to the fog's embrace, its docks and shingle-roofed homes blurred into ghostly shapes. Fishermen, usually up before the gulls, lingered in their doorways, nets untouched, their eyes fixed on the horizon. Something was wrong. Caleb felt it in his bones, a prickle like the moment before a storm breaks. He stood on the main pier, his wool coat snapping in the wind, squinting into the mist. Then he saw it, a shadow, vast and jagged, cutting through the fog. A ship, unannounced, unlit, drifting toward the harbor with no sound but the groan of its timbers against the tide. Its hull was black, splintered, like it had been dredged from the ocean's grave. The name the Erebus was scrawled on its bow, the letters faded but sharp, like a warning carved in bone. Caleb's hand tightened on the radio at his belt, but he didn't call for help. Not yet. Black Harbor was his charge, its docks his domain, and he'd faced rogue waves and sinking trawlers without flinching. But this ship, its silence, its stillness, gnawed at him. Behind him, a crowd gathered, townsfolk drawn by the same unease. Martha, who ran the diner, clutched her shawl, her face pale. Tommy, a fisherman with a limp from a bad haul in '98, stood at Caleb's elbow, his breath fogging the air. No signal, no crew. Tommy muttered, his voice low. Ain't natural, Caleb. The harbor master nodded, his jaw tight. The ship settled against the pier with a thud that vibrated through the planks, and the crowd flinched as one. No one emerged. No ropes were thrown. The Erebus simply stopped, as if it had chosen its resting place. Stay here, Caleb said, his voice gruff but steady. He gestured to Tommy, who hesitated, then followed, his flashlight gripped like a weapon. The pier creaked under their boots as they approached the ship's gangway, a rotting plank that sagged under their weight. The air grew heavier, thick with the stench of rot, and something sharper, like rusted iron. Caleb's flashlight beam swept the deck, revealing ropes coiled like snakes, barrels tipped over, and then bodies. Dozens of them sprawled across the planks, their flesh gray and sunken, their clothes tattered to rags. Some clutched at the deck, their fingers curled into claws. Others lay in heaps, their mouths open in silent screams. Their eyes, milky and blind, stared upward, and Caleb's gut twisted as he swore one blinked, just for a moment. Tommy gagged, his light trembling. Jesus, Caleb, what happened here? Caleb didn't answer. He couldn't. The deck felt alive under his feet, vibrating with a faint hum that crawled up his spine. He stepped over a corpse, its hand brushing his boot, and fought the urge to run. The fog curled around the bodies, hiding their edges, making them seem to shift in the corner of his eye. He forced himself toward the captain's cabin, its door hanging ajar, though it splintered as if something had forced its way in or out. Tommy trailed him, muttering prayers under his breath. Inside, the cabin was a ruin. charts torn to scraps, a sextant smashed, a chair overturned. And there, at the chart table, sat the survivor. It looked human almost, pale as bone, with hair like wet ash plastered to its skull. It wore a coat that dripped seawater onto the floor. Its hands were folded neatly, but its eyes, too large, too bright like polished glass, locked onto Caleb, unblinking. A smile curled its lips, slow and wrong, showing teeth that gleamed too sharply. "Who are you?" Caleb demanded, his voice echoing in the cramped space. The figure tilted its head, its smile widening, but it didn't speak. Tommy grabbed Caleb's arm, his fingers digging in. "Boss, we need to go. This thing, it ain't right." Caleb shook him off, his gaze fixed on the survivor. Those eyes held him, peeling back his resolve. And for a fleeting moment, he saw something. A vast, black sea, endless, with shapes moving beneath the waves, their forms too vast to comprehend. His chest tightened, his breath short. "What do you want?" he whispered, but the survivor only watched, its silence louder than any answer. The hum from the ship grew stronger, a pulse that matched Caleb's racing heart. He backed away, dragging Tommy with him, and they stumbled out of the cabin, the fog swallowing the survivor's gaze. Back on the pier, the crowd surged forward, their questions a chaotic buzz. "What's up there?" Martha called, her voice shrill. Caleb raised a hand, silencing them. "Bodies," he said, his throat dry. "And one person, alive." The word felt wrong, but he had no other. He radioed for Father Daniel, the town's priest, and Sheriff Polk, a grizzled man who'd seen too many bar fights, but nothing like this. The townsfolk parted as Daniel arrived, his black coat flapping, his face lined with worry. "Take it to the church," Caleb said, nodding toward the ship. "Lock it up till we know what we're dealing with." Daniel nodded, his cross glinting in the dim light, and called for volunteers to help. For men, fishermen with calloused hands and grim faces boarded the Erebus with Daniel, their footsteps heavy. Caleb watched them go, his gut telling him they'd regret it. The survivor didn't resist. It walked down the gangway, its movements too smooth, its coat trailing water that never seemed to dry. The crowd recoiled, some crossing themselves, others whispering about ghosts or worse. Martha swore she saw its shadow stretch too long, curling up the pier like a snake. Daniel led the survivor to St. Mary's Church, a stone building perched on a hill overlooking the harbor and locked in the basement, barring the door with a heavy iron latch. The priest's hands shook as he prayed, his voice barely audible. Caleb stayed on the pier, his eyes on the Erebus. The ship hadn't moved, but it felt alive, watching him as surely as the survivor had. He found a logbook in the cabin, its pages brittle, the ink smudged with dates that didn't add up. 1947, 1892, years when Black Harbor was just a speck on the map. The captain's scrawl mentioned the pact and the tide's price, words that made Caleb's skin crawl. By noon, Black Harbor was a knot of fear. Fishermen refused to sail, their boats bobbing and used in the harbor. Eleanor, the town's historian, a wiry woman with gray hair and sharp eyes, was already in her library, digging through records of lost ships. She'd heard of the Erebus before, she said, a vessel that vanished in 1947 with all hands, rumored to have carried something forbidden. The townsfolk avoided the docks, but they couldn't avoid the fog, which clung to the streets like a living thing. Children whispered of dreams where the sea sang to them, their voices small and scared. And Caleb, standing alone on the pier, felt the ship's hum in his chest, a rhythm that wasn't his own. He didn't know what the Erebus was, didn't know what the survivor wanted, but he knew Black Harbor was in its grip. The sea had brought the ship here, and it wasn't done with them. The fog thickened, and somewhere, deep in the mist, a lantern flickered to life on the Erebus's deck, its green glow a promise of worse to come. The fog clung to Black Harbor like a shroud, muffling the world beyond the docks. By early afternoon, the town's usual rhythm, gulls crying, nets slapping against boats, the clatter of Martha's diner, had been replaced by a tense hush. Caleb Vance stood on the pier, his boots still damp from the Erebus's deck. The logbook tucked under his arm like a cursed relic. Its pages, brittle and stained, weighed heavier than they should, their cryptic entries, dates from decades past. Mentions of the pact burning in his mind. The crowd had dispersed, driven back to their homes by fear or Father Daniel's stern warnings, but their whispers lingered, sharp as the salt in the air. Caleb's gaze fixed on the Erebus, its black hull astain against the gray sea. The ship hadn't moved, yet it seemed to breathe, its timbers creaking in a rhythm that matched the faint hum pulsing through the planks beneath his feet. He wanted to burn it, to sink it, but something held him back, a gut-deep certainty that the Erebus wouldn't go quietly. Sheriff Polk arrived, his pickup crunching gravel as he parked near the pier. A broad man with a face carved by years of squinting into storms. Polk was more used to breaking up bar fights than handling whatever this was. He climbed out, his badge glinting dully in the fog, and joined Caleb, his eyes narrowing at the ship. "Heard you found bodies," Polk said, his voice gruff but unsteady. "And something else." Caleb nodded, handing over the logbook. "Survivors in the church. Daniel's got it locked up. But it's not." He stopped, searching for words. Human? Normal? Nothing fit. Polk flipped through the logbook, his frown deepening at the scrawled dates. 1947, 1892, 1763. "This is nonsense," he muttered, but his fingers hesitated, as if the pages themselves were watching. "What's it like? The survivor?" Caleb's jaw tightened. "It looks at you like it knows your sins. Doesn't talk, just smiles." Polk snorted, but his hand drifted to his holster, a reflex born of unease. At St. Mary's Church, Father Daniel knelt before the basement door, his rosary beads clicking softly. The survivor sat below, in a stone-walled room meant for storage, its only light a flickering bulb. Daniel had barred the door with an iron latch, but the weight of that act pressed on him. He'd seen fear in his flock before, grief over lost fishermen, dread during hurricanes, but this was different. The survivor's presence was a violation, a crack in the world's order. When the fisherman had brought it from the Erebus, it had walked with a gliding step, its coat dripping seawater that left dark trails on the cobblestones. Its eyes, too bright, had swept over the crowd, lingering on each face as if memorizing them. Martha, who'd been close enough to smell its damp, sour scent, swore its shadow moved wrong, stretching and curling like smoke. Daniel had prayed over it, his voice steady, but the words felt hollow, swallowed by the thing's silence. Now, alone, he whispered the Lord's Prayer, but the air grew colder and the bulb flickered, casting shadows that seemed to writhe. Down in the basement, the survivor sat on a wooden chair, its hands folded, its head tilted as if listening to something beyond the walls. The room was bare, crates of old hymnals, a rusted shovel, a cracked mirror propped in the corner. But the air was thick, heavy with the same metallic tang Caleb had smelled on the Erebus. The survivor's lips curled, not quite a smile, and a low hum, barely audible, rose from its throat. It wasn't a song, not exactly, but it carried the cadence of the sea, rising, falling, relentless. The bulb flickered again, and in the mirror, the survivor's reflection showed something else. A shape too tall, too thin, its edges blurring into the dark. The hum grew louder, and the shovel trembled, scraping an inch across the floor. Daniel, Caleb, and Polk boarded the Erebus again, driven by a need to understand before night fell. The fog had thickened, wrapping the ship in a cocoon that dulled their flashlights to faint glows. The bodies remained untouched, their milky eyes seeming to follow the men's movements. Polk cursed under his breath, his hand never leaving his gun. Caleb led the way to the hold, a narrow hatch leading to the ship's belly. The air below was colder, the stench of rot stronger, mingled with a sourness that made their eyes water. The walls were carved with symbols, spirals, eyes, jagged lines that seemed to pulse in the flashlight's beam. Caleb traced one, his fingers recoiling at the wood's warmth, as if it were skin. "This ain't no ship," Poke whispered, his voice barely audible. "It's a tomb." Caleb didn't argue. The hum was louder here, a heartbeat that vibrated through the hull, and the symbols seemed to shift, their edges blurring when he looked too long. They found a crate, its lid splintered, and inside, a pile of bones, human, but too small, too delicate, like they belonged to children. Around them, dark stains spread across the floor, sticky and fresh, though no blood should have lasted this long. Caleb's flashlight caught something else, a single word carved into the crate's underside, so deep it seemed to bleed. "Tide." Poke backed away, his breath ragged. "We need to burn this thing," he said, but Caleb shook his head. "Not yet. We don't know what it'll do." They climbed back to the deck, the hum following them, louder now like a chorus just out of reach. The fog had swallowed the pier, leaving the Erebus adrift in a gray void. Caleb's radio crackled, Daniel's voice cutting through. "Caleb, it's humming. Downstairs. I don't know what it's doing." Caleb's grip tightened. "Keep it locked. We're coming." The town was fraying. At the diner, Martha served coffee to a handful of fishermen, their hands shaking as they spoke of voices in the fog, calling their names. Eleanor, in her library, pored over yellowed records, her fingers smudged with ink. She found a mention of the Erebus in a 1947 log, a ship that sailed from Black Harbor and never returned. Its captain rumored to have dabbled in things no man should touch. The log mentioned a cargo, bound for the deep, but no details. Eleanor's glasses slipped as she read, her heart racing. She didn't believe in ghosts, but the Erebus felt like more than a ship, like a wound in the world. Outside, the fog pressed against the windows, and she swore she saw a shape move in it. Tall and thin, gone when she blinked. Caleb and Poke reached the church as dusk fell, the fog turning the town to shadows. Daniel met them at the door, his face ashen, his cross clutched tight. "It's still humming," he said, leading them to the basement door. The sound was faint but unmistakable, a low, rolling cadence that seemed to come from everywhere. Caleb pressed his ear to the door, though every instinct screamed against it. Daniel hesitated, then slid the latch back, the iron screeching. The door swung open, revealing the survivor, still seated, its eyes glinting in the dim light. Its hum stopped, and it looked at Caleb, its smile widening, showing teeth that weren't human, sharp, too many, gleaming like wet stones. Poke drew his gun, but Caleb grabbed his arm. "Don't!" The survivor stood, its movements fluid, unnatural, and stepped forward, its coat trailing water that hissed on the stone floor. Daniel raised his cross, praying loudly, but the survivor ignored him, its gaze fixed on Caleb. It spoke, its voice a rasp, like waves over gravel. "The tide is calling." Caleb's heart stopped. The words weren't just sound. They were weight, pulling at him, promising something vast and terrible. The survivor took another step, and the bulb shattered, plunging the room into darkness. Daniel screamed, Poke cursed, and Caleb lunged for the door, slamming it shut and barring it as something heavy struck the other side, the wood groaning but holding. Outside, the fog glowed faintly, and from the harbor, a single lantern flickered to life on the Erebus's deck, its green light cutting through the mist. Caleb's hands shook as he locked the church door, the survivor's voice echoing in his mind. The tide was calling, and Black Harbor was answering whether it wanted to or not. Chapter 2, Whispers on the Tide. Night fell over Black Harbor, and the fog refused to lift, wrapping the town in a damp, suffocating embrace. The air carried a chill that seeped into bones, and the usual sounds of the coast, gulls, waves, the creak of moored boats, were gone, replaced by an oppressive silence broken only by the distant hum from the Erebus. Caleb Vance trudged from St. Mary's Church back to the docks, his flashlight cutting a weak path through the mist. Sheriff Poke had stayed behind with Father Daniel, both men shaken, their faces pale as they guarded the basement door where the survivors sat. Its final words, "The tide is calling," hanging like a curse. Caleb's mind churned, replaying the survivor's two bright eyes, its jagged smile, The way its voice had felt like a hook in his chest. He gripped the logbook tighter, its brittle pages a lifeline to understanding what the Erebus had brought to his town. Black Harbor was no stranger to hardship. Storms, lean seasons, lost ships, but this was different. This was wrong, a violation of the natural order, and Caleb felt it watching him from the fog. At the pier, the Erebus loomed, its black hull blending into the night save for the single green lantern glowing on its deck. Caleb stopped, his breath catching. No one had boarded since he and Poke left, yet the lantern burned, its light unnatural, pulsing faintly like a heartbeat. He swept his flashlight over the ship, half expecting to see the survivor standing there, but the deck was empty, or so it seemed. The bodies, gray and shriveled, still lay where they'd been, their milky eyes glinting in the beam. Caleb's skin crawled, a primal urge telling him to run, but he was harbor master. This was his responsibility, his fight. He climbed the gangway, the planks creaking under his weight, and stepped onto the deck. The hum was louder here, vibrating through the wood, and the air smelled of rot and that sharp, metallic tang that clung to the back of his throat. He moved toward the lantern, its glass cracked but intact, the flame inside flickering without a wick or fuel. His hand hovered over it, then pulled back. The air around it was cold, too cold, like plunging into winter seas. Below deck, the hold was as he'd left it. Symbols carved into the walls, their spirals and jagged lines seeming to shift in the flashlight's glow. The crate of bones, small, delicate, wrong, sat untouched, the word tide carved into its underside. Caleb knelt, his fingers brushing the wood, and a jolt ran through him, sharp and electric. For a moment, he saw it again. The black sea from the survivor's eyes, endless, alive with shapes that writhed beneath the surface. He stumbled back, his heart pounding, and the hum surged. A chorus of whispers weaving through it. Names, pleas, fragments of shanties. Caleb, one voice said, clear as a bell, and he spun, his flashlight sweeping the dark. Nothing, just the symbols, the bones, the hum. He climbed back to the deck, his hands shaking, and doused the lantern with a bucket of seawater. The flame hissed, sputtered, and died, but the hum didn't stop. If anything, it grew louder, mocking him. In town, fear had taken root. Martha's Diner, usually a hub of gossip and warmth, was nearly empty, its neon sign flickering in the fog. The few fishermen inside sat hunched over cold coffee, their voices low. Heard it last night, said Jonah, a grizzled man with a scar across his cheek. Out on the water, calling my name. Sounded like my brother, but he's been dead 10 years. The others nodded, their eyes darting to the windows, where the fog pressed like a living thing. Martha, wiping the counter, paused, her cloth trembling. She'd seen the survivor up close, its shadow curling wrong, and now she couldn't sleep without checking her locks twice. It's not human, she whispered, crossing herself. And that ship, it's awake. No one argued. The diner's radio, tuned to a weather station, spat static, but every so often a word broke through. Tide, deep come, and the fishermen flinched, their cups rattling. Eleanor, the historian, worked late in her library, a cramped room above the post office stacked with books and yellowed records. Her desk was a chaos of notes, her glasses smudged as she pored over a 1947 harbor log. The Erebus had sailed from Black Harbor that year, captained by a man named Elias Crow, a recluse who'd returned from a voyage raving about the deep skiff. The log noted his cargo as unlisted, bound for the abyss, and the ship vanished weeks later, presumed lost. Eleanor's fingers traced a sketch tucked into the log, a symbol, a spiral with an eye at its center, identical to those Caleb described on the Erebus. Her breath hitched. She'd seen that symbol before. In folklore about old sea cults, worshippers who believed the ocean held gods older than Christ. Elias Crow, the records hinted, had been one of them. Eleanor closed the log, her heart racing, and looked out the window. The fog glowed faintly, and for a moment, she thought she saw a figure, tall, thin, its edges blurring, watching her from the street. She blinked, and it was gone. At the church, Father Daniel sat by the basement door, his rosary beads worn smooth from hours of prayer. Sheriff Polk paced nearby, his gun holstered but his hand never far from it. The survivor's hum had stopped after Caleb left, but the silence was worse, heavy with expectation. Daniel's prayers felt thin, like shouting into a void. He'd served Black Harbor for 30 years, buried its dead, baptized its children, but nothing had prepared him for this. The survivor wasn't a demon, not in the biblical sense, but it was something that made his faith feel small. Polk, less patient, pounded on the door. "You hear me in there? What are you?" No answer, but the air grew colder, the bulb overhead flickering. Daniel grabbed Polk's arm. "Don't provoke it." Polk snorted, but he stepped back, his bravado fading. The door rattled, just once, as if something had leaned against it, and both men froze, their breaths visible in the sudden chill. Caleb returned to the church at midnight, his coat soaked from the fog. Daniel and Polk met him in the vestibule, their faces drawn. "It's quiet now," Daniel said, but his eyes were haunted. Caleb nodded, handing the logbook to Daniel. "Found more symbols and voices. It's not just the survivor. The ship's talking." Polk scoffed, but his hand twitched toward his gun. Daniel opened the logbook, his fingers trembling as he read the captain's scrawl. "The pact is sealed. The tide will rise." He closed it, his voice low. "This is older than us, Caleb. Older than the town." Caleb's jaw tightened. "Then we find out what it wants and stop it." But even as he said it, he felt the hum in his chest, the same rhythm he'd heard on the Erebus. He didn't tell them about the voice that called his name, or the Black Sea in his mind, vast and hungry. Outside, the fog thickened, and the harbor was silent save for the Erebus's hum. Now joined by a faint, rhythmic slapping, waves against the hull, but wrong, like hands striking the wood. A child, awake past her bedtime, pressed her face to her bedroom window and saw it. A shadow moving on the Erebus's deck, tall and thin, its limbs too long, its head tilted as if listening. She screamed, and her mother pulled her away, but the shadow lingered in her mind. Its shape burned into her dreams. Black Harbor slept uneasily, its people unaware that the tide was shifting, carrying something closer with every wave. The survivor, locked in the church, tilted its head, its smile returning, and in the dark, the mirror in the basement cracked, its shards reflecting eyes that weren't there. Father Daniel sat in the church's vestry. The logbook opened before him, its pages yellowed and brittle under the dim light of a single lamp. The air was heavy, thick with the scent of old wax and the faint, sour tang that seemed to follow the survivor. His rosary lay coiled on the table, its beads still warm from hours of prayer, but the words he'd whispered, psalms, supplications, pleas for protection, felt like ash in his mouth. The survivor, locked in the basement, had gone silent after its cryptic utterance, but the quiet was no comfort. It was the silence of a predator waiting, patient and certain. Daniel's hands trembled as he turned the logbook's pages, each one a testament to madness. The captain's scrawl, Elias Crow's, grew erratic with time. The ink smudged as if written in haste or fear. "The pact is sealed. The tide will rise. It sees us always." Daniel's eyes lingered on a sketch, a spiral with an eye at its center, its lines jagged, as if carved by a shaking hand. He'd seen it before, not in scripture, but in forbidden texts. Whispers of cults that worshipped the sea as a god. His faith, once a fortress, wavered under the weight of what he'd locked below. The church's walls, thick stone built to withstand centuries of storms, seemed to press inward, the air growing colder despite the heater's hum. Sheriff Polk had left to check the docks, muttering about needing to keep an eye on that damn ship, but Daniel knew it was fear driving him out, the same fear that kept Daniel from opening the basement door again. The survivor's voice, "The tide is calling," echoed in his mind, not just words but a pull, a current dragging him towards something vast and dark. He flipped to another page, dated 1947, though the Erebus had no business sailing then, not with a hull that looked centuries old. We offered what it asked. Blood for passage. The deep remembers. Daniel's stomach churned. He closed the logbook, his fingers brushing the leather cover, and whispered a prayer, but the words snagged on the hum that had started again, faint but growing, seeping up through the floor. In town, the fog had woven itself into every street, curling around lampposts and slipping under doors. Martha's diner was closed, a rare thing, its neon sign dark. She'd sent the fishermen home, their stories of voices in the fog, too much for her nerves. Alone in her apartment above the diner, Martha lit a candle, its flame flickering despite the still air. She'd seen the survivor's shadow on the pier, its edges wrong, stretching too far, and now she couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Her radio, left on for comfort, spat static, but every few minutes a voice broke through. Not the weatherman, but something low, guttural, chanting words she didn't understand. She turned it off, her hands shaking, and checked the locks again. Outside, the fog glowed faintly, and she swore she heard footsteps on the street below, slow and deliberate, trailing water. Eleanor, still in her library, had spread her notes across the floor, a map of Black Harbor's history pieced together from logs, letters, and newspaper clippings. The Erebus wasn't just a ship, it was a shadow, appearing in records every few decades. Always tied to loss. In 1892, it had docked briefly, and half the town's fishermen vanished in a storm that came from nowhere. In 1763, a missionary wrote of a black vessel that brought sickness, its crew speaking in tongues. Each time, the ship left no trace, slipping back into the sea like a dream. Eleanor's pencil scratched as she copied the spiralized symbol from the 1947 log. Her mind racing. Elias Crow, the captain, had been a scholar before he took to the sea, obsessed with myths of the deep, gods with names like Dagon or Cthulhu, buried in texts no sane man would read. The log's final entry, dated days before the Erebus vanished, was a single line. It is not ours to keep. It chooses. Eleanor's breath hitched. She looked up. The library's silence, broken by a faint tapping at the window, like fingers testing the glass. The fog outside was impenetrable, but she felt eyes on her, patient and unblinking. At the docks, Sheriff Polk stood alone, his flashlight trained on the Erebus. The lantern Caleb had doused was lit again, its green flame flickering despite the damp. Polk's hand rested on his gun, though he knew bullets were useless against whatever this was. The ship's hum was louder now, a chorus of whispers weaving through it, calling names, his Caleb's, even his daughter's, who'd died in a car crash 5 years ago. "Stop it," he growled, his voice swallowed by the fog. The bodies on the deck hadn't moved, but their eyes seemed to follow him, their milky gaze alive with malice. Polk climbed the gangway, driven by a mix of fear and defiance, his boots thudding on the planks. The air on the Erebus was heavier, pressing against his chest, and the hum vibrated through his bones, urging him deeper. He reached the captain's cabin, its door ajar, and froze. The chart table was empty, but the air shimmered, like heat rising from pavement, leaving only the hum and a faint laugh, like waves breaking on a distant shore. Back at the church, Daniel stood, the logbook clutched to his chest, and approached the basement door. The hum was unmistakable now, a rhythm that matched the sea's pulse, and it carried words, tide, deep, ours. He pressed his ear to the wood, his heart pounding, and heard something else, a scraping, slow and deliberate, like nails on stone. The survivor was moving. Daniel's hand hovered over the latch, torn between duty and dread. He'd locked it away, but what if it wasn't contained? What if it was waiting for him to open the door? The bulb overhead flickered, casting shadows that danced like figures in the fog. He stepped back, his cross raised, and began the rite of exorcism. His voice steady despite the fear clawing his throat. In nomine patris, the hum surged, drowning his words, and the door rattled. Not from a blow, but as if the wood itself were alive. Flexing under an unseen weight, Daniel stumbled, his prayer faltering, and the air grew cold, his breath visible. The survivor's voice came through the door, soft, almost gentle. "It sees you, priest." Caleb, returning to town, saw the church's steeple through the fog, its cross a faint outline. His radio crackled, Poke's voice cutting through. "Caleb, it's on the ship. Something's here." Caleb's heart sank. He ran toward the docks, the logbook tucked under his arm, the hum in his chest growing stronger. The Erebus was awake, and the survivor was its voice. But there was something else, something older, watching from the deep. He reached the pier as Poke staggered off the gangway, his face ashen, his gun trembling in his hand. "It's not just a thing in the church," Poke said, his voice raw. "The ship's alive." Caleb nodded, his eyes on the lantern's green glow. The hum was everywhere now, in the air, the water, the ground, and it carried a promise. The tide was rising, and Black Harbor was its prey. In the homes of Black Harbor, sleep was a stranger. Children woke screaming, their parents unable to soothe them. Fishermen barred their doors, their knives close. Martha's candle burned low, its flame casting shadows that moved when she wasn't looking. Eleanor locked her library, her notes hidden, but the tapping at the window followed her home. And at the church, Daniel knelt, his prayers a whisper as the survivor's hum grew louder. Its rhythm joined by a new sound, water dripping, pooling, as if the sea itself were seeping through the stone. The Erebus waited, its lantern burning, and the fog tightened its grip, a noose around a town that had no idea what it faced. The fog over Black Harbor thickened as midnight crept closer, a gray veil that smothered the stars and turned the town into a labyrinth of shadows. The Erebus's hum pulsed through the air, no longer confined to the ship, but spreading like a contagion. Seeping into the cobblestones, the salt-crusted homes, the very breath of the townsfolk. Fishermen, hardened men who'd faced squalls and sinking boats, stood at their windows, clutching knives or rosaries, their eyes fixed on the harbor where the ship's green lantern burned like a baleful eye. The sea was silent, its waves stilled, but the air carried whispers, names, pleas, fragments of shanties that no one in Black Harbor had sung in generations. The town, all 800 souls, felt the weight of something ancient stirring, something that had no name but hunger. Caleb Vance, his coat heavy with damp, stood on the pier with Sheriff Poke, the Erebus looming before them. The logbook was still under his arm, its pages a map to madness. And Poke's words, "The ship's alive," echoed in his mind, undeniable now. Poke's flashlight trembled as he swept it over the Erebus's deck, the beam catching the gray. Shriveled bodies sprawled among the ropes. Their milky eyes seemed to shift, following the light, and Poke swore under his breath, his gun still drawn though he knew it was useless. "I saw something," he said, his voice low, raw, "in the cabin. Not the survivor. Something bigger." Caleb's jaw tightened. He felt it too, on the ship, in the hold, the black sea in his mind, alive with shapes too vast to grasp. He didn't answer, just nodded toward the gangway. "We need to know what's calling the shots. The survivor's part of it, but it's not the whole." Poke hesitated, his face pale, then followed, his boots thudding on the pier. The Erebus groaned as they boarded, a low, living sound that made the planks vibrate. The lantern's green flame flickered, untouched by the fog's damp, and the hum surged, a chorus of whispers weaving through it. "Caleb, Poke, come." The deck was a graveyard, the bodies unmoved, but somehow more present. Their fingers curled as if reaching for the men. Caleb led the way to the hold, the hatch yawning like a mouth. The air below was colder, the stench of rot and metal thicker. The symbols on the walls, spirals, eyes, jagged lines, pulsing in the flashlight's glow. Poke's breath came in short gasps, his gun raised, but Caleb pressed forward, driven by a need to understand. The crate of bones was still there, the word "tide" carved into its underside, and Caleb knelt, his fingers brushing the wood. The jolt came again, sharper this time, and the black sea flooded his mind, endless, churning, with eyes watching from the depths, their gaze heavy with malice. He gasped, pulling back, and the whispers grew louder. A name repeated. Elias. Caleb staggered to his feet, his heart pounding. "Crow," he muttered. "The captain. He's still here." Hoke's eyes widened, but before he could speak, the hum spiked, a scream of sound, and the symbols on the walls bled, dark liquid trickling to the floor. At St. Mary's Church, Father Daniel knelt before the basement door, his prayers a desperate chant. The survivors' hum had resumed, louder now, woven with words, tied deep, hours, that seemed to come from the walls themselves. The bulb overhead flickered, casting shadows that moved when he wasn't looking, and the air was cold, his breath visible. The door rattled again, not from a blow, but as if the wood were breathing, flexing under an unseen weight. Daniel's cross trembled in his hand, his exorcism unfinished, the survivor's words. "It sees you, priest," burning in his mind. He stood, the logbook at his side, and opened it, hoping for answers. Elias Crow's scrawl was frantic. The final pages a litany of dread. It demands blood. The tide is its voice. We are not its masters. Daniel's fingers froze on a sketch. A figure, tall and thin. Its limbs too long. Its face a void with eyes like burning coals. The same figure Poke had seen. The hum surged, and the door groaned, the iron latch straining. Daniel slammed the logbook shut, his voice rising, in nomine patris, but the words were swallowed, and the survivor's hum became a laugh, soft and sharp, like glass breaking underwater. In the town, the whispers reached the fishermen, their boats bobbing and used in the harbor. Jonah, the scarred fisherman, stood on his porch, a knife in his hand, staring at the sea. The fog glowed faintly, and the whispers called his name, not in his brother's voice now, but his own, distorted, as if spoken from underwater. "Come," they said, and his feet moved, drawn to the docks despite his will. He wasn't alone. Others left their homes, their eyes glassy, their steps slow, like sleepwalkers. Martha, locked in her apartment, heard the whispers through her walls, a chorus of voices. Her father, her lost son, strangers, urging her to the harbor. She clutched her candle, its flame nearly out, and prayed, but the whispers grew louder, promising peace if she obeyed. The radio sparked to life. Unplugged, spitting a single word, "Tide." Martha screamed, dropping the candle, and the room went dark, the whispers now inside her head. Eleanor, in her library, had locked the door, but the tapping at the window persisted, joined by a new sound. Water, dripping, pooling on the floor though no leak existed. Her notes were scattered, the spiral eye, symbols staring up from every page. She found another record, a letter from 1763, describing the Erebus's crew as changed, their eyes too bright, their speech a chant that drove the missionary mad. The letter ended with a warning. The ship is not wood. It is alive. Eleanor's hands shook as she copied the words, her glasses fogging with her breath. The tapping stopped, but the silence was worse, and when she looked up, the window was clear, the fog parted just enough to show the harbor. The Erebus's lantern burned brighter, and a shadow moved on its deck. Not the survivor, but something taller, its limbs bending wrong. Eleanor backed away, her notes falling, and the dripping grew louder, water now ankle-deep, cold as the grave. On the Erebus, Caleb and Pope climbed from the hold, the bleeding symbols etched in their minds. The deck was unchanged, but the bodies seemed closer, their fingers brushing the men's boots. The lantern flared, its green light blinding, and the hum became a voice, Elias, "Tide, ours." Pope fired his gun, the shot deafening, but the bullet struck the hull and vanished, the wood rippling like water. "We're leaving," Pope said, his voice cracking, but Caleb grabbed his arm. "Not yet. We need the logbook's truth." They reached the captain's cabin, the air shimmering again, and the figure appeared, tall, thin, its void face watching. Poke screamed, firing again, but the figure dissolved, its laugh echoing. Caleb found a new page in the logbook, hidden, its words fresh. The tide chooses. The emissary walks. The survivor, Caleb realized, was no captive, it was a herald. The fishermen reached the docks, Jonah at their head, their eyes vacant. They boarded the Erebus, drawn by the lantern, and vanished into the fog. Martha's door swung open, her feet moving against her will. Eleanor's library flooded, her screams drowned by the whispers. At the church, the basement door buckled, the survivor's laugh rising, and Daniel fell, his cross slipping from his hand. The Erebus's hum was a symphony now, the tide's voice, and Black Harbor was its stage, the townsfolk its puppets, drawn to a ship that hungered for more than blood. The Erebus stood sentinel in Black Harbor's fog-choked harbor, its green lantern casting a sickly glow that pulsed like a dying star. The hum, now a relentless tide of sound, wove through the town, threading whispers into the dreams of the sleepless. It was past midnight, and Black Harbor streets were empty save for the fishermen, their steps mechanical, drawn to the docks by voices only they could hear. Jonah led them, his scarred face blank, his knife dangling from limp fingers. The fog parted just enough to reveal the Erebus's black hull, its timbers groaning as if welcoming them. The ship's deck was a tableau of death, the shriveled bodies lying still. But their milky eyes gleamed, watching as the fishermen boarded, their shadows swallowed by the mist. The lantern flared, and the hum surged, a chorus of tide, deep, hours, urging them deeper into the ship's belly. No one saw them go. No one heard their boots on the gangway. Black Harbor slept, or tried to, unaware that its heart was being carved out, one soul at a time. Caleb Vance and Sheriff Polk stumbled from the Erebus's captain's cabin. The logbook's new page, the tide chooses. The emissary walks, burned into Caleb's mind. The survivor wasn't a prisoner. It was a herald, a piece of something vast and hungry that lived in the ship or the sea or both. Polk's face was ashen, his gun still trembling from firing at the void-faced figure that had vanished into laughter. "We burn it now," Polk said, his voice raw, but Caleb shook his head, his jaw tight. "Burn it, and we lose the answers. We need to know what it wants." Polk cursed, his flashlight sweeping the deck, catching the body's eyes, which seemed to shift, following them. The hum was louder, a physical weight pressing on their chests, and the fog tightened, hiding the pier. The Erebus felt alive, its planks warm under their boots, its air thick with the stench of rot and metal. Caleb clutched the logbook, its weighted tether to reason, but the whispers, "Caleb, come," clawed at his resolve, promising a sea that knew his name. At St. Mary's Church, Father Daniel lay sprawled on the vestry floor, his cross glinting in the flickering light. The basement door had buckled, it had splintered, the iron latch warped as if melted. The survivor's laugh still echoed, sharp and wet, like waves breaking on jagged rocks. Daniel's prayers had failed, his exorcism drowned by the hum, and now the air was cold. The floor slick with water that shouldn't be there. He crawled to the logbook, its pages open to Elias Crow's final scrawl. "It is not ours to keep. It chooses." The spiral eye symbol stared up at him, its lines seeming to move, and Daniel's heart pounded, his faith fraying. The survivor was gone. He knew it without looking. The door's ruin was proof, the hum's silence a confirmation. He staggered to his feet, his coat soaked, and grabbed the church's old bell rope, pulling hard. The bell tolled, its clang cutting through the fog, a desperate call to the town. But the hum returned, softer now, mocking, and Daniel felt eyes on him, not from a basement, but from the sea, vast and unblinking. Martha's apartment was dark, her candle extinguished, her door swinging open to the fog. She stood on the threshold, her eyes glassy, her hands empty. The whispers had one, their chorus, her father, her son, strangers, promising peace if she followed. Her feet moved, bare and cold on the cobblestones, drawn to the harbor. She wasn't alone. Others emerged from their homes, their faces blank, their steps synchronized, a procession of the lost. A baker, A schoolteacher, a widow, all walked, their shadows trailing water, their breath silent. The fog glowed, the Erebus's lantern their beacon, and the whispers grew louder. A shanty no one knew, but all understood. Martha's mind flickered, a spark of resistance, but the tide was stronger, pulling her to the docks where the fishermen had vanished, where the ship waited. Its hunger a living thing. Eleanor's library was a ruin, the floor ankle-deep in seawater, her notes sodden and scattered. The spiral eye symbol was everywhere, scratched into the desk, smudged on the walls, reflected in the flooded floor. She tried to flee, but the door wouldn't open, the lock jammed, the windows sealed by fog. The tapping had stopped, replaced by a low, rhythmic slapping like hands against the glass. Eleanor clutched the 1763 letter, its warning: the ship is not wood. It is alive, now a truth she couldn't deny. The Erebus wasn't a vessel. It was a predator, and Black Harbor was its prey. She sank to her knees, the water cold, and saw it in the reflection. A figure, tall and thin, its limbs too long. Its face a void with eyes like burning coals. It didn't move, just watched, and Eleanor screamed, her voice drowned by the hum. Now a chant, tide, deep hours. The window shattered, glass and water flooding in, and the figure was gone, but its gaze lingered, heavy as the sea. Caleb and Polk reached the pier, the Erebus's lantern dimming behind them, as the church bell tolled. It sounded knife through the fog. Daniel, Caleb said, breaking into a run, Polk close behind. The town was waking, lights flickering in windows. But the streets were alive with the procession, dozens of townsfolk, their eyes vacant, marching to the harbor. Caleb grabbed a man, a fisherman named Ben, shaking him. Ben, stop. But Ben's face was slack, his lips moving, whispering tide. Caleb let go, his heart sinking, and ran for the church, the logbook heavy in his hands. The bell tolled again, weaker, and the hum surged, a wave of sound that made the air shimmer. Hoke cursed, his gun useless, his flashlight catching glimpses of shadows in the fog. Tall, thin, moving wrong. What the hell are they? He shouted, but Caleb had no answer, only dread, the survivor's words, the emissary walks. Now a truth he couldn't escape. At the church, Daniel barred the main door. His hands bleeding from splinters, the bell rope slack. The basement was empty, the survivor gone. Its chair overturned, the mirror shattered, its shards reflecting nothing but dark. Water pooled on the stone, trailing to the door, as if the survivor had melted into the sea. Daniel's cross was gone, lost in the flood, and his prayers were silent, his voice spent. The hum was outside now, joined by footsteps, not one but many, approaching the church. He looked through a stained glass window, its colors dulled by fog, and saw them. The procession, led by Martha, their eyes reflecting the Erebus's green glow. They didn't knock, didn't speak, just stood, their whispers a shanty that shook the glass. Daniel backed away, the logbook his only weapon, its pages a map to a pact he couldn't break. The hum laughed, and the door groaned, the wood flexing like the Erebus's hull. Caleb and Polk burst into the church. Finding Daniel slumped against the altar, the logbook open. It's gone, Daniel whispered, his eyes haunted. The survivor. It's with them. He pointed to the window, where the procession waited, their faces blank, but their eyes alive, watching. Caleb's chest tightened, the hum in his bones now a rhythm he couldn't shake. The Erebus was calling, and the town was answering. Drawn to a ship that wasn't a ship, a sea that wasn't a sea. Polk loaded his gun, his hands steadying, but Caleb grabbed the logbook, its final page burning in his mind. The emissary walks. The tide chooses. The survivor was free, the procession its flock, and Black Harbor was sinking, not into water, but into something older, hungrier, that had waited centuries to rise. The lantern's glow flared in the distance, and the hum became a song, a shanty for the damned, as the tide rolled in, claiming its due. Chapter 3. The Captain's Shadow. Dawn should have broken over Black Harbor, but the fog held fast, a gray curtain that smothered the sun, and turned the town into a twilight realm. The Erebus's hum had woven itself into the air, a constant pulse that vibrated through the cobblestones and the bones of the living. The procession, Martha, Ben, and dozens of others had vanished into the fog after standing sentinel outside St. Mary's Church, their glassy eyes reflecting the ship's green lantern. Their whispers, a shanty of tide and deep, lingered in the streets, echoing in the minds of those who'd barred their doors. Caleb Vance stood in the church's vestry, the logbook open on the altar, its pages a litany of dread. Elias Crow's scrawl, "The emissary walks, the tide chooses," was a wound in his thoughts, the survivor's escape a confirmation of something he couldn't yet name. Father Daniel sat slumped nearby, his face ashen, his hands empty without his cross. Sheriff Polk paced, his gun holstered, but his fingers twitching, the memory of the void-faced figure on the Erebus burning behind his eyes. The bell's toll had roused the town, but fear kept most inside, their windows dark, their prayers silent. Eleanor, the historian, had survived the night, though her library was a flooded ruin, its books and notes drowned in seawater that smelled of rot. She'd escaped when the window shattered, crawling through glass and fog to her small house on the hill, where she now sat, wrapped in a blanket, her hands trembling as she copied the spiral eye symbol from memory. The 1763 letter, "The ship is not wood. It is alive," was gone, swept away in the flood. But its words were carved into her mind. Elias Crow, the Erebus's captain, had been no mere sailor. Her research, pieced together from fragments of Black Harbor's history, painted him as a scholar turned zealot, a man who'd scoured forbidden texts for secrets of the sea. In 1947, he'd sailed the Erebus with a crew of devotees, their cargo unlisted but rumored to be offerings for something older than the gods of man. Eleanor's pencil snapped, her breath hitching. The survivor, she realized, was no accident. It was Crow's legacy, a herald of the pact he'd sealed. She stood, her eyes on the harbor, where the Erebus's lantern still burned, its glow a challenge. She had to find Caleb, to share what she knew before the tide claimed more. Caleb turned the logbook's pages, his fingers smudged with ink and salt. The entries grew frantic, Crow's handwriting unraveling as the dates jumped. 1947, 1892, 1763, years that shouldn't align. "We offered blood. The deep accepted. Is not ours to keep." A sketch caught his eye, a figure, tall and thin, its limbs too long, its face a void with eyes like burning coals. The same figure Polk had seen, the same shadow Daniel feared. Caleb's chest tightened, the hum in his bones flaring. His eyes haunted. A demon. Caleb shook his head. Older. Worse. Polk stopped pacing, his jaw tight. "Then we kill it. The survivor, the ship, all of it." But Caleb's gaze drifted to the window, where the fog glowed faintly, the Erebus's presence a weight on the town. Killing wasn't enough. Not when the ship bled, not when the tide whispered names. Eleanor reached the church, her coat soaked, her notes clutched in a sodden bundle. The streets had been empty, the procession gone, but the air was thick with the hum, and shadows moved in the fog, tall and thin, vanishing when she turned. She knocked, her fists pounding the church door, and Polk let her in, his gun half drawn. "Eleanor, what the hell?" She pushed past him, her eyes wild, and dropped her notes on the altar. "It's Crow," she said, her voice trembling but firm. Elias Crow. He wasn't just a captain. He was a cultist, worshipping something in the deep. The Erebus was his altar, the survivor his emissary. She pointed to the spiralized symbol, drawn in shaking lines. "This is its mark. I've seen it in records, in stories of sea gods. Dagon, Cthulhu, names we don't say. Crow offered lives to it, and it gave him power, but it always comes back." Caleb's hand tightened on the logbook, the pieces falling into place. "The pact," he said. "The tide's price." Eleanor nodded. "And we're paying it now." The church's silence was broken by a sound. Footsteps, slow and wet, circling outside. Daniel stood, his face pale, and peered through the stained glass window. The fog was alive, shapes moving within it. Not the procession, but something else. Tall, thin, their limbs bending wrong, their eyes glinting like coals. "They're here," he whispered, his voice breaking. Hoke drew his gun, but Caleb grabbed his arm. "Save it. We need to know more." He turned to Eleanor. "What does it want?" She shook her head, her glasses slipping. "Blood. Lives. The same as always. But the survivor, it's not just a servant. It's part of it. Crow's shadow, maybe, or the thing he called." The footsteps stopped, and the hum surged. A wave of sound that rattled the windows, the spiral eye symbol in Eleanor's notes seeming to pulse. Daniel began to pray, his voice a whisper, but the hum drowned him. Its rhythm joined by a new sound, water dripping, pooling under the church door, trailing toward the basement. Caleb opened the logbook to a new page, one he hadn't seen, its ink fresh. As if written moments ago, the captain's shadow walks. The tide is its voice. His heart stopped. The survivor wasn't just Crow's legacy. It was Crow, or what he'd become, bound to the Erebus, to the sea, to the thing that demanded blood. The church door groaned, the wood flexing, and Polk raised his gun, his hand steady now, fear giving way to defiance. "Let it come," he growled. But Caleb's eyes were on the window, where the fog parted, revealing the Erebus's lantern, brighter now, its green glow a summons. The shadows outside moved again, circling, and the hum became a voice. Caleb, Eleanor, all, promising a sea that knew their fears. Daniel's prayer faltered. Eleanor's notes slipped from her hands, and the water under the door spread. Cold and black, smelling of the deep. Outside, the town was a ghost, its people hidden or lost. Martha, Ben, and the others who'd joined the procession were gone, their homes empty, their footprints trailing water to the docks. A child hidden in her attic peered through a crack in the shutters and saw them. Shadows on the Erebus's deck, tall and thin. Their limbs weaving like kelp, their eyes burning. She bit her lip to keep from screaming, but the hum found her, whispering her name, and her fingers twitched, drawn to the door. Black Harbor was unraveling, its soul bleeding into the sea, and the Erebus was the wound, its captain's shadow the blade. Caleb closed the logbook, his resolve hardening. The survivor was out there, walking, and the tide was rising, but he'd be damned if he let it take his town without a fight. The church door buckled, the hum laughed, and the lantern's glow flared, a beacon for the damned. The church's stone walls seemed to close in, the air thick with the stench of seawater and rot. The hum from the Erebus pulsed through Black Harbor, a heartbeat that shook the stained glass windows and set Caleb Vance's teeth on edge. The logbook lay open on the altar, its final page, the captain's shadow walks. The tide is its voice, a truth that burned in his mind. The survivor was Elias Crow, or what remained of him, a fragment of a man who traded his soul for power and left a curse in his wake. Caleb's hands clenched, the weight of Black Harbor's 800 souls pressing on him. Father Daniel stood by the window, his face pale, his prayers silenced by the shadows circling outside, tall, thin, their limbs bending like reeds, their coal-bright eyes cutting through the fog. Eleanor clutched her sodden notes, the spiral eye symbol trembling in her shaking hands, while Sheriff Polk gripped his gun, his defiance a thin shield against the dread coiling in his gut. The water pooling under the church door spread, black and cold, trailing toward the basement where the survivor had been, its escape a wound in their hope. Caleb slammed the logbook shut, his voice steady despite the hum's pressure. "We find it. The survivor, Crow, whatever it is. We stop it before it takes more." Polk snorted, his gun raised toward the door, which groaned under an unseen weight. "And how? It's not human, Caleb. You saw its teeth." Eleanor's eyes flicked to her notes, her voice hoarse. Crow's pact wasn't just blood. It was control. The Erebus is his anchor, the survivor his voice. "We destroy the ship. We might break the curse." Daniel shook his head, his hands empty without his cross. "You can't destroy what's alive. The ship leads. It breathes. Caleb's jaw tightened, the hum in his chest flaring, a rhythm that matched the sea's pulse. He'd felt the Erebus's warmth, heard its whispers, "Caleb, come," and knew Daniel was right. But doing nothing wasn't an option. Not with the procession gone, not with the town slipping into the tide's grip. The shadows outside moved closer, their forms blurring in the fog, their eyes like lanterns in the deep. The hum surged, a wave of sound that rattled the church's pews, and the water under the door bubbled, as if something beneath it stirred. Pope backed away, his gun trained on the door. "They're coming," he said, his voice low, raw. Caleb grabbed Eleanor's notes, scanning the spiralized symbol, its lines seeming to writhe. Crow's cult worshipped the sea, Eleanor said, her glasses fogging with her breath. They believed it held gods, entities that demanded lives for power. The survivor's not just Crow. It's their emissary, tied to the ship, to the thing he called. Caleb's mind flashed to the Black Sea in the survivor's eyes, endless, alive with shapes too vast to name. "Then we find what Crow offered," he said, "and take it back." The church door buckled, wood splintering, and the hum became a voice, all ours, sharp as a blade. Daniel raised his hands, chanting a prayer, but the words were drowned, the air growing colder, the water now ankle-deep. Smelling of the grave. Poke fired, the shot deafening, but the bullet struck the door and vanished, the wood rippling like liquid. "Jesus," Poke whispered, reloading, his hand shaking. Caleb pulled Daniel back, his eyes on the window, where the Erebus's green lantern glowed brighter, its light a summons. The shadows pressed against the glass, their limbs weaving, and Eleanor screamed, her notes slipping into the water. The spiral eye symbol floated, its ink spreading, and for a moment Caleb saw it, a figure in the reflection, tall and thin, its void face watching, its eyes burning. It wasn't the survivor, but something older, the thing Crow had called, and its gaze was await, promising a sea that knew no mercy. The door gave way, not with a crash but a sigh, the wood dissolving into fog and water. The shadows didn't enter. They waited, their eyes glinting, their forms swaying like kelp in the tide. The hum softened a lure, and Caleb felt it. The pull, the same current that had taken the procession, urging him to step forward to join the sea. He shook his head, grounding himself in the logbook's weight, and grabbed Poke's arm. "We're leaving. Now." Poke nodded, his gun lowered, his face pale. Eleanor clutched her notes, her voice a whisper. "The docks. The Erebus. It's where they went." Daniel hesitated, his eyes on the shadows, then followed, his coat trailing water. The church was no sanctuary, not anymore. The hum laughed, and the water rose, lapping at their knees, cold as the deep. Outside, Black Harbor was a ghost town, its streets empty, its homes dark. The fog glowed, the Erebus's lantern a beacon, and the hum was everywhere, a shanty for the lost. Caleb led the way, his flashlight useless in the mist, his heart pounding. The procession's footprints trailed water to the docks, where the Erebus waited, its deck alive with shadows, not the bodies. Caleb's chest tightened, the logbook heavy in his hands. The survivor was among them, its pale form distinct, its eyes too bright, its smile a crescent of jagged teeth. It raised a hand, and the shadows parted, revealing the gangway, an invitation. Poke raised his gun, but Caleb stopped him. "Not yet. We need to know." Eleanor's notes slipped, the spiral eye symbol dissolving in the water at her feet. "Crow's pact was eternal," she said, her voice shaking. "The Erebus is its heart, the survivor its voice. We destroy one, we weaken the other." Daniel's eyes were haunted, his faith a flicker. "And if we fail?" Caleb didn't answer, his gaze on the survivor, its smile widening, its hand beckoning. The hum surged, a wave that shook the pier, and the Erebus groaned, its timbers flexing like muscle. The bodies on the deck stirred, their fingers twitching, their milky eyes fixed on Caleb. The Black Sea flashed in his mind, its shapes closer now, their forms vast and hungry. He stepped forward, the logbook his shield, and the survivor's voice came, soft, like waves over gravel. The captain's shadow welcomes you. The fog tightened, the lantern flared, and the hum became a song, a shanty that pulled at their souls. Hope's gun trembled, Eleanor's notes sank, and Daniel's prayers were silent, the tide's voice louder than faith. The Erebus was alive, its captain's shadow walking, and Black Harbor was sinking, drawn to a sea that offered no return. Caleb's resolve hardened, his boots on the gangway, the survivor's eyes a challenge. He'd find Crow's truth, break his pact, or die trying, but he wouldn't let the tide take his town. The shadows closed in, their eyes burning, and the Erebus's hum laughed, a promise of what waited in the deep. Chapter 4, Blood in the Bilge. The Erebus loomed over Black Harbor's pier, its black hull a scar against the fog's gray veil. The green lantern on its deck burned brighter, its light pulsing like a heart, casting shadows that danced across the shriveled bodies sprawled among the ropes. The hum, now a living thing, wove through the air a shanty of tide deep, ours that tugged at the souls of the living. Caleb Vance stood on the gangway, the logbook clutched to his chest, its words, "The captain's shadow welcomes you," echoing in his mind. The survivor, Elias Crow's twisted remnant, watched from the deck, its pale form stark against the dark, its two bright eyes fixed on Caleb with a smile that showed too many teeth. Behind him, Sheriff Polk gripped his gun, his face pale but set, while Eleanor clutched her sodden notes, the spiral a symbol, a ghost in her memory. Father Daniel trailed them, his hands empty, his faith a flicker against the tide's pull. The procession, Martha, Ben, and the others, stood among the tall, thin shadows, their glassy eyes reflecting the lantern's glow, their lips moving in the hum's rhythm. Black Harbor was slipping, and Caleb knew the Erebus was the key, its bilge a tomb of secrets he had to unearth. He stepped onto the deck, the planks warm and pulsing under his boots, the air thick with rot and the sharp, metallic tang of blood. The survivor didn't move, its smile widening, its hand gesturing toward the hold's hatch. An invitation to the ship's heart. "Caleb," it rasped, its voice like waves over jagged rocks. The tide waits. Polk raised his gun, his voice raw. "Shut it." But Caleb shook his head, his jaw tight. "We go down. We find what Crow left." Eleanor nodded, her glasses fogging, her voice steady despite her trembling hands. "The pack's in the bilge. Blood, offerings, Crow's cult fed the sea. We need to see it." Daniel's eyes were haunted, his breath visible in the cold. "It's a trap," he whispered, but he followed, drawn by duty or dread. The hum surged, the body's milky eyes shifting, and the tall shadows swayed, their coal-bright gazes await on Caleb's spine. The hatch to the hold yawned, its darkness deeper than the fog, the stench of decay rolling up like a wave. Caleb led, his flashlight cutting a weak path, the beam catching the carved symbols, spirals, eyes, jagged lines that pulsed on the walls. The air was colder, heavier, pressing on his chest, and the hum was louder, a chorus of whispers. Caleb, blood tide. Hope cursed, his gun raised, his flashlight trembling. Eleanor clutched her notes, the paper crumbling, while Daniel muttered a prayer. The black sea flashing in his mind, endless, alive with vast, writhing shapes. He pushed forward, driven by the logbook's truth. Crow's pact was here, in the bilge, and breaking it was their only chance. The hold was a cathedral of ruin, its ceiling lost in shadow, its floors slick with water and something thicker, darker. Crates were scattered. There would splintered, their contents, bones, too small, too delicate, spilling across the planks. The spiral eye symbol was everywhere, carved into beams, smeared in dark stains. Glowing faintly in the flashlight's beam, Caleb knelt by a crate, the word tide etched into its side, and felt the jolt again, sharper, the black sea flooding his vision. He saw Crow, or what had been Crow, standing in this hold, his hands red, his eyes bright, chanting to a sea that answered. The vision broke, and Caleb gasped, his flashlight catching a new horror. A circle of symbols, larger, deeper, surrounding a pool of dark liquid that wasn't water. It moved, rippling without cause, and the hum became a voice, blood, ours, promising power for a price. Poke swept his flashlight, his voice shaking. This is a slaughterhouse. Eleanor's notes slipped, her eyes wide. Rituals. Crow's cult. They killed here, gave lives to the sea. This is where the pact was sealed. Daniel's prayer faltered, his face pale. Abomination, he whispered, but the hum laughed, and the pool rippled, a shape forming beneath its surface, long, thin, with eyes like burning coals. Caleb backed away, his flashlight trembling, and the survivor's voice came, not from the deck but from the walls, the air, the pool itself. The tide is pleased. The symbols flared, the pool surged, and the hum spiked, a scream that shook the hold. Poke fired, the shot vanishing into the pool, the liquid rippling like laughter. Eleanor grabbed Caleb's arm, her voice urgent. We need to destroy it, the circle, the pool. It's the heart. Caleb nodded, his resolve hardening, but the hold was alive, the walls flexing, the symbols bleeding faster. He grabbed a splintered plank, aiming for the circle, but the floor tilted, the water rising, cold and black, smelling of the grave. Daniel raised his hands, chanting, his voice stronger now. A defiance against the tide. In nomine patries, the hum surged, drowning him, and the pool erupted, dark liquid spraying, clinging to their skin, burning like acid. Poke screamed, his gun dropping, his hands clawing at his face, the symbols flaring red. The survivor's laugh echoed, and the tall shadows appeared, their limbs weaving, their eyes glinting, circling the hold like sharks. The hum was a storm now, the pool of vortex pulling at their feet. Caleb struck again, the circle cracking, the symbols dimming, but the cost was clear, blood for blood. He saw it in the Black Sea, the thing Crow had called, its eyes vast, its hunger eternal. Poke staggered, his face burned, his voice raw. Caleb, we're dying. Eleanor crawled, her glasses gone, her hands scrabbling for her notes. Daniel's chant grew louder, his faith ablade, but the shadows closed in, their limbs brushing Caleb's skin, cold as the deep. The survivor appeared, not walking but gliding, its smile a crescent, its eyes a mirror of the sea. The tide chooses, it said, and the pool surged, a wave that swept Poke off his feet, dragging him toward the vortex. Caleb lunged, grabbing Poke's arm, but the liquid was alive, pulling, and the hum laughed, a shanty for the damned. The hold shook, the Erebus groaning, its timbers flexing like a beast in pain. Caleb struck the circle again, the plank splintering, the symbols fading, and the pool stilled, just for a moment. Poke gasped free, his face raw, his eyes wild. Eleanor stood, her voice a whisper. It's weakening. Daniel's chant rose, the shadows recoiling, their eyes dimming. But the survivor's smile didn't fade, its hand raised, and the hum returned, softer allure. Blood, it said, and the bodies on the deck above stirred, their fingers clawing, their milky eyes alive. Caleb's heart sank, the logbook's weight a reminder. The pact was eternal, and the Erebus was its altar. The hold was a trap, but it was also the truth, and he'd fight until the tide took him. The shadows lunged, the pool rippled, and the Erebus's hum sang, a promise of what waited in the deep. The hold of the Erebus was a living nightmare, its walls pulsing with the ship's hum, the spiralized symbols dripping dark liquid that hissed on the slick floor. Caleb Vance stood over the cracked ritual circle, his splintered plank raised, his chest heaving as the black pool at its center stilled, its surface gleaming like oil. The air was thick, choking with the stench of rot and blood, and the hum, though softer, wove whispers, blood, tide, hours, that clawed at his mind. Sheriff Poke knelt nearby, his face raw from the pool's burning touch, his gun lost in the water, his breath ragged. Eleanor clung to a beam, her glasses gone, Her sodden notes scattered, the spiral eye symbol burned into her vision. Father Daniel's chant continued, his voice hoarse but defiant, a thin shield against the tall, thin shadows circling the hold, their coal-bright eyes glinting like stars in a dead sky. The survivor, Elias Crow's shadow, stood at the edge of the pool, its pale form untouched by the chaos, its jagged smile a promise of worse to come. The Erebus groaned, its timbers flexing, and Caleb knew they were in the beast's heart, fighting a pact that demanded blood. Caleb struck the circle again, the plank shattering, the symbols dimming further, but the effort cost him. The Black Sea flashed in his mind, endless, writhing with vast shapes, their eyes vast and hungry, and his legs buckled, the hum pulling at his soul. Hoke staggered to his feet, his voice raw. "Caleb, it's not enough. We're drowning here." Eleanor crawled forward, her hands scrabbling for a crate, her voice urgent. "The bones, Crow's offerings. Destroy them, break the pact." Daniel's chant faltered, his eyes on the survivor, its smile widening, its hand raised as if conducting the hum. The shadows lunged, their limbs brushing Caleb's skin, cold as the deep. And he swung the plank's remnant, striking a shadow. It dissolved, its eyes fading, but the hum laughed, and the pool rippled, a new shape forming beneath. Long, thin, its form too vast for the hold. Caleb's heart pounded, the logbook's weight in his coat a reminder. The Erebus was alive, and the survivor was its voice. Eleanor reached a crate, its delicate bones spilling, and smashed it with a rusted pipe, the crack echoing like a gunshot. The hum screamed, the pool surging, and the survivor's smile twitched, its eyes flaring. The tide remembers, it rasped, its voice a wave that shook the hold. The shadows recoiled, their forms blurring, and the symbols flickered, their glow weakening. Caleb joined Eleanor, grabbing another crate, its bones crumbling under his boots, each snap a blow to the pact. Hoke, his face burned, found a crowbar, swinging wildly, shattering wood and bone, his curses drowned by the hum's fury. Daniel's chant grew louder, his faith ablaze, and the pool stilled again, its shape sinking, but the survivor glided forward, its coat trailing water that burned the floor. "Blood for blood," it said, its hand pointing to Poke, and the pool erupted, a tendril of black liquid lashing out, wrapping Poke's leg. He screamed, falling, the crowbar clattering, and Caleb lunged, pulling him free, the liquid searing his hands. The hold was chaos, the Erebus fighting back. The walls bled faster, the symbols flaring red, and the hum became a storm, shaking the beams. The bodies above on the deck stirred louder, their claws scraping, their milky eyes alive with malice. Caleb's vision blurred, the Black Sea closer now, its shapes reaching, their whispers, "Caleb, join," a lure he fought to ignore. Eleanor smashed another crate, her hands bleeding, her voice a gasp. "It's working. Keep going." But the survivor was closer, its smile a crescent, its eyes mirrors of the sea. It raised both hands, and the shadows surged, their limbs weaving, their eyes burning. Daniel stepped forward, his chant a shout, his chant silenced, blood trickling from his temple. Caleb's resolve hardened, his pain a distant thing. He grabbed a crate, hurling it into the pool, the bones sinking, the liquid screaming as it churned. The symbols dimmed, the shadows staggered, and the survivor's smile faded, its eyes narrowing. "The tide is eternal," it said, but its voice cracked, weaker now. Poke, crawling, found his crowbar, swinging at another crate, the bones shattering, the hum faltering. Eleanor, her strength fading, pointed to the circle. "The pool. It's the heart." Caleb nodded, his hands burned, his vision swimming, and grabbed a rusted axe from a crate, its blade heavy with age. He swung at the circle's edge, the stone cracking, the pool rippling, and the Erebus roared. A sound like tearing metal, the hold shaking as if the ship would split. The survivor lunged, its hand outstretched, but Caleb swung again, the axe striking the pool's center, the liquid parting, revealing a pulsing mass, red, alive, beating like a heart. The hum screamed, the shadows dissolving, their eyes fading, and the survivor staggered, its form blurring, its smile gone. The pool's mass pulsed faster, tendrils lashing, but Caleb struck again, the axe sinking deep, the heart splitting. Dark liquid sprayed, burning his face, and the Erebus convulsed, its timbers snapping, the walls collapsing inward. Hope dragged Daniel to the stairs, his voice raw. "Caleb, move." Eleanor stumbled, her notes lost, her eyes on the survivor, now a shadow itself. Its eyes dimming, Caleb struck one last time, the heart bursting, the pool collapsing into a vortex that pulled at the hold's wreckage. The hum died, the symbols went dark, and the survivor fell, its form dissolving into water, its final whisper, tide, lost in the silence. The Erebus stilled, its warmth fading, but the deck above was alive, the bodies rising, their claws reaching, their eyes fixed on the stairs. Caleb dropped the axe, his hands raw, his vision blackening. Hope supported Daniel, half carrying him, while Eleanor led, her flashlight trembling. They climbed, the hold crumbling, water flooding from nowhere, cold and black, smelling of the grave. The deck was a battlefield, the bodies, dozens gray, shriveled, crawling, their fingers clawing, their mouths open in silent screams. Caleb kicked one back, its eyes bursting, and Poke fired his recovered gun, the shots slowing them. Eleanor reached the gangway, her voice a gasp. The pier. "Hurry!" The Erebus groaned, its hull cracking, the lantern's green flame flickering out. The procession, Martha, Ben, the others, stood on the pier, their eyes no longer glassy, their faces confused. The hum's hold broken, but the bodies surged, and Caleb shoved Poke and Daniel ahead, his strength fading, the black sea still in his mind, its shapes watching, waiting. They reached the pier, the Erebus collapsing, its timbers sinking into the harbor, the water churning as if swallowing a beast. The bodies fell, their forms dissolving, their eyes dimming, but the fog held. The hum a faint echo, a promise of return. Caleb staggered, the logbook lost in the hold, its truths burned into him. Eleanor supported Daniel, his head bleeding, his faith shaken but alive. Poke reloaded, his face burned, his eyes wild. The procession scattered, Martha sobbing, Ben shaking, their minds their own again. Black Harbor was scarred, its docks silent, but the Erebus was gone, its heart destroyed, its captain's shadow silenced, for now. Caleb's gaze lingered on the sea, the fog glowing faintly, and he felt it, a whisper in his bones. The tide was patient, and the deep never forgot. The fog clung to Black Harbor, a stubborn veil that dulled the morning light and kept the town in a perpetual twilight. The Erebus was gone, its black hull swallowed by the harbor's churning waters, leaving only splintered timbers and a faint oil slick sheen on the surface. The green lantern had vanished, its sickly glow extinguished, but the hum lingered, a ghost of a sound that whispered in the ears of those who'd seen the ship's heart. Caleb Vance stood on the pier, his hands raw and blistered, the burns from the black pool's touch throbbing with every heartbeat. His coat was heavy with seawater, the logbook lost in the hold's collapse. But its words, the captain's shadow walks, were carved into his memory. Sheriff Poke leaned against a piling, his face scarred from the pool's acid, his gun empty. His eyes haunted by the crawling bodies that had nearly dragged them back. Eleanor, her glasses lost, her notes reduced to pulp, stood with arms crossed, staring at the sea. The spiral eye, symbol a brand in her mind. Father Daniel sat on a crate, his head bandaged, his faith a frayed thread, the survivor's voice, the tide chooses, echoing like a curse. The procession, Martha, Ben, and the others, was scattered, their minds their own but their faces pale, their steps unsteady as they wandered back to town, haunted by the shanty they'd sung. Caleb's chest ached, the hum's rhythm still in his bones, a reminder of the black sea he'd seen. endless, alive with shapes that watched, waited. The Erebus's heart was destroyed. Its captain's shadow dissolved, but the victory felt hollow, the fog a warning that the tide wasn't done. "It's over," Poke said, his voice rough, but his eyes flicked to the water, as if expecting the ship to rise. Caleb shook his head, his jaw tight. For now. Eleanor's voice was low, steady despite her trembling hands. Crow's pact was eternal. The Erebus was its altar, but the sea, it remembers. Daniel looked up, his eyes hollow. "We broke the circle, killed the heart. Why isn't it done?" Caleb didn't answer, his gaze on the harbor, where the water was too still, too dark, as if holding its breath. The survivor was gone, but its smile lingered in his mind, its promise. The tide is eternal, a truth he couldn't shake. The pier was a ruin, planks cracked, ropes tangled, the air thick with the stench of rot and salt. Townsfolk began to gather, drawn by the bell's earlier toll, their faces a mix of fear and confusion. Martha, her apron torn, clutched Ben's arm, her voice shaking. "I saw it, Caleb. The sea, it wanted us." Ben nodded, his eyes distant, his hands trembling. "The shanty, it's still in my head." Caleb raised a hand, silencing them, his voice gruff but steady. "Go home. Lock your doors. We're not safe yet." The crowd murmured, their eyes darting to the water, where bubbles broke the surface, small but wrong, as if something stirred below. Poke reloaded his gun, his burns glinting in the dim light, and muttered, "We need to burn the wreckage. Make sure." Eleanor shook her head, her voice sharp. "Burn it, and we might wake it. We need to know more." Crow's cult, the pack's terms. Daniel stood, wincing, his bandage stained red. "We need to pray. All of us." Caleb led them to the harbor master's shack, a weathered shed overlooking the docks, its walls lined with charts and old radios. The air inside was damp, the fog seeping through cracks, and the radio spat static. A faint whisper, tide, cutting through. Eleanor spread her remaining notes, scraps of paper with half-remembered symbols, and began to speak, her voice urgent. Crow's cult believed the sea was a god. Not just water, but a living thing, older than creation. The Erebus was their temple, the bilge their altar. The bones, children, sailors, innocents, were offerings blood to seal the pact. The survivor was Crow's shadow, his soul bound to the sea's will. Caleb's hands clenched, the burns stinging, the black sea flashing in his mind. Eyes, vast and hungry, watching. "And the tall shadows?" he asked. Eleanor hesitated, her eyes dark. "Servants, maybe, or fragments of the thing Crow called. They're tied to the ship, but the sea, it's the source." Poke slammed his fist on the table, the radio crackling. "Then we blow the harbor, salt the water. Anything to keep it down." Daniel's voice was soft, broken. "You can't fight the sea. It's everywhere." Caleb's gaze drifted to a chart. Black Harbor's coast a jagged line. The deep water marked with warnings. Uncharted reefs, currents that drown men. The Erebus had come from there. The deep, and the survivor had walked from it, a herald of something vast. He opened a drawer, pulling out a flare gun, its weight a small comfort. "We watch the water," he said. "No one sails. No one goes near the docks." Eleanor, dig deeper, find what Crow knew. Daniel, get the town praying, whatever it takes. Poke snorted, but nodded, his burns a map of their fight. Daniel clutched his bandage, his eyes on the fog, and Eleanor gathered her notes, her resolve hardening. The town was waking, its streets stirring with whispers of the Erebus's fall. Fishermen barred their boats, mothers locked their children inside, and the diner's neon flickered, Martha too shaken to open. But the fog held, the air heavy with the hum's echo, and the water stayed still, too still. A child, hidden in her attic, drew the spiral eye symbol on her wall, her fingers moving without thought, the shanty in her head. Caleb stepped outside, the flare gun at his belt, and saw it. A ripple in the harbor, small, then larger, a shadow moving beneath, long and thin, its edges blurring. His heart stopped, the Black Sea in his mind alive again. Its eyes closer, its hunger clear. The hum returned, faint but sharp, and the fog glowed, not from the lantern but from something deeper, older, rising with the tide. Eleanor joined him. Her notes clutched, her voice a whisper. The pack's not broken, just weakened. The sea's still listening. Hoke loaded his gun, his burns glinting, and Daniel prayed, his voice a thread. Caleb's hand tightened on the flare gun, his eyes on the water where the shadow grew. Its form too vast for the harbor. The Erebus was gone, its heart destroyed, but the tide was eternal. And Black Harbor was marked, a town caught in a pact it had made. The hum sang, a shanty for the lost, and the shadow broke the surface, its eyes burning, a promise of what waited in the deep. Caleb raised the flare gun, his burns throbbing, and fired, the red light arcing into the fog, a defiance against the sea's hunger. The shadows sank, the hum softened, but the tide rolled on, patient, relentless, and Black Harbor held its breath, waiting for the next wave. The harbor master's shack creaked under the weight of the fog, its windows fogged with condensation. The air inside sharp with salt and the faint, sour tang of the Erebus's lingering presence. Caleb Vance stood by the chart table, the flare gun still warm in his hand, its red arc fading into the gray mist outside. The shadow in the harbor had sunk, its burning eyes vanishing beneath the water, but the hum persisted, a low thrum that vibrated in his chest. Whispering tide, deep hours. Sheriff Polk slumped in a chair, his burned face glistening with sweat, his empty gun on the table, useless against a sea that breathed. Eleanor sorted her scraps of notes, her fingers smudged with ink, the spiral a symbol a ghost in her vision, its meaning clearer now, a mark of the thing Elias Crow had called a god or worse. Older than the rocks Black Harbor was built on. Father Daniel knelt by the radio, its static spitting fragments of the shanty that had claimed the procession, his prayers silent, his bandage stained with fresh blood. The Erebus was gone, its heart shattered in the bilge, but the tide was awake, and Black Harbor was its prey. Caleb's eyes traced the chart. The harbor's depths marked with warnings, reefs, currents, places no fisherman dared go. The shadow had come from there, the deep, and he felt it still, watching its hunger await in his bones. "We can't stay here," he said, his voice gruff, steady despite the burns throbbing on his hands. "The town's waking. We need to warn them, keep them from the water." Hoke snorted, his voice raw. "Warn them? Half the town's still humming that damn shanty. You saw Martha Ben, they're not right." Eleanor looked up, her notes trembling. The pack's weakened, not broken. Crow's cult fed the sea for centuries. Blood, lives, souls. The Erebus was its altar, but the sea's the source. The survivor was just its voice. Daniel's head snapped up, his eyes hollow. And the shadows? Those things. Eleanor's jaw tightened. Its servants, or its eyes. They're still here in the fog, the water. The radio crackled, a voice breaking through, tide. "Come," and Polk slammed it off, his burns glinting. "We salt the harbor, below the docks, anything to stop it." Caleb shook his head, the logbook's loss a wound, its truths now his burden. "We don't know enough. Burn the water, and we might call it faster." Eleanor nodded, her voice urgent. "Crow's records. There's more in the library, or what's left of it." He studied the sea's myths, wrote about the pack's terms. If we find them, we might know how to end it. Daniel stood, wincing, his bandage slipping. And if it's eternal, if the sea never lets go? Caleb's hand tightened on the flare gun, his burns a map of their fight. Then we fight until it does. Outside, the fog glowed faintly, not from the Erebus's lantern, but from something deeper, a pulse in the sea itself. The pier was silent, the procession's footprints trailing water to the town, where lights flickered in windows, fear keeping most inside. Martha's diner was dark, her apartment empty, her steps lost in the fog. Ben sat on his porch, his knife in hand, the shanty still in his head, his eyes darting to the harbor. A child hidden in her attic, scratched the spiral eye symbol on her wall, her mother too scared to notice. Caleb led the group from the shack, the flare gun at his belt, his eyes on the water, where bubbles broke the surface. Small, but wrong like breaths from below. Poke carried a crowbar, his gun useless, while Eleanor clutched her notes, Daniel his faith, both fraying but unbroken. The hum followed, a shanty for the damned, and the fog tightened, a noose around a town that couldn't run. They reached the town square, where a handful of townsfolk gathered, their faces pale, their voices low. Martha was there, her apron stained, her eyes red from crying. "It's still calling," she whispered, clutching Caleb's arm. "I hear it in the waves." Ben nodded, his knife trembling. "It knows my name." Caleb raised his hands, his voice cutting through the murmurs. "No one goes near the water. Lock your doors, stay inside. We're finding answers." The crowd stirred, fear sparking into anger, and a fisherman, Jonah, stepped forward, his scarred face set. "Answers? That ship took my brother's voice, my crew. We're in the harbor, Caleb." Poke nodded, his burns glinting, but Eleanor's voice was sharp. "Fire won't stop the sea. We need Crow's truth, his cult is packed." The hum surged, a wave that shook the square, and the crowd flinched, their eyes on the harbor, where the fog glowed brighter, a shadow moving beneath the water, long and thin, its edges blurring. Caleb's heart stopped, the black sea flashing in his mind. Eyes vast, hungry, closer now. He raised a flare gun, firing another red arc, the light piercing the fog, and the shadows sank, the hum softening but not gone. Daniel began to pray, his voice louder, a call to the town. And some joined, their voices thin but defiant. Eleanor pulled Caleb aside, her notes crumpled. "The library. I had a box of records, Crow's letters, maybe more. If we find the pack's terms, we can fight it." Caleb nodded, his burns throbbing, the hum in his bones a warning. "Go, take Poke. I'll watch the docks." Poke grunted, his crowbar ready, and followed Eleanor. Their steps swallowed by the fog. Daniel stayed, his prayers a rhythm, the townsfolk gathering around him, their fear a fragile wall against the tide. The harbor was still, the water dark, but Caleb felt it. The sea's gaze, its patience, its hunger. The Erebus's wreckage bobbed in the distance, timbers and bones, and the hum sang, a shanty that knew his name. Martha clung to Ben, their eyes on the water, where bubbles rose again, larger, the ripples spreading. A child's scream cut through the fog, her mother dragging her from the docks. The spiral eye, symbol scratched into her palm. Caleb's hand tightened on the flare gun, his burns afire, and he saw it, a shadow, not in the water but in the fog, tall and thin, its limbs weaving, its eyes burning. The hum laughed, the tide rolled, and Black Harbor held its breath, a town caught in a pact it couldn't break, waiting for the sea to speak. Chapter 5. The Sea's Hunger. The fog over Black Harbor refused to lift, a gray shroud that dulled the midday light and wrapped the town in a chill that sank into flesh and bone. The harbor was a graveyard, its waters dark and still, the Erebus's wreckage reduced to scattered timbers and a faint oil-slick sheen that caught the eye like a bruise. The hum, though quieter, lingered in the air, a faint shanty of tide, deep, hours that whispered in the minds of those who'd faced the ship. Caleb Vance stood on the pier, the flare gun heavy at his belt, his burned hands throbbing with every pulse of the sea's rhythm. The black sea from his visions, endless, writhing with vast, hungry shapes, haunted him, its eyes closer now, watching from the deep. The town was waking, its 800 souls stirring with fear and anger, but the docks were empty, the fishing boats untouched, their nets dry. Martha and Ben had returned to their homes, their eyes hollow, the shanty still echoing in their heads. Caleb felt the weight of Black Harbor's survival, the Erebus's packed awound that hadn't closed, its captain's shadow gone, but not forgotten. The harbor master's shack was silent, its charts and radios abandoned. Caleb had sent Eleanor and Sheriff Poke to the library, hoping her hidden records, Elias Crow's letters. Fragments of his cult's madness held the key to breaking the sea's grip. Father Daniel remained in the town square, his prayers a rallying cry. His bandaged head a testament to their fight in the Erebus's bilge. The townsfolk gathered around him, some clutching crosses, others knives, their voices thin but defiant against the Hum's lure. Caleb stayed on the pier, his eyes on the water, where bubbles broke the surface, small but deliberate, like breaths from below. The fog glowed faintly, not from the lost lantern, but from something deeper, a pulse in the sea that matched the hum in his bones. He'd destroyed the Erebus's heart, seen the survivor dissolve, but the tide was patient, and the deep was awake, its hunger a truth he couldn't outrun. The sea's stillness was a lie. Caleb knew it, felt it in the way the air pressed against his skin, heavy with salt and rot. Black Harbor's fishing boats, the lifeblood of the town, hadn't sailed since the Erebus arrived, and now word spread of empty nets and missing crews. Jonah, the scarred fisherman, had spoken of boats that left at dawn and never returned, their radios silent, their decks found adrift miles out, empty but for dark stains that smelled of blood. Caleb's radio crackled. A faint voice, Jonah's, cutting through static. "Caleb, it's the Mary Ellen. She's gone. Left at first light, now nothing." Caleb's jaw tightened, his burns stinging as he gripped the radio. "Stay off the water, Jonah. All of you." The static surged, a whisper, tide, slipping through, and Caleb switched it off, his heart pounding. The sea was hunting, and Black Harbor was its ground. The pack's price rising with every lost soul. In the town, fear was a tide of its own. Martha's diner remained closed, its windows dark, her hands too unsteady to pour coffee. She sat in her apartment, a knife on the table, the shanty in her head growing louder, urging her to the docks. Ben, at his porch, sharpened his knife, his eyes darting to the harbor, where the fog seemed to breathe, its glow pulsing like a heartbeat. Children were kept inside, their parents barring doors, but some, like little Sarah, scratched the spiral-eye symbol on walls, their fingers moving without thought, their dreams filled with a sea that sang their names. The church bell tolled, Daniel's call to prayer, and the townsfolk gathered, their voices a fragile wall against the Hum's pull. But the sea was relentless, its whispers slipping through cracks, promising peace to those who answered. Caleb felt it too, though he knew light wouldn't stop what was coming. The Erebus's wreckage bobbed in the distance, a few timbers and bones, but the water was wrong, too dark, too still, as if hiding something vast. His burns throbbed, a reminder of the bilge's horrors. The pool, the heart, the survivor's smile. And he saw it again, a shadow in the fog, tall and thin, its limbs weaving, its eyes burning like coals. It wasn't the survivor, but one of its kin, a servant of the sea's god, watching, waiting. Caleb raised a flare gun, his hand steady, and fired, the red arc piercing the fog, the shadow dissolving, its eyes fading. The hum softened, but didn't stop, and the water rippled, a shape moving beneath. Long, thin, its edges blurring, too large for the harbor. Caleb's breath caught, the black sea flashing, its eyes now faces, vast and hungry, calling his name. The townsfolk's prayers grew louder, Daniel's voice carrying through the fog, but the hum answered. A shanty that shook the pier. Caleb's radio crackled again, not Jonah, but a stranger's voice, low, guttural, chanting, "Tide deep come." He smashed it against a piling, the plastic shattering. But the voice lingered, woven into the hum. The fog glowed brighter, the water churned, and Caleb saw them. More shadows, not one but dozens, circling the harbor, their limbs bending wrong, their eyes glinting. They didn't approach, just watched, their presence a promise of the tide's return. Caleb's burns burned hotter, his vision blurring, the black sea closer, its shapes reaching. Their whispers, "Caleb, join," a lure he fought with every ounce of will. He turned, running for the town, the flare gun his only weapon, the hum a storm in his ears. The sea's hunger a truth he couldn't deny. Black Harbor was a town on the edge, its people caught in a pact they hadn't made, its docks an altar for a god that never slept. The Erebus was gone, its heart destroyed, but the tide was eternal, and Caleb knew the fight was far from over. The shadows watched, the water waited, and the hum sang, a shanty for a town that was running out of time. Caleb Vance sprinted from the pier, his boots pounding the cracked cobblestones, the flare gun heavy at his belt, its barrel still warm from the shot that had scattered the shadows in the fog. The hum followed, a relentless shanty of tide, deep, hours, weaving through Black Harbor's fog-choked streets, its rhythm pulsing in his burned hands, his chest, his bones. The harbor's dark water lingered in his mind, its surface too still, hiding the long, thin shape that had stirred beneath, its burning eyes a mirror of the black sea from his visions. Endless, writhing with vast, hungry forms that knew his name. Black Harbor was a town under siege, its 800 souls barricaded in homes or gathered in the square around Father Daniel, whose prayers fought a losing battle against the sea's call. The Erebus was gone, its heart shattered in the bilge. Elias Crow's shadow dissolved, but the tide was awake. Its hunger a weight that pressed on Caleb's soul. He had to find Eleanor and Poke, to learn what Crow's records revealed before the sea claimed more. The town square was a flicker of light in the fog, Daniel's voice carrying over the murmurs of the townsfolk, their crosses and knives clutched tight, their faces pale with fear. The church bell tolled, its clang a defiance, but the hum answered, a low, mocking chant that shook the air. Caleb pushed through the crowd, his burns throbbing, and found Daniel. His bandage bloodied, his eyes haunted but resolute. The boats, Caleb said, his voice gruff. They're gone. Mary Ellen, others. The sea's taking them. Daniel's jaw tightened, his prayer pausing. It's not just boats. Sarah, little Sarah, she's humming it, the shanty. Her mother found symbols on her walls. Caleb's heart sank, the spiral eye symbol flashing in his mind. Its line's a brand of the sea's god. Keep them here, he said. Pray sing, anything to drown it out. I'm with Eleanor. Daniel nodded, his voice rising again, the townsfolk joining. They're him a fragile shield against the hum's lure. The library was a half-mile from the square, its stone walls slumped under the fog's weight, its windows dark, shattered from Eleanor's escape. Caleb ran, the fog clinging to his coat, the hum louder now, whispering Caleb joined. His burns burned hotter, his vision blurring with glimpses of the Black Sea. Eyes vast, hungry, closer, their forms reaching through the waves. He shook his head, grounding himself in the flare gun's weight, and reached the library, its door ajar, water pooling on the steps, cold and black, smelling of rot. Inside, the air was heavy, the floor slick with seawater, books and papers scattered like wreckage. Eleanor knelt by a metal box, its lock broken, her hands smudged with ink as she sorted brittle letters. Poke stood guard, his crowbar raised, his burned face glistening, his eyes darting to the shadows that moved in the fog outside. Tall and thin, their coal-bright eyes watching. Caleb, Eleanor said, her voice urgent, her glasses gone, her eyes sharp. Crow's letters, they're here. He wrote to a cult, spread across ports, promising the Deep's gift. The pact wasn't just blood, it was surrender, giving the sea a voice, a body. She held up a letter, its ink faded but clear. The emissary is eternal. The tide chooses its form. Caleb's chest tightened, the survivor's smile flashing in his mind, its jagged teeth a promise. The survivor, he said. Crow's shadow. We killed it, but the pact's still alive. Poke snorted, his crowbar trembling. Then we find the cult, gut them. Eleanor shook her head, her notes trembling. The cult's gone, dead or taken. The Erebus was their last altar, but the sea, it's the god. It's always been the sea. Caleb's burns throbbed, the hum surging, a shanty that sang his name. And he saw it again, the Black Sea. Its shapes now faces, their mouths open calling. The library's walls groaned, water seeping through cracks, the fog pressing against the broken windows. Poke swung his crowbar at a shadow outside. its form dissolving, its eyes fading, but more appeared, circling, their limbs weaving like kelp. "They're everywhere," Poke growled, his burns glinting. Eleanor grabbed another letter, her voice shaking. Crow wrote of a ritual, a way to appease the sea, blood, but also defiance, a sacrifice of will. "We broke the Erebus, but we need to reject the tide. All of us." Caleb nodded. "The flare gun is anchor," but the hum laughed, and the water rose, ankle deep, cold as the grave. The shadows pressed closer, their eyes burning, and the library shook, a low rumble from the harbor. The sea stirring, its hunger clear. Caleb's radio, smashed on the pier, was silent, but he felt it. The Mary Ellen's crew, Jonah's men, lost to the deep, their voices joining the shanty. Outside, the town was fraying. Martha, locked in her apartment, heard the shanty through her walls, her knife useless against the whispers, her son, her father, urging her to the water. Ben, on his porch, saw the shadows, their eyes glinting, and ran for the square, his knife dropped, the shanty in his head. Sarah's mother dragged her to the church. The spiral eye symbol scratched into her daughter's palm, her humming unstoppable. Daniel's prayers grew louder, the townsfolk him shaking, but the hum was stronger, a tide that pulled at their souls. Caleb grabbed Eleanor's arm. Pulling her up, the letters clutched to her chest. "We go to the square. Tell them, reject the sea, fight the shanty." Poke nodded, his crowbar ready, and they ran, the library flooding, the shadows lunging, their limbs brushing Caleb's skin, cold as the deep. The square was a battlefield of faith, Daniel's voice a beacon. The townsfolk him faltering as the hum surged, a shanty that shook the cobblestones. Caleb burst through the crowd, Eleanor and Poke behind, and shouted, his voice raw. "Listen, the sea's calling, but you can fight it. Reject it, sing, pray, anything." Daniel's eyes met his bandage bloodied, and he nodded, his prayer shifting, a call to defiance. The townsfolk joined, their voices rising, but the hum laughed, and the fog glowed brighter, the harbor churning, a shadow breaking the surface. Long, thin, its eyes burning, too vast for the water. Caleb raised the flare gun, firing. The red arc piercing the fog, the shadows sinking, but the hum sang, a shanty for the lost, and Black Harbor trembled, a town caught in a hunger it couldn't escape. Chapter 6. Lanterns in the Mist. The fog over Black Harbor thickened as night fell, a gray shroud that swallowed the stars and pressed against the town like a living thing. The hum, though weakened by the Erebus's destruction, lingered in the air, a faint shanty of tide, deep, hours that slipped into the dreams of the sleepless. The harbor was silent, its waters dark. The wreckage of the Erebus reduced to splintered timbers and bones that bobbed in the current, a reminder of the ship's heart shattered in the bilge. Caleb Vance stood in the town square, his burned hands throbbing, the flare gun at his belt a cold comfort against the sea's hunger. The black sea from his visions, endless, writhing with vast, hungry shapes, haunted him. Its eyes now faces, their mouths open calling his name. Father Daniel's prayers rang out, his bandaged head bowed. The townsfolk gathered around him, their voices a hymn of defiance. Though fear cracked their notes, Eleanor clutched Crow's letters, their ink-stained pages a map to the pack's truth, while Sheriff Poke gripped his crowbar, his burned face set, his eyes scanning the fog for the tall, thin shadows that never strayed far. Black Harbor was a town on the edge, its 800 souls fighting a tide that knew no mercy. The square was a flicker of light, lanterns and candles casting trembling glows, but the fog drank them, leaving only the harbor's faint pulse, a glow not from the Erebus's lost lantern, but from something deeper, older, stirring in the sea. Caleb's words, reject the sea, fight the shanty, had rallied the townsfolk, their hymn drowning the hum for now, but the cost was clear. Martha, her apron stained, hummed under her breath, her eyes darting to the docks, the shanty still in her head. Ben, clutching a knife, stood at the crowd's edge, his face pale, the sea's whisper, "Ben." As if seeing the black sea Caleb knew too well. The hum was patient, the tide eternal, and the shadows waited, their coal-bright eyes glinting in the fog, servants of a god that demanded blood. Caleb's gaze drifted to the harbor, where the water was too still, too dark, hiding shapes that moved beneath. His burns throbbed, the black sea flashing in his mind. Faces vast, hungry, closer. Their voices a shanty that sang his name. He turned to Eleanor, her letters clutched tight, her voice low. "What did Crow say? The ritual, how do we end it?" She shook her head, her eyes sharp despite her exhaustion. "It's not clear. Blood to appease, defiance to reject, but the sea chooses. The Erebus was its altar, the survivor its voice, but the pact lives in the deep. We need more, Crow's final notes, maybe, or the cult's relics." Poke snorted, his crowbar tapping his leg. "Relics? We need dynamite. Blow the harbor to hell." Daniel's prayer paused, his voice hoarse. "The sea's no harbor. It's everywhere. Only faith can hold it." Caleb's jaw tightened. The flare gun his anchor, but the hum stirred, a faint laugh. And he knew faith alone wouldn't stop the tide. A scream cut through the square, sharp and young, and the hymn faltered. Caleb spun, his flare gun raised, as a teenager. Tommy's son, Luke, barely 16, ran from the fog, his face pale, his jacket torn. "The docks," he gasped, collapsing into Caleb's arms. "I saw lights, on the water, moving, and..." The crowd murmured, fear sparking, and Daniel stepped forward, his bandage bloodied, his voice steady. "Slow, boy. What lights?" Luke's eyes were wide, his breath ragged. "Green, like the ship's lantern. Floating, circling, and shadows tall, not human. They saw me." Caleb's heart sank, the black sea flashing, its faces grinning. The Erebus was gone, but its legacy lived, the sea's servants carrying its light. He grabbed Luke's shoulder, his voice gruff. "You're safe. Stay here." But Luke shook his head, his voice trembling. "They're calling. I heard my name." The hum surged, a wave that shook the square, and the fog glowed brighter, green flickers dancing in the distance. Not one lantern, but dozens, floating on the harbor like will-o-wisps. The townsfolk flinched, their hymn breaking, and Martha's humming grew louder, her eyes glassy, the shanty taking hold. Ben dropped his knife, his hands trembling, and Sarah's mother screamed, her daughter's palm bleeding. The spiral eye, symbol fresh. Caleb raised the flare gun, firing a red arc into the fog, the light piercing but not scattering the green glows. The shadows appeared, tall and thin, their limbs weaving, their coal-bright eyes fixed on the square, not attacking, but watching, waiting. Poke swung his crowbar, his burns glinting, his voice raw. "We go to the docks? End this." Eleanor grabbed his arm, her letters slipping. "It's a trap. The sea wants us there," to answer the call. Daniel's prayer rose, a desperate chant, but the hum laughed, and the green lights pulsed, a summons to the tide. Caleb's burns throbbed, the black sea closer, its faces now clear. Crow, the survivor, the lost fisherman, all part of the shanty's chorus. He turned to Eleanor, his voice low. "The library's gone. Where else for Crow's notes?" She hesitated, her eyes on the green glows. "The church. Crow's cult had a shrine, hidden before they sailed. Daniel might know." Caleb nodded, his flare gun ready, and pushed through the crowd, Poke and Eleanor following, Daniel's prayer trailing them. The square was chaos, the townsfolk scattering, some joining the hymn, others running for home. Their fear cracked, the hum slipped through. Martha stepped toward the docks, her humming a shanty, and Ben followed, his eyes vacant, the sea's lure too strong. Caleb shouted, "Stay back!" But the green lights flared, and the shadows moved, their limbs brushing the air, cold as the deep. The church loomed through the fog, its stone walls a fortress, its bells silent. Daniel led them inside, his bandage bloodied, his eyes haunted. "The shrine," he said, his voice low. In the crypt, sealed after the Erebus sailed in 47. I never opened it. Caleb's hand tightened on the flare gun. The hum louder, the green lights glowing through the stained glass windows, casting spiral-eye shadows on the pews. The crypt's door was stone, carved with faint symbols, spirals, eyes, jagged lines hidden under dust. Hope pried it open, his crowbar straining, and the air grew cold, the hum surging, a shanty that shook the walls. Inside, the crypt was small, its walls etched with the same symbols. A stone altar holding a single book, crows, its leather cracked, its pages pulsing with the sea's rhythm. Eleanor grabbed it, her hands trembling, and the green lights flared, the shadows lunging, their eyes burning, the tide's hunger clear. The crypt beneath St. Mary's Church was a vault of shadows, its stone walls slick with damp, the air heavy with the stench of salt and decay. The hum of the sea pulsed through the floor, a shanty of tide, deep, hours that vibrated in Caleb Vance's burned hands. His chest, his skull. The flare gun at his belt felt like a child's toy against the green glow seeping through the crypt's entrance, where the fog outside danced with lantern-like lights. Remnants of the Erebus's curse. The stone altar held Elias Crow's book, its leather cover cracked, its pages pulsing faintly, as if alive with the sea's will. Eleanor clutched it, her fingers smudged with ink, her eyes wide as she traced the spiral-eye symbol etched into its spine. Sheriff Polk stood by the crypt's door, his crowbar raised, his burned face glistening, his gaze fixed on the tall, thin shadows moving in the fog, their coal-bright eyes glinting like stars in a dead sky. Father Daniel knelt, his bandaged head bowed, his prayers a whisper, his faith straining under the weight of the sea's hunger. The hum laughed, a low, wet sound, and Caleb knew the tide was rising, Black Harbor's 800 souls caught in its pull. Eleanor opened the book, its pages brittle but intact, Crow's scrawl frantic, stained with salt and blood. "It's his journal," she said, her voice trembling but sharp. "Not the logbook. This is personal. His thoughts, his rituals." She scanned a page, her breath hitching. The pact wasn't just blood. It was submission, giving the sea a voice, a form through the emissary. The Erebus was its body, but the sea, it's the mind. Caleb's burns throbbed, the black sea flashing in his mind. Endless, writhing with faces, crows among them, grinning, calling his name. "The survivor," he said, his voice gruff. "We killed it. Why is it still calling?" Eleanor's eyes flicked to a passage, her voice urgent. "The emissary isn't one. It's many. Crow became the first, but the sea chooses others. Anyone who answers the shanty. The procession, Martha bend their next." Hope cursed, his crowbar tapping the stone. "Then we burn the book, end it." Daniel's prayer faltered, his eyes haunted. "You can't burn the sea." The hum surged, a wave that shook the crypt, and the green lights flared, their glow spilling through the door, casting spiral-eye shadows that danced on walls. The tall shadows moved closer, their limbs weaving, their eyes burning, not attacking but waiting, as if savoring the town's fear. Caleb grabbed the book, its leather warm, pulsing, and flipped to a page. The tide demand a vessel. Blood binds, defiance breaks, but the sea never forgets. A sketch followed, a figure, tall and thin, its face a void, its eyes coals. Standing in a circle of symbols, the sea rising around it. Caleb's heart pounded, the black sea closer, its faces clearer. Martha, Ben, Luke, all part of the shanty's chorus. "Defiance," he said, his jaw tight. "We reject it," like Eleanor said. "But how?" Eleanor's fingers trembled, tracing a ritual, blood to appease, will to deny. "The sea takes what is offered, but not what is held. It's a choice," she said. "We have to refuse it, all of us together." Polk swung his crowbar at the door, the shadows recoiling, their eyes dimming. "Refuse it? The town's half gone. Humming that damn song." The hum laughed, and the crypt's walls groaned, water seeping through cracks, cold and black, smelling of rot. Daniel stood, his bandage bloodied, his voice steady. "Faith, It's faith, defiance through belief. We gather the town, pray as one. Caleb nodded, the flare gun his anchor, but the green lights pulsed and the shadows lunged, their limbs brushing the door. Cold as the deep, he fired a flare, the red arc piercing the fog, scattering the shadows, their eyes fading, but the hum sang, a shanty that shook the stone. The book pulsed faster, its pages curling, and Caleb saw it, a name scrawled in fresh ink, Caleb. His breath caught, the black sea flooding his vision, its faces grinning, their mouths open, promising a tide that would take him. The crypt shook, the water rising, ankle deep, the spiral eye, symbols glowing on the walls. Eleanor grabbed the book, slamming it shut, her voice raw. We take this to the square. Her feet moving toward the harbor. Ben followed, his knife gone, his face blank, the sea's lure too strong. Little Sarah broke free, her mother screaming, her palm bleeding. The spiral eye, symbol fresh, her humming a child's voice in the tide's chorus. Caleb shouted, his voice raw, stay together, fight it. But the hum surged, a wave that shook the cobblestones, and the green lights flared, a summons to the deep. The church loomed behind them, its bell tolling, Daniel's call to defiance. But the hum was louder, a shanty that pulled at the soul. Caleb led them to the square, the book heavy in his hands, its pulse matching the seas. He climbed a crate, raising the flare gun, his burns throbbing, and shouted, listen, the sea's calling, but you can refuse it. Saying pray, fight, don't let it take you. Daniel's prayer rose, his voice a beacon, and some townsfolk joined, their hymn shaking, but others faltered, their eyes on the harbor, where the green lights danced, the shadows weaving. Eleanor read from the book, her voice trembling, the sea takes what is offered, but not what is held. Hold your will, your faith. Poke swung his crowbar, scattering a shadow that lunged too close, its eyes burning, its limbs cold. The hum laughed, and the fog glowed brighter, the harbor churning, a shadow breaking the surface. Long, thin, its eyes vast, its form too large for the water. Caleb fired another flare, the red light piercing the fog, the shadows sinking, but the hum sang. A shanty for the lost. Martha stepped toward the docks, Ben behind her, they're humming a chorus, and Sarah ran, her mother's screams lost in the fog. Caleb jumped down, grabbing Martha's arm, his voice raw. Martha, fight it! Her eyes flickered, a spark of resistance, but the shanty was stronger, and she pulled free, her feet trailing water. The book pulsed, its leather burning Caleb's hands, and he saw it again, the black sea, its faces now the townsfolk, their mouths open, singing. The green lights circled closer, the shadows lunged, and the hum became a storm, a shanty that shook Black Harbor, a town caught in a tide it couldn't escape. The town square of Black Harbor was a battleground of wills, the fog a gray cage that trapped the flickering light of lanterns and candles. The hum of the sea roared, a shanty of tide, deep, hours that shook the cobblestones and clawed at the minds of the 800 souls gathered around Father Daniel, his prayers a desperate hymn against the tide's pull. Caleb Vance stood on a crate, Elias Crow's journal burning in his hands, its pulse a mirror of the green lights dancing in the harbor, remnants of the Erebus's curse. His burns throbbed, the black sea flashing in his mind. Faces, vast, hungry, the townsfolk among them, their mouths open, singing the shanty that called his name. Eleanor clutched her notes, her voice hoarse as she shouted Crow's ritual. The sea takes what is offered, but not what is held, urging the crowd to reject the tide. Sheriff Polk swung his crowbar, his burned face glistening, scattering a tall, thin shadow that lunged from the fog, its coal-bright eyes dimming but not gone. Daniel's hymn grew louder, the townsfolk's voices shaking, but Martha, Ben, and little Sarah were lost, their humming a chorus as they drifted toward the docks, drawn by the green light summons. The tide was rising, and Black Harbor was slipping. Caleb's flare gun was empty, its red arcs spent, and the journal's weight was a chain, its pages alive with Crow's madness. He jumped down, shoving through the crowd, his voice raw. "Martha! Ben! Stop!" But their eyes were glassy, their steps trailing water, the shanty louder than his shouts. Sarah's mother screamed, chasing her daughter, whose palm bled with the spirali symbol. Her humming a child's voice in the sea's choir. The green lights flared, circling the harbor, and the shadows moved closer, their limbs weaving like kelp, their eyes burning with the sea's hunger. Caleb grabbed Eleanor, the journal pulsing, its leather searing his burns. The ritual. How do we make them refuse? Eleanor's eyes flicked to a page, her voice trembling. It's collective will. The town has to reject it as one. Faith, defiance, no one giving in. If even one answers, the sea takes more. Hope cursed, his crowbar raised, a shadow brushing his arm, cold as the deep. Half the town's humming. How we stop that? Daniel's hymn surged, his bandaged head bowed, his voice a beacon. In Nomine Patries, the townsfolk joined, their voices stronger, but the hum laughed. A wet, grinding sound, and the green lights pulsed, the harbor churning, a shadow breaking the surface. Long, thin, its eyes vast, its form too vast for the water. Caleb's heart pounded. The black sea closer, its faces now clear. Crow, the survivor, Martha, all singing. He opened the journal, its pages curling, and found a new passage, ink fresh. The tide speaks through the chosen. Silence them or join them. His breath caught, the survivor's smile flashing, its jagged teeth a promise. The chosen, he said, his voice low. Martha, Ben, Sarah, they're the sea's voice now. Eleanor's eyes widened, her notes slipping. We have to break their trance, pull them back. Daniel's prayer faltered, his eyes on the docks, where the green lights glowed brighter. The shadows circling Martha's group like sharks. The square was fraying, the hymn cracking as fear took hold. A fisherman, Jonah, dropped his knife, his eyes glassy, the shanty in his head, and stepped toward the docks, his boots trailing water. Caleb lunged, grabbing his arm, his burns screaming. Jonah, fight it! Jonah's eyes flickered, a spark of resistance, but the hum surged. And he pulled free, joining Martha's march. The green lights flared, the shadows lunged, and Poke swung his crowbar, scattering one, its eyes fading, but more appeared, their limbs cold, their eyes burning. Eleanor read from the journal, her voice raw. Blood binds, will breaks. The chosen must be held, their voice silenced. We need to reach them now. Caleb nodded, his hands burning, the journal's pulse a drumbeat, and ran for the docks, Poke and Eleanor behind, Daniel's him trailing, the townsfolk's voices fading as the hum roared, a shanty for the damned. The docks were a nightmare, the fog glowing green, the water churning, the green lights floating like lanterns, circling Martha, Ben, Sarah, and now Jonah. They're humming a chorus that shook the pier. The shadows stood among them, tall and thin, their limbs weaving, their eyes glinting, servants of the sea's god. Caleb shouted, Martha, Ben, you're stronger than this. But their faces were blank, their lips moving, the shanty louder, the spirali symbol glowing faintly on their skin. Sarah's mother reached her daughter, grabbing her arm, but Sarah's humming didn't stop, her palm bleeding. The symbol pulsing. The hum surged, the water erupting, a tendril of black liquid lashing out, striking Sarah's mother, knocking her back, her scream drowned by the shanty. Caleb's vision blurred, the black sea flooding his mind, its faces grinning, their mouths open, singing his name. He shook it off, the journal burning, and tackled Ben, pinning him to the pier, his voice raw. Ben, wake up! Ben's eyes flickered, a spark of awareness, but the hum laughed and a shadow lunged, its limbs brushing Caleb, cold as the grave. Poke swung his crowbar, scattering it, his burns glinting, his voice raw. Keep them down. Eleanor knelt by Martha, grabbing her hands, her voice urgent. Martha, you're here with us. Fight it. Martha's humming faltered, her eyes clearing. But the green lights flared, and the water surged. A wave of black liquid crashing over the pier, cold and burning, smelling of rot. Daniel reached the docks, his prayer a shout, and threw holy water from a vial, the liquid hissing on the shadows, their eyes dimming. The hum screamed, the green lights flickering, and Sarah's humming stopped, her mother pulling her free, the spiral eye symbol fading. But Jonah stepped into the water, his humming louder, the shanty a storm, and the shadows closed in, their eyes burning, the tide's hunger clear. Caleb held Ben, his burns searing, the journal falling, its pages sinking into the water, the sea claiming its own. Ben's eyes cleared, his voice a gasp. "Caleb, it's in me." Caleb shook him, his voice raw. "You're stronger. Stay with us." Martha staggered, Eleanor supporting her, her humming gone, her face pale but her own. Sarah clung to her mother, sobbing, the shanty silenced, but Jonah was lost, his body sinking, the water churning, a shadow rising, long, thin, its eyes vast, its form too large. The hum roared, the green lights flared, and the pier shook, the tide pulling, the seas got awake. Caleb stood, his hands empty, his burns afire, and faced the water, the black sea in his mind now a mirror. Its faces the town, their voices one. The shadows lunged, the hum sang, and Black Harbor trembled, a town fighting a tide that never slept. The docks of Black Harbor were a battleground, the fog a glowing cage lit by the green lantern-like lights that floated over the churning harbor, their pulse a heartbeat of the sea's hunger. The hum roared, a shanty of tide, deep, hours, shaking the pier's cracked planks and clawing at the souls of those who fought to hold the line. Caleb Vance stood drenched, his burned hands searing. The journal lost to the black water that lapped at his boots, its final words, silence the chosen, or join them. A command burned into his mind. The black sea from his visions was closer, its vast. Hungry faces, Crow, the survivor, the lost townsfolk, singing his name, their mouths open in a shanty that promised oblivion. Sheriff Polk swung his crowbar, his burned face raw, scattering a tall, thin shadow that lunged from the fog, its coal bright, eyes dimming but not gone. Eleanor supported Martha, whose humming had stopped, her eyes clear but haunted, while Sarah clung to her mother. The spiral eye symbol fading from her palm, her voice silent. Ben, pinned by Caleb, gasped, his trance broken, but Jonah was gone, swallowed by the harbor, his humming now part of the sea's chorus. The tide was rising, and Black Harbor was bleeding, its 800 souls caught in a pack that refused to die. Caleb released Ben, his voice raw. "Stay here, Ben. Don't listen to it." Ben ninetied, his face pale, his hands trembling, the shanty still an echo in his head. The green lights flared, circling the pier, and the shadows surged, their limbs weaving like kelp, their eyes burning with the sea's will. Father Daniel stood at the pier's edge, his bandaged head bloodied, his vial of holy water empty, his prayer a shout against the hum. Domini Liberanos. The townsfolk in the square, their hymn faltering, heard his voice, some joining, their defiance a flicker in the fog. But the harbor churned, a wave of black liquid crashing over the pier, cold and burning, smelling of rot and blood. Polk staggered, his crowbar slipping, the water searing his burns, and Eleanor pulled Martha back, her notes gone, her voice urgent. "The ritual, it's working. We're pulling them back, but we need everyone." The hum laughed, a wet, grinding sound, and the green lights pulsed, the water erupting, a shadow breaking the surface. Long, thin, its eyes vast, its form too vast for the harbor, a servant of the sea's god. Caleb's heart pounded, the black sea flooding his mind, its faces now the town. Martha, Ben, Sarah, himself, their voices one, singing the shanty. He shook it off, his burns afire, and grabbed a broken plank, swinging at a shadow, its form dissolving, its eyes fading. "Daniel," he shouted, "keep them praying. It's weakening." Daniel's prayers surged, his voice cracking, and the townsfolk grew louder, a wall against the hum. The green lights flickered, the shadows recoiling. But the water surged again, tendrils of black liquid lashing out. One striking poke, knocking him to his knees, his crowbar lost. Eleanor screamed, pulling Martha and Sarah's mother back. The pier shaking, the hum a storm that threatened to drown them all. Caleb lunged for Poke, dragging him free, the liquid burning his hands, his vision blurring with the black sea's faces. Their mouths open, calling, "Poke, stay with me." Poke gasped, his burns raw, his eyes wild. But he nodded, crawling to his feet, his hands empty but his will unbroken. The shadows circled, their eyes burning, and the green lights flared, the shanty louder, Jonah's voice now clear in its chorus, urging the town to the water. Caleb's mind raced. The journal's ritual, blood binds. Will breaks, a truth he clung to. The chosen were the sea's voice, and silencing them was their only hope, but the town was fraying, the hymn cracking as fear took hold. Martha's eyes flickered, the shanty stirring again, and Ben clutched his head, his voice a whisper. "It's still there," Caleb calling. Sarah's mother held her daughter, sobbing, but the girl's palm bled anew. The spiral eye, symbol pulsing, her eyes distant. The hum surged, the pier buckling, and the shadow in the water rose higher, its eyes vast, its form a nightmare of limbs and hunger. Daniel's prayer became a scream, his faith a blade, and he stepped into the water, his arms raised, his voice shaking the fog. In nomine Patri, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti. The green lights flickered, the shadows screamed, their forms blurring, and the water stilled. Just for a moment, the shanty faltering. Caleb saw it, a crack in the tide's grip. The ritual's defiance working, the town's will holding. He shouted, his voice raw, saying, "Pray, fight it." The townsfolk in the square heard, their hymn surging, a chorus that shook the fog. And Martha's humming stopped, her eyes clearing fully, her hands clutching Eleanor's. Ben stood, his trance broken, his voice joining Daniel's, a fisherman's shout against the sea. Sarah's palm stopped bleeding, her mother's arms a shield, and the spiral eye symbol faded, the shanty silenced in her throat. But the cost was rising. The shadow in the water lunged, its limbs breaching the surface, cold and black, wrapping Daniel's legs, pulling him under. He screamed, his prayer cut off, the water swallowing him, his bandage floating free, blood staining the surface. Caleb roared, diving for the edge, but Poke grabbed him, his voice raw. "He's gone, Caleb. We can't lose you." The hum laughed, the green lights flaring, and the shadows surged, their eyes burning, the tide's hunger clear. Eleanor pulled Martha and Sarah's mother back, her voice a gasp. "The ritual, it's holding, but we need the town, all of them." The pier shook, the water churning, the shadows sinking. Daniel's sacrifice a blow to the sea's god, but not enough. The green lights circled, the shanty sang, and the fog glowed brighter. A new shadow rising, its eyes vast, its form too large, the tides will unbroken. Caleb staggered, his burns searing, the black sea in his mind, now a mirror. Its faces the town, their voices one. But fewer now, Daniel's gone. He grabbed Poke, his voice raw. "The square, get them singing now." Poke nodded, his burns glinting, and ran, his crowbar gone, as well as weapon. Eleanor supported Martha, leading Sarah's mother, her voice urgent. "We hold the line, Caleb. The ritual's working." Caleb nodded, his hands empty, his burns afire, and faced the water. The green lights circling, the shadows lunging, their limbs cold, their eyes burning. The hum sang, a shanty for the lost, and Black Harbor trembled, a town fighting a tide that demanded all. The squares surged, Poke's voice joining, a sheriff's command, and the fog shook, the green lights flickering, the tide's grip slipping, but the water churned, the shadow rising. Its eyes a promise of the deep's eternal hunger. Chapter 7. The Survivor Smile. The fog over Black Harbor was a living thing, a gray shroud that pulsed with the sea's hunger, its green lights flickering like dying stars in the harbor. The hum, though weakened by Father Daniel's sacrifice, clawed at the air, a shanty of tide, deep, hours that wove through the cobblestones and into the hearts of the 800 souls fighting to hold their ground. Caleb Vance stood on the buckling pier, his burned hands empty, the flare gun spent, the journal lost to the black water that lapped at his boots. The black sea from his visions was a constant now, their voices a fragile wall against the tide's pull. Eleanor supported Martha, her eyes sharp despite her exhaustion, while Sarah's mother clutched her daughter, the spiral eye symbol gone from her palm, her humming silenced. Ben stood nearby, his trance broken, his fisherman's strength a flicker of hope, but Jonah and Daniel were lost, their voices now part of the sea's chorus. The tide was relentless, and Black Harbor was bleeding, its soul caught in Elias Crow's eternal pact. Caleb's burns throbbed, a fire that matched the green lights circling the harbor, their glow a summons to the deep. The shadows, tall, thin, their limbs weaving, their coal-bright eyes burning, hovered at the pier's edge, not attacking but watching, servants of the sea's god, patient as the tide. The water churned, a shadow rising beneath, long and thin, its eyes vast, its form too large for the harbor. A reminder of Daniel's fate pulled under to silence the shanty. Caleb's heart pounded, the black sea closer, its faces clearer. Martha, Ben, Sarah, himself, their voices one, singing for the tide. He shook it off, his voice raw, shouting to Eleanor, "The ritual, how do we end it?" Eleanor's hands trembled, her notes gone, Crow's journal drowned, but her memory was sharp. Defiance, collective will. The town has to reject the sea, every soul, or it picks new chosen, new voices. Martha's eyes widened, her voice shaking. Like me, it's still there whispering. Ben nodded, his hands clenched. It knows my name. The hum surged, a wave that shook the pier, and the green lights flared, the shadows inching closer, their limbs brushing the air, cold as the grave. Caleb's vision blurred, the black sea's faces grinning, and he saw it. The survivor's smile, jagged, too wide, flashing in the fog. Not gone but reborn, its form coalescing from the water. Pale and sharp, its eyes too bright. The tide chooses, it rasped, its voice a wave that cut through the hymn, and the townsfolk's voices in the square faltered, fear cracking their defiance. Eleanor grabbed Caleb's arm, her voice urgent. It's not dead, it's the sea's voice reforming. We have to silence it now. Ben stepped forward, his fisherman's knife drawn, his eyes hard. Where? The survivor glided closer, its coat trailing water that burned the planks, its smile a crescent of teeth, and the shadows surged, their eyes burning, the tide's hunger clear. Caleb's burns screamed, his mind reeling, the black sea's shanty louder, but he grounded himself in the pier's splintered wood, his resolve ablade. The square, he said, his voice raw. We rally them, make them sing, drown it out. He grabbed a rusted pipe from the pier, its weight a poor substitute for the flare gun, and ran, Eleanor, Martha, Ben, and Sarah's mother following. The shadows lunging, their limbs cold, their eyes glinting. The square was a chaos of light and fear, Polk's voice barking over the hymn. The townsfolk gathered around candles and lanterns, their voices shaking but holding. Little Sarah stood among them, her eyes clear, her mother's arms a shield, but others faltered, their eyes glassy, the shanty stirring. The survivor appeared, not walking but gliding, its pale form stark against the fog, its smile a challenge, its voice a shanty that shook the air. The tide is eternal. Polk swung his crowbar, his burns glinting, aiming for the survivor, but it dissolved, its form water, reforming steps away, its smile unchanged. The townsfolk screamed, the hymn breaking, and the green lights flared. The shadows circling the square, their limbs weaving, their eyes burning. Caleb climbed a crate, the pipe raised, his voice a roar. Sing, pray, don't let it in. Eleanor shouted, her voice raw. "Reject the sea. Hold your will." The townsfolk rallied, their hymn surging, Poke's voice a command, and the survivor's smile twitched, its eyes narrowing, the hum faltering. Martha joined the hymn, her voice shaking but strong, and Ben sang, his fishermen shout a defiance, their trances broken, their souls held. Sarah's mother prayed, her daughter silent, the spiral eye, symbol gone, and the hum softened, the green lights flickering, the shadows recoiling, their eyes dimming. But the survivor was relentless, its form blurring, splitting, new shapes forming, pale, sharp, their smiles jagged, their eyes too bright, the sea's voices multiplying. The hum surged, a shanty that shook the square, and the water rose, seeping from the cobblestones cold and black. Smelling of rot, Caleb swung the pipe, striking a survivor, its form dissolving, but another appeared, its smile wider, its voice a wave. Blood for blood. The townsfolk's him cracked, fear taking hold, and a fisherman dropped his knife, his eyes glassy, the shanty in his head, stepping toward the docks. Caleb tackled him, his burns searing, his voice raw. "Fight it!" The man's eyes cleared, his hymn returning, but the survivors multiplied, their smiles a chorus, the green lights flaring, the shadows lunging, their limbs cold, their eyes burning. Eleanor grabbed a candle, its flame trembling, and thrust it at a survivor, its form hissing, its smile fading, the hum screaming. "Fire!" she shouted. "It hates fire!" Poke grabbed a lantern, smashing it on the ground, the flames spreading, the survivors recoiling, their forms blurring, the green lights dimming. The townsfolk rallied, their hymn a storm, and Caleb swung the pipe, scattering a survivor, its eyes fading, the shanty faltering. The fog shook, the water receded, and the shadows staggered, their limbs dissolving, their eyes dimming. The survivors screamed, their forms collapsing into water, their smiles gone. The hum a whisper, the tide's grip slipping. But the harbor churned, a final shadow rising, its eyes vast, its form too large. The seas got awake, its hunger eternal. Caleb stood, his burns of fire, his pipe raised, and faced the water, the black sea in his mind a mirror, its faces the town, their voices one, but holding. For now, the square of Black Harbor burned with defiance, the fog a glowing cage pierced by the flames of scattered lanterns and candles. Their light a frail but fierce challenge to the green glow pulsing from the harbor. The hum of the sea, a shanty of tide, deep, ours was a wounded beast, its rhythm faltering under the townsfolk's hymn, their voices a storm of will and faith. Caleb Vance stood amidst the chaos, his burned hands gripping a rusted pipe, his chest heaving. The black sea in his mind, its vast, hungry faces crow, the survivor, Daniel, singing his name, their mouths open, urging him to join the tide. The survivors, pale and sharp, their jagged smiles reborn from the sea's will, were dissolving, their forms collapsing into water under the fire's touch, their too bright eyes dimming. Sheriff Poke, his burned face raw, hurled another lantern, the flames licking the cobblestones, scattering the tall, thin shadows that lingered, their coal-bright eyes fading but not gone. Eleanor stood firm, her notes lost but her voice clear, shouting crow's ritual. The sea takes what is offered, but not what is held, to rally the 800 souls of Black Harbor. Martha and Ben sang, their trances broken, their voices strong, while Sarah and her mother clung to the hymn. The spiral eye, symbol gone from her palm. But the harbor churned, a final shadow rising, its eyes vast, its form too large. The seas got awake, its hunger a weight that pressed on every heart. Caleb's burn screamed, his vision blurring with the black sea's faces, their shanty louder, promising a tide that would take him. He shook it off, the pipe his anchor, and shouted, his voice raw, "Keep singing, don't stop." The townsfolk's hymn surged, a fisherman's shout, a mother's prayer, a child's cry. all woven into a defiance that shook the fog. Hoke kicked a burning lantern toward a survivor, its form hissing, its smile collapsing, the hum faltering further. Eleanor grabbed a candle, thrusting it at another, its eyes dimming, its form melting into the black water that pooled on the cobblestones, cold and smelling of rot. "Fire breaks it," she cried, her voice hoarse. "Hold the line." The shadows recoiled, their limbs weaving, their eyes burning but weaker, the green lights in the harbor flickering, the tide's grip slipping. But the water roared, a wave crashing over the docks, black and burning, and the final shadow rose higher, its eyes a mirror of the black sea, its hunger eternal. The hymn shook, fear cracking the townsfolk's voices as the waves surged, water flooding the square, ankle deep, searing like acid. Martha staggered, her hymn faltering, the shanty stirring in her head. But Ben grabbed her, his voice a growl. "Stay with me." Sarah's mother held her daughter, the girl's eyes clear but wide, the hum whispering her name. Caleb swung the pipe, scattering a survivor, its form dissolving, but the shadow in the harbor loomed, its limbs breaching the surface, cold and vast, its eyes fixed on the square. The hum laughed, a wet, grinding sound, and the green lights flared, a final summons to the deep. Hoke, his crowbar gone, grabbed a burning plank, thrusting it at a shadow, its form blurring, its eyes fading. "We're losing ground," he shouted, his burns glinting, his voice raw. Eleanor's eyes flicked to the crowd, her voice urgent. "The ritual, it's the whole town, every soul. If one gives in, it takes us all." Caleb's heart pounded, the black sea's faces clearer. Crow, Daniel, Jonah, himself. Their shanty allure he fought with every breath. He climbed a crate, the pipe raised, his voice a roar. "Black Harbor, you're stronger than this. Sing, fight, don't let it win." The hymn surged, the townsfolk rallying, their voices a storm, and the survivors screamed, their forms collapsing, their smiles gone, the hum a whisper. The shadows staggered, their limbs dissolving, their eyes dimming, and the green lights flickered, the harbor's glow weakening. But the shadow and the water lunged, its limbs wrapping the pier, the wood splintering, and a fisherman, his hymn breaking, stepped toward the docks, his eyes glassy, the shanty in his head. Caleb tackled him, his burns searing, his voice raw. "Stay with us." The man's eyes cleared, his hymn returning, but the shadow's eyes flared, the hum surging, a shanty that shook the square. The tide's hunger clear. Eleanor grabbed another candle, its flame trembling, and thrust it at the water, the black liquid hissing, the shadow recoiling, its eyes dimming. "Fire and will," she shouted. "It's the only way." Hoke lit a rag from a lantern, hurling at the docks, the flames spreading, the water burning, the hum screaming. The townsfolk's hymn became a roar. A fisherman's daughter singing, a widow praying, a child shouting, their voices one, rejecting the sea. The survivors were gone, their forms water, the green lights fading, the shadows dissolving. Their eyes dark, the shadow in the harbor sank, its limbs retreating, its eyes dimming, the hum a faint echo, the tide's grip broken for now. But the water was still, too still, and Caleb felt it. The black sea, its faces watching, patient, eternal, waiting for a crack in their will. The square was scarred, the cobblestones slick with black water, the flames dying. The fog heavy but quieter. Martha clung to Ben, their hymn strong, their souls held. Sarah's mother held her daughter, the girl's eyes clear, her voice silent. Hoke slumped, his burns raw, his hands empty, his fight unbroken. Eleanor stood, her notes gone, her memory the ritual's guide, her voice low. "We held, but it's not over. The sea never forgets." Caleb nodded, his burns afire. His pipe dropped, his eyes on the harbor, where the water was dark, hiding the shadow's retreat. The townsfolk's him softened, their voices hoarse, their fear await, but their will was theirs. For now, the black sea in Caleb's mind was a mirror, its faces the town, their voices one. but silent, holding against the tide. The fog glowed faintly, a whisper of green, and the hum sang. A shanty for a town that had fought but not won. A town waiting for the sea's next move. Chapter 8. Iron and Salt. The fog over Black Harbor clung like a fever, its gray weight muffling the dawn and casting the town in a perpetual half-light. The hum of the sea, battered by the townsfolk's hymn, was a faint pulse now, a shanty of tide, deep, hours that whispered in the cracks of Black Harbor's resolve. The harbor was still, its dark water hiding the Erebus's wreckage, splintered timbers and bones, beneath a surface that gleamed like oil. Caleb Vance stood in the town square, his burned hands raw. The rusted pipe he'd wielded gone, dropped in the chaos of the night's fight. The black sea in his mind, its vast, hungry faces Crow, Daniel, the lost, sang softly. Their shanty allure he fought with every breath. Sheriff Polk leaned against a lamppost, his burned face scarred, his crowbar lost, his eyes scanning the fog for the tall. But not what is held. Martha, Ben, and Sarah, their trances broken, clung to the crowd, their hymn silent, but their eyes haunted, the shanty's echo a scar. The 800 souls of Black Harbor had held against the tide, but the cost was heavy. Daniel gone, Jonah lost, and the seas got awake, its hunger patient, eternal. Caleb's burns throbbed, a fire that matched the faint green glow in the harbor, a remnant of the Erebus's lanterns, now a pulse of the sea itself. The townsfolk gathered in the square, their candles burned low, their voices hoarse from the hymn that had driven back the survivors and shadows. But fear lingered, a crack in their will, and Caleb felt it, the hum, soft but alive, waiting for a moment to surge. He turned to Polk, his voice gruff. "We can't wait for it to come back. We hit it now, destroy what's left." Polk's eyes narrowed, his burns glinting. "The wreckage? Blow it, burn it, salt the water." Eleanor stepped forward, her voice sharp despite her exhaustion. "Fire weakened it, but the sea's the source. Crow's pact lives in the deep. We need to sever it, find a ritual's end." Caleb nodded, his hands clenching, the black sea flashing, faces grinning, calling his name. "Then we go to the docks. If there's anything left of the Erebus, we end it." The crowd stirred, fear sparking into action, and Ben stepped forward, his fisherman's strength a flicker of hope. "I'm with you, Caleb. Let's sink that bastard for good." Martha nodded, her apron stained, her voice steady. "No more shanty. I'm done running." Sarah's mother held her daughter, the girl's eyes clear, her palm unscarred, but her silence heavy, as if the sea still watched. Caleb raised his voice, raw but firm. "Volunteers, strong hands, no fear. We burn the wreckage, salt the water, show the sea we're not its prey." A dozen townsfolk stepped up, fishermen dockhands. Even Jonah's brother, his face set, his knife ready. Polk grabbed a flare from the harbor master's shack, his hands steady despite his burns. Eleanor hesitated, her eyes on the harbor, then nodded. "I'll search the church. Crow's shrine might have more. We need the ritual's end." Caleb agreed, his burns a reminder of the bilge's horrors, the survivor's smile, a ghost in his mind. The docks were a ruin, planks splintered, ropes tangled, the air thick with rot and salt. The water was dark, too still, hiding the Erebus's remains, but Caleb felt it. The sea's gaze, its patience, its hunger. The volunteers carried gasoline cans, salt bags, and torches, their faces pale but set, their hymn a low murmur, a shield against the hum. Polk lit a flare, its red glow cutting the fog, and scanned the water where bubbles broke the surface, small but wrong, like breaths from below. "There," he said, pointing to a cluster of timbers, bones tangled in their splinters, bobbing in the current. Caleb nodded, his hands raw, and poured gasoline over the wreckage, the stench sharp, the liquid glinting in the flare's light. Ben and the others followed, dousing the timbers, their movements quick, driven by fear and defiance. The hum stirred, a faint shanty, and the water rippled, a shadow moving beneath, long, thin, its eyes glinting. A servant of the sea's god, Caleb grabbed a torch, its flame trembling, and thrust it at the wreckage, the gasoline igniting with a roar, flames licking the timbers, the bones blackening. The hum screamed, a sound like tearing metal, and the water surged, a wave of black liquid crashing over the pier, cold and burning, smelling of rot. The volunteers staggered, their torches hissing, but held their ground, their hymn rising, a fisherman's shout against the tide. Poke hurled salt into the water, the crystals hissing, the shadow recoiling, its eyes dimming. "Keep it burning," he shouted, his burns glinting, his voice raw. The flames spread, the wreckage crackling, the hum faltering, but the shadow lunged, its limbs breaching the surface, cold and vast. Wrapping a volunteer, a dockhand named Sam. He screamed, the water pulling him under, his torch extinguished, his voice joining the shanty. Caleb roared, grabbing another torch, thrusting it at the shadow, its form blurring, its eyes fading, but Sam was gone, the sea's price paid. The hum laughed, the green glow flaring, and the shadows appeared, circling the pier, their limbs weaving, their coal-bright eyes burning. The volunteers shook, fear cracking their voices, but Caleb shouted, "Sing! Don't stop!" The flames roared, the wreckage sinking, the bones ash, and the hum softened, the shadows recoiling, their eyes dimming. Ben poured more gasoline, his hands steady, his hymn strong, while Martha scattered salt, her voice a prayer, her fear a fire. The water churned, the shadows sinking, its eyes dark, but the hum whispered, a shanty that knew their names. Caleb's burns throbbed, the black sea closer, its faces Sam, Daniel, Jonah, grinning, their voices one. He thrust the torch again, the flames hissing, the wreckage collapsing, the sea's grip slipping, but the fog glowed, a new shadow rising, its eyes vast. The tide's hunger eternal. The pier of Black Harbor blazed, the flames from the Erebus's wreckage casting a fierce glow through the fog, their heat a defiant scream against the sea's cold hunger. The hum, battered by the townsfolk's hymn and the fire's bite, was a wounded whisper, a shanty of tide, deep, hours that clawed at the edges of Caleb Vance's mind. His burned hands gripped a torch, its flame trembling as black water lapped at his boots, searing and cold, smelling of rot and blood. The Black Sea in his visions was relentless, its vast, hungry faces, Crow, Daniel, Sam, singing his name, their mouths open, urging him to join the tide. Sheriff Polk scattered salt, his burned face raw, his eyes wild as he watched the shadows, tall, thin, their limbs weaving, their coal-bright eyes dimming but not gone. Ben poured gasoline, his fisherman's strength unyielding, his hymn a growl, while Martha sprinkled salt, her voice a prayer, her fear forged into resolve. The volunteers, fewer now with Sam's loss, held their torches high, their hymn shaking but unbroken, the wreckage burning, the bones ash, the sea's grip slipping. But the harbor churned, a new shadow rising, its eyes vast, its form too large. The seas got awake, its hunger a weight that pressed on every soul. Caleb's burns screamed, his vision blurring with the Black Sea's faces, their shanty louder, promising a tide that would take him. He thrust the torch at the wreckage, the flames roaring, the timbers collapsing into the water, the hum faltering further. "Keep it burning," he shouted, his voice raw, the heat searing his lungs. Polk hurled another bag of salt, the crystals hissing, the shadow recoiling, its eyes flickering like dying coals. The volunteers sang, their hymn a fisherman's shout, a dockhand's cry, there will a blade against the tide. But the water surged, a wave of black liquid crashing over the pier, cold and burning, dousing torches, scattering salt. A volunteer, a young fisherman named Eli, staggered, the water wrapping his legs, pulling him toward the harbor. Caleb lunged, grabbing his arm, his burns searing, But the shadow's limbs breached the surface, cold and vast, dragging Eli under, his scream cut off, his voice joining the shanty. The hum laughed, a wet, grinding sound, and the green glow flared. The shadows circling closer, their eyes burning. Ben roared, pouring more gasoline, the flames reigniting, the wreckage sinking, the bones charring. For Eli, he shouted, his hymn surging, the volunteers joining, their voices a storm. Martha scattered salt, her hands steady, her prayer defiance, and the shadow sank, its eyes dimming, the water stilling, just for a moment. Caleb's heart pounded, the Black Sea's faces clearer. Eli, Sam, Daniel. Their shanty allure he fought with every breath. He grabbed another torch, thrusting it at the water, the black liquid hissing, the hum faltering. "We're winning," he shouted, his voice raw, but the fog glowed brighter, and the survivor's smile flashed in his mind. Jagged, too wide, not gone but waiting. Its form reborn in the shadows, its voice a whisper in the shanty. The tide is eternal. The pier shook, the water churning, and the shadows lunged, their limbs brushing Caleb's skin, cold as the grave. Hoke swung a broken plank, scattering a shadow, its eyes fading, but more appeared, their limbs weaving, their eyes glinting. "We can't hold them," he shouted, his burns raw, his voice cracking. The volunteers him shook, fear cracking their voices, and a dockhand dropped his torch, his eyes glassy, the shanty stirring. Caleb tackled him, his burns searing, his voice raw. "Sing, damn it." The man's eyes cleared, his hymn returning, but the shadow in the water rose again, its eyes vast, its limbs wrapping the pier, the wood splintering. The hum surged, a shanty that shook the fog, and the green lights flared, a summons to the deep. Caleb's vision blurred, the Black Sea's faces grinning, and he saw it. The survivor, not one but many. Their pale forms coalescing from the water, their smiles jagged, their eyes too bright, the sea's voices multiplying. Blood for blood, they rasped, their voices a wave, and the volunteers faltered, the flames flickering, the tide's hunger clear. Martha grabbed a torch, thrusting it at a survivor, its form hissing, its smile collapsing, the hum screaming. "Keep fighting," she shouted, her voice a fire, her fear burned away. Ben poured the last gasoline, the flames roaring, the wreckage sinking, the bones ash, and the shadows recoiled, their eyes dimming. The green lights flickering. The volunteers rallied, their hymn a roar, and Caleb swung his torch, scattering a survivor, its form dissolving, its eyes fading. The shadow in the water sank, its limbs retreating, its eyes dark, but the hum whispered, a shanty that knew their names. The pier was a ruin, planks cracked, torches hissing, the water black and still, too still. Caleb's burns throbbed, the Black Sea closer, its faces Eli, Daniel, Jonah, grinning, their voices one. He dropped the torch, his hands raw, his resolve ablade, and faced the water, the fog glowing faintly, a new shadow stirring, its eyes vast, the tide's hunger eternal. The volunteers stood, their hymn softening, their faces pale, their strength spent but unbroken. Ben supported Martha, their eyes clear, their souls held. The townsfolk in the square, their hymn a distant echo, held their ground, their candles burned low, there will a flicker against the sea. Hoke slumped, his burns raw, his hands empty, his fight alive. Caleb's gaze lingered on the harbor, the Black Sea in his mind a mirror, its faces the town, their voices one, but silent. Holding against the tide, the hum sang, a shanty for a town that had fought but not won, a town waiting for the sea's next move. The fog tightened, the green glow pulsed. And Caleb knew the ritual's end was close, but the cost would be blood, and Black Harbor was running dry. The flames on Black Harbor's pier were dying, their once fierce glow reduced to smoldering embers that hissed against the black water lapping at the wreckage of the Erebus. The fog clung tight, a gray veil pulsing with the sea's faint green glow. a reminder of the tide's unyielding hunger. The hum, battered by fire, salt, and the townsfolk's was a ghost of its former strength, a shanty of tide, deep. Hours that whispered in the cracks of Caleb Vance's resolve. His burned hands trembled, raw and blistered, the torch he'd wielded now a charred stub at his feet. The black sea in his mind was relentless, its vast, hungry faces, Crow, Daniel, Eli, Sam, singing his name, their mouths open, urging him to join the tide. Sheriff Polk stood nearby, his burned face a map of scars, his hands empty, his crowbar lost in the fight, his eyes fixed on the harbor where the shadows, tall, thin, their limbs weaving. Their cold bright eyes dimmed, still lingered, watching, waiting. Ben and Martha held their ground, their hymn silent, but their wills unbroken, their faces pale from the shanty's lingering echo. The volunteers, fewer now, their torches spent, stood in a ragged line, their breaths visible in the cold, their defiance a flicker against the sea's god. The 800 souls of Black Harbor had burned the Erebus's remains, but the tide was eternal, and the harbor churned, a new shadow stirring beneath, its eyes vast, its hunger clear. Caleb's burns throbbed, a fire that matched the faint green pulse in the water, a remnant of the Erebus's lanterns now woven into the sea itself. The pier was a ruin, planks splintered, salt scattered, the air thick with the stench of burned wood and rot. The volunteers had faded, their voices hoarse, their strength drained, but their eyes were hard, forged in the loss of Eli and Sam. Caleb's gaze swept the water, where the wreckage, timbers, bones, ash sank into the dark, the sea swallowing its own. "It's not done," he said, his voice raw, steady despite the hum's whisper in his bones. Polk's jaw tightened, his burns glinting. "We burned it, salted it. What's left?" Ben stepped forward, his fisherman's hands clenched, his voice low. "The sea. It's always the sea." Martha nodded, her apron stained, her eyes haunted but clear. "I still hear it, Caleb. Faint, but there." Caleb's heart sank, the black sea flashing, faces grinning. Their shanty allure he fought with every breath. The hum stirred, a faint laugh, and the water rippled, bubbles breaking the surface, small but wrong, like breath from below. The shadows moved, circling the pier, their limbs weaving, their eyes glinting, weaker but not gone. Caleb's mind raced, Eleanor's words, the ritual's end, defiance, collective will, a truth he clung to. But the town was fraying, its spent, its people scarred. He turned to Polk, his voice gruff. "Get to the square, rally them. We need every voice, every soul, to reject it." Polk hesitated, his burns raw, then nodded, running for the town, his boots thudding on the cobblestones, the fog swallowing him. Caleb faced the volunteers, his hands empty, his burns afire. "We hold the docks. No one goes near the water." Ben and Martha nodded, their knives drawn, the others gripping broken planks, their eyes on the harbor, where the green glow pulsed, the shadow rising, its eyes vast, its form too large for the water. The water surged, a wave of black liquid crashing over the pier, cold and burning, smelling of rot and blood. The volunteers staggered, their planks raised, their hymn restarting, a fisherman's shout against the tide. Caleb grabbed a salt bag, scattering it, the crystals hissing, the shadow recoiling, its eyes dimming. But the hum laughed, and the survivor's smile flashed in his mind, jagged, too wide, reborn in the water, its pale form coalescing, sharp and lean, its eyes too bright. "The tide is pleased," it rasped, its voice a wave that cut through the hymn. And the volunteers flinched, their voices cracking, fear stirring. The shadows lunged, their limbs brushing Caleb's skin, cold as the grave. And he swung a plank, scattering one, its eyes fading, but the survivor glided closer, its coat trailing water that burned the wood, its smile a crescent of teeth. "Blood for blood," it said, its hand pointing to Ben, and the water erupted, a tendril lashing out, wrapping his leg, pulling him toward the harbor. Caleb roared, tackling Ben, his burns searing. The tendril burning his hands as he tore it free, the liquid hissing. Ben gasped, his knife slashing, the tendril dissolving, the hum screaming. Martha scattered salt, her voice a prayer, and the survivor's smile twitched, its eyes narrowing, the shadows recoiling, their eyes dimming. The volunteers rallied, their hymns surging, a dockhand's cry, a fisherman's shout, their will a blade. Caleb stood, his hands raw, facing the survivor, its form blurring, splitting, new shapes forming, pale, sharp, their smiles jagged, their eyes too bright, the sea's voices multiplying. The tide chooses, they rasped, their voices a chorus, and the water surged again, the shadow rising, its limbs breaching, cold and vast, the pier splintering under its weight. The hum roared, a shanty that shook the fog, and the green glow flared, a summons to the deep. Martha thrust a torch's remnant at a survivor, its form hissing, its smile collapsing, the hum faltering. "Keep fighting," she shouted, her voice of fire, her fear burned away. Ben slashed his knife, scattering another, its eyes fading, and the volunteers sang, their hymn a storm, the shadows sinking. Its eyes dimming, the water stilling, just for a moment. Caleb's vision blurred, the black sea's faces, Ben, Martha, himself, grinning, their shanty a lure he fought with every ounce of will. He grabbed more salt, scattering it, the crystals burning the water, the survivors screaming, their forms dissolving, the shadows staggering, their eyes dark. The pier shook, the green glow flickered, and the hum softened, a whisper, the tide's grip slipping. But the water was too still, the fog too heavy, and Caleb felt it. The black sea, its faces watching, patient, eternal, waiting for a crack in their will. The volunteers stood, their hymn fading, their faces pale, their strength spent but unbroken, and Caleb knew the sea was not done. Its hunger a truth that would not sleep. The pier of Black Harbor trembled under the weight of the sea's wrath, its splintered planks slick with black water that burned like acid and smelled of rot. The fog pulsed with a faint green glow, a dying echo of the Erebus's lanterns, now woven into the tide's hunger. The hum, battered by fire, salt, and the volunteers' hymn, was a faint shanty of tide. Deep, hours, but it clung to the air, whispering in the cracks of Caleb Vance's resolve. His burned hands, raw and blistered, clutched a handful of salt, the last of their supply, his chest heaving as he faced the harbor, where the shadow, long, thin, its eyes vast, sank beneath the dark water, its form too large for the pier to hold. The black sea in his mind was a constant. Its hungry faces, Crow, Daniel, Eli, Sam, singing his name, their mouths open, urging him to join the tide. Ben stood beside him, his fisherman's knife dripping with black liquid. Him silent, but his eyes hard, forged in the fight. Martha scattered the final grains of salt, her apron stained, her voice a prayer, her fear of fire that burned brighter than the embers at their feet. The volunteers, their torches spent, their numbers dwindled, held their ground, their breaths ragged. There will a flickering shield against the sea's god. The survivors, pale, sharp, their jagged smiles reborn, were gone, dissolved into water, but the shadows lingered. Their coal-bright eyes dim, but watching, circling the pier like sharks. Black Harbor's 800 souls had burned the Erebus's wreckage, but the tide was eternal, its hunger a truth that refused to sleep. Caleb's burns throbbed, a fire that matched the faint green pulse in the harbor, a reminder of the sea's unrelenting claim. The pier was a battlefield, planks cracked, salt scattered, the air thick with the stench of charred bone and rot. The volunteers' hymn had faded, their voices hoarse, their strength drained, but their defiance held, a fisherman's shout, a dockhand's cry, etched into their faces. Caleb's gaze swept the water, where the Erebus's remains, ash, bone, timber, had sunk, the sea swallowing its altar, but the bubbles breaking the surface were wrong, deliberate, like breaths from below. It's still there, he said, his voice raw, steady despite the hum's whisper in his bones. Ben's jaw tightened, his knife ready. Then we finish it. Martha nodded, her hands empty but her eyes clear. The shanties echo a scar she'd bear forever. No more running, she said, her voice low, fierce. The volunteers murmured agreement, their knives and planks raised. Their fear forged into something sharper. The hum stirred, a faint laugh, and the water rippled, a shadow moving beneath. Long, thin, its eyes glinting, a servant of the sea's god, weaker but not gone. Caleb's heart pounded, the black sea flashing, faces grinning, their shanty allure he fought with every breath. He scattered the last salt, the crystals hissing, the shadow recoiling. Its eyes dimming, but the fog glowed brighter, and the survivor's smile flashed in his mind, jagged, too wide, not reborn but waiting, its voice a whisper in the shanty, blood for blood. The piers shook, the water surging, a wave of black liquid crashing over the planks, cold and burning, scattering the volunteers, their hymn restarting, a desperate cry against the tide. Caleb staggered, his burns searing, and grabbed a broken plank, swinging at a shadow, its form blurring, its eyes fading. "Hold the line," he shouted, his voice raw, the hum faltering, the green glow flickering, the tide's grip slipping. But the sea was relentless, the shadow rising again, its limbs breaching, cold and vast, wrapping the pier, the wood splintering. A volunteer, a dockhand named Clara, screamed, the water pulling her under, her knife clattering, her voice joining the shanty. Ben roared, slashing his knife, the tendril dissolving. But Clara was gone, the sea's price paid. The hum laughed, the green glow flaring, and the shadows lunged, their limbs brushing Martha's skin, cold as the grave. She swung a plank, scattering one, its eyes dimming, her prayer a shout. Not today. The volunteers rallied, their hymns surging, a fisherman's cry, a widow's prayer, there will a blade. Caleb scattered the last salt, the water hissing, the shadows sinking, its eyes dark, but the hum whispered, a shanty that knew their names. The pier was nearly gone, planks collapsing, the volunteers retreating, their strength spent, their numbers too few. Caleb's vision blurred, the Black Sea's faces, Clara, Eli, Daniel, grinning, their shanty louder, promising a tide that would take him. He shook it off, his burns of fire, and faced the water, the fog glowing, a new shadow stirring, its eyes vast, the tide's hunger clear. Fall back, he shouted, his voice raw, the volunteers stumbling to the shore. Ben supporting Martha, their hymn fading, their eyes on the harbor, where the green glow pulsed, the shadow rising, its form too large. The hum sang, a shanty for the lost, and Caleb felt it. The Black Sea, its faces watching, patient, eternal, waiting for a crack in their will. The volunteers reached the shore, their faces pale, their strength gone, but their defiance alive. And Caleb knew the sea was not done, its hunger a truth that would not sleep. The fog tightened, the green glow flared, and the hum whispered. A shanty for a town that had fought but not won, a town waiting for the tide's next move. Meanwhile, in the town square, Sheriff Polk's voice boomed, rallying the townsfolk. Their hymn a storm against the hum's whisper. Eleanor, in the church, poured over the crypt's shrine, her hands trembling as she found a hidden relic, a stone carved with a spiral-eye symbol. Pulsing faintly, a piece of crow's pact. She clutched it, her resolve hardening, knowing the ritual's end was close, but the cost would be blood, and Black Harbor was running dry. The hum stirred, the fog glowed, and the sea waited, its hunger eternal, its shanty a promise of what was to come. Chapter 9. The Drowned Choir. The fog over Black Harbor was a shroud of malice, its gray weight pulsing with the sea's faint green glow, a sickly heartbeat that refused to fade. The hum, weakened by fire, salt, and the townsfolk's defiance, clung to the air, a shanty of tide, deep, hours that whispered in the shadows of Caleb Vance's mind. The pier was a shattered relic. Its planks collapsed into the harbor, the Erebus's wreckage, ash, bone, timber, swallowed by the dark water. But the sea was alive, its surface rippling with bubbles deliberate, like breaths from below. Caleb stood on the shore, his burned hands raw, his chest heaving, the black sea in his visions a constant. Its vast, hungry faces crow, Daniel, Eli, Clara, singing his name. Their mouths open, urging him to join the tide. Ben and Martha flanked him, their knives drawn, their hymns silent, but their eyes hard, forged in the loss of too many. The volunteers, now barely a handful, leaned on broken planks, their faces pale, their strength spent, but their will unbroken. Sheriff Polk was in the square, rallying the townsfolk, while Eleanor searched the church's crypt for Crow's secrets. The 800 souls of Black Harbor had fought, but the tide was eternal, its hunger a truth that gnawed at their bones. Caleb's burns throbbed, a fire that matched the green pulse in the harbor, a remnant of the Erebus's curse now woven into the sea's god. The shore was littered with salt and ash, the air thick with rot and the sharp tang of burned blood. The shadows, tall, thin, their limbs weaving, their coal-bright eyes dimmed, had retreated, but Caleb felt their gaze, lurking in the fog. Servants of a hunger that never slept. The hum stirred, a faint laugh, and the water churned, a shadow moving beneath. Long, thin, its eyes glinting, weaker but alive. Caleb's heart pounded, the black sea flashing, faces grinning, their shanty allure he fought with every breath. "It's not over," he said, his voice raw, steady despite the hum's whisper in his bones. Ben's jaw tightened, his knife ready. "Then we hit it again, whatever it takes." Martha nodded, her apron torn, her eyes clear but haunted. "No more shanty. We end this." The volunteers murmured, their planks raised, their fear of blade honed by loss. The harbor erupted, a wave of black liquid crashing ashore, cold and burning, smelling of rot and death. Caleb staggered, his burns searing, and raised a plank. The volunteers joining, their hymn restarting, a fisherman's shout against the tide. But the water parted, and they came, the drowned, gray and shriveled, their flesh hanging like rags, their milky eyes alive with malice. Dozens crawling from the harbor, their fingers clawing the shore, their mouths open, singing the shanty in voices that weren't their own. Caleb froze. The black sea's faces clear. Daniel, Eli, Clara, Jonah, Sam, now walking, their bodies the sea's puppets, their shanty a chorus that shook the fog. "Jesus," Ben whispered, his knife trembling. And Martha's prayer faltered, her eyes wide, the shanty stirring in her head. The volunteers cracked, fear taking hold, and the drowned surged, their claws reaching, their eyes fixed on Caleb. Their voices won. The tide is pleased. Caleb swung his plank, striking a drowned, its head bursting, black liquid spraying, but it kept crawling, its eyes unblinking. "They're not alive," he shouted, his voice raw, the hum laughing, the green glow flaring. Ben slashed his knife, severing a drowned's arm, but it moved, its shanty louder, its claws scraping his leg. Martha thrust a broken torch, its ember tip hissing, and a drowned recoiled, its flesh burning, its eyes dimming. "Fire!" she shouted, her voice of fire, her fear forged into defiance. The volunteers rallied, grabbing embers, their hymns surging, a dockhand's cry, a fisherman's shout. There will a blade. Caleb struck another drowned, its body collapsing, but more came, their shanty a storm, the shadow in the water rising, its eyes vast, its limbs breaching, cold and vast, the seas got awake. The hum roared, the green glow pulsed, and the drowned sang. A choir for the damned, their voices pulling at the town's soul. In the square, Polk's voice boomed, the townsfolk in a storm, their candles burned low, they were shaking but holding. Sarah and her mother sang, their voices clear, the spiralized symbol gone, but others faltered, their eyes glassy, the shanty stirring. Hoke grabbed a fisherman, shaking him, his burns glinting. "Sing, damn it!" The man's eyes cleared, his hymn returning, but the hum laughed, and the fog glowed brighter, the drowned shanty carrying, pulling at the crowd. In the church, Eleanor knelt in the crypt, the stone relic, carved with the spiral eye symbol, pulsing in her hands, its warmth a warning. She found a hidden page, tucked in the shrine, Crow's final words. "The tide is silenced by blood and will, a sacrifice to break the voice." Her heart sank, the rituals in clear. Someone had to die, willingly, to sever the pact. She ran for the square, the relic heavy, the hum surging, the drowned's shanty louder, the tide's hunger clear. Caleb fought, his plank splintering, the drowned relentless, their claws tearing his coat, their eyes burning. Ben bled, his leg gashed, but swung his knife, his him a growl. Martha burned to drowned, its body collapsing, but the shadow in the water lunged, its limbs wrapping the shore, the earth trembling. The volunteers faltered, their numbers too few, and Caleb's vision blurred. The black sea's faces, Martha, Ben himself, grinning, their shanty allure he fought with every ounce of will. He shouted, his voice raw, "Hold the line, for Black Harbor." The hum screamed, the green glow flared, and the drowned surged, their shanty a storm, the tide's hunger eternal. The fog tightened, the shadow rose, and Caleb knew the ritual's end was close, but the cost would be blood, and Black Harbor was running dry. The shore of Black Harbor was a battlefield, the fog a glowing cage lit by the faint green pulse of the harbor, a heartbeat of the sea's unrelenting hunger. The hum, though battered, clawed at the air, a shanty of tide, deep, ours that wove through the volunteers' ragged hymn, pulling at their fraying wills. Caleb Vance fought amidst the drowned, his burned hands raw, the splintered plank in his grip slick with black liquid that burned like acid and smelled of rot. The Black Sea in his mind was a storm, its vast, hungry faces, Crow, Daniel, Eli, Clara, Jonah, singing his name, their mouths open, urging him to join the tide. Ben bled beside him, his leg gashed, his fisherman's knife slashing at the gray, shriveled forms crawling from the water, their milky eyes alive with malice, their shanty a chorus that shook the fog. Martha thrust a smoldering torch, its embers hissing, burning a drowned's flesh, its body collapsing, but more came. Their claws reaching, their voices one, the tide is pleased. The volunteers, their numbers dwindling, held the shore, their hymn a fisherman's shout, a dockhand's cry. There will a blade against the sea's god. The shadow in the harbor loomed, its eyes vast, its limbs breaching, cold and vast, a servant of a hunger that never slept. Black Harbor's 800 souls fought, but the tide was eternal, its price blood, and the town was bleeding dry. Caleb's burn screamed, his vision blurring with the Black Sea's faces, their shanty louder, promising a tide that would take him. He swung his plank, shattering a drowned skull, black liquid spraying, but it crawled, its eyes unblinking, its voice unbroken. "Fire!" he shouted, his voice raw, the hum laughing, the green glow flaring. Martha burned another, its flesh charring, its eyes dimming, and Ben slashed, his knife severing a claw, his him a growl, his blood mixing with the black water. The volunteers rallied, their embers thrust, their hymns surging, but the drowned were relentless, their shanty a storm, their bodies piling, gray and shriveled, their mouths open, singing for the tide. The shadow in the water lunged, its limbs wrapping the shore, the earth trembling, and a volunteer, a fisherman named Tom, screamed, the water pulling him under, his voice joining the shanty. Caleb roared, lunging, but the shadow's eyes flared, the hum surging, and Tom was gone, the sea's price paid. In the square, Sheriff Polk's voice boomed. The townsfolk's in a storm, their candles burned to stubs, their will shaking but holding. Sarah and her mother sang, their voices clear, the spiral eye symbol gone, but others faltered, their eyes glassy, the shanty stirring. Poke grabbed a dockhand, shaking him, his burns glinting. Saying, "Damn it." The man's eyes cleared, his hymn returning, but the hum laughed, and the fog glowed brighter, the drowned's shanty carrying, pulling at the crowd. Eleanor burst into the square, the stone relic, carved with the spiral eye symbol, pulsing in her hands. Crow's final words await. The tide is silenced by blood and will, a sacrifice to break the voice. She shouted, her voice hoarse, "Caleb needs you, all of you to the shore. Reject the sea." The townsfolk stirred, fear sparking into action, and Poke led them, his hands empty, his burns raw, his voice a command, the hymn surging, a storm against the tide. Caleb fought, his planks splintering, the drowned relentless, their claws tearing his coat, their eyes burning. Ben staggered, his leg bleeding, his knife slowing, but his hymn held as will a fire. Martha burned to drown, its body collapsing, but the shadow's limbs surged, cold and vast, wrapping another volunteer, a woman named Lila, pulling her under, her scream drowned by the shanty. The volunteers faltered, their numbers too few, and Caleb's vision blurred. The Black Sea's faces, Lila, Tom, Daniel, grinning, their shanty a lure he fought with every ounce of will. He shouted, his voice raw, "Hold the line," but the hum roared, the green glow flared, and the drowned surged, their shanty a storm, the tide's hunger clear. The shore was a graveyard, bodies piling, gray and shriveled, their mouths open, singing for the deep. The townsfolk reached the shore, Poke at their head, their hymn a roar, their candles and knives raised, their will ablade. And the drowned recoiled, their eyes dimming, their shanty faltering. Caleb swung his plank, shattering a drowned, its body collapsing, and Ben slashed, his knife dripping, his hymn a growl. Martha burned another, her torch's embers hissing, and the shadows sank, its eyes dark, the water stilling, just for a moment. The hum softened, a whisper, and the green glow flickered, the tide's grip slipping. But Eleanor's eyes met Caleb's, the relic pulsing, her voice low, raw. "It needs blood, Caleb, a sacrifice willingly given to silence the voice." Caleb's heart stopped, the Black Sea's faces grinning, their shanty clear, his name louder, the tide's chosen. The townsfolk's him roared, the drowned collapsing, their bodies dissolving into black water. The shadows retreating, their eyes dimming. But the harbor churned, the shadow rising, its eyes vast, its limbs cold. The sea's god awake, its hunger eternal. Caleb's burns throbbed, his vision a mirror of the Black Sea. Its faces the town, their voices one, but his own louder, the shanty's heart. He dropped the plank, his hands raw, his resolve a blade, and faced the water. The relic's pulse in his ears, the tide's hunger a truth he couldn't deny. The hum sang, a shanty for a town that had fought but not won, a town waiting for the sea's next move. And Caleb knew the cost, his blood the key, his will the lock, Black Harbor's last hope. Was a faint shanty of tide, deep, hours, but clung to the air, whispering in Caleb Vance's bones. His burned hands, raw and blistered, hung empty, the plank he'd wielded lost. His chest heaving as he faced the harbor, where the shadow, long, thin, its eyes vast, loomed beneath the dark water, its form too large for the world to hold. The Black Sea in his mind was a tempest. Its hungry faces, Crow, Daniel, Eli, Clara, Tom, Lila, singing his name, their mouths open, urging him to join the tide. Sheriff Poke stood among the townsfolk, his burned face scarred, his voice a command as he rallied their hymn, a storm against the sea. Eleanor clutched the stone relic, its spiral eye symbol pulsing, Crow's final words. The tide is silenced by blood and will. A sacrifice to break the voice, a weight that burned her hands. Ben and Martha held the line, their knives dripping, their hymn silent, but their wills forged in loss. Sarah and her mother sang, their voices clear, the drowned choir gone, their gray, shriveled forms dissolved into the water. But the tide was eternal, its hunger a truth that gnawed at Caleb's soul, his name the shanty's heart. The seas chosen. Caleb's burns throbbed, a fire that matched the green pulse in the harbor, a remnant of the Erebus's curse now alive in the sea's god. The shore was a graveyard, ash and salt scattered, the air thick with the stench of burned flesh and rot. The townsfolk roared, a fisherman's shout, a mother's prayer, a child's cry. There will a blade that had silenced the drowned, their bodies sinking, their shanty faltering. But the shadow in the water stirred, its eyes vast, its limbs breaching, cold and vast. A servant of a hunger that never slept. Caleb's heart pounded, the black sea flashing, faces grinning, their shanty allure he fought with every breath. Eleanor's words echoed, a sacrifice, willingly given, and he knew the truth, his blood the key, his will the lock, Black Harbor's last hope. He stepped toward the water, his voice raw, steady despite the hum's whisper. Keep singing. Don't stop. Ben's eyes widened, his knife trembling. Caleb! No! But Caleb raised a hand, silencing him, his gaze fixed on the harbor, the shadows, eyes a mirror of the Black Sea. The hum stirred, a faint laugh, and the water erupted, waves crashing ashore, black and burning, smelling of rot and blood. The townsfolk staggered, their him shaking, but Polk's voice boomed, "Hold the line," and their voices surged, a storm against the tide. The shadow lunged, its limbs wrapping the shore, the earth trembling, and the green glow flared, a summons to the deep. Caleb walked, his burns afire, the Black Sea's faces clearer, Crow, Daniel, himself, their shanty a chorus that sang his name. Eleanor shouted, her voice raw, "Caleb, wait. The relic, it's the focus. We can use it." She thrust the stone forward, its spiral eye, symbol glowing, pulsing with the sea's rhythm. But Caleb shook his head, his resolve blade. "It needs blood, Eleanor. Mine." Martha grabbed his arm, her eyes wet, her voice breaking. "You can't. We need you." But Caleb pulled free, his eyes on the water, the shadow's eyes vast, its hunger clear. The townsfolk roared, a fisherman's daughter singing, a widow praying, a child shouting, their voices one, rejecting the sea. The shadow recoiled, its eyes dimming, the hum faltering, but the water surged. A tendril of black liquid lashing out, aiming for Caleb. He dodged, his burns searing, and stepped into the shallows, the water cold, burning, pulling at his legs. The Black Sea flooded his mind, its faces grinning, their shanty a storm. But he fought, his will a fire, his voice a shout. "Take me, not them." The shadow's eyes flared, the hum laughing, and the townsfolk shook, fear cracking their voices. Polk ran forward, his hands empty, his burns glinting, shouting, "Caleb, get back." But Caleb raised his hand, the relic's pulse in his ears, and faced the shadow, its limbs cold, its eyes a mirror of the deep. Eleanor clutched the relic, its stone burning, and read Crow's words, her voice trembling but clear, "Blood binds, will breaks. The chosen must offer, but the town must hold." She shouted, "Sing, Black Harbor, rejected." The hymn surged, a storm that shook the fog, and the shadows sank, its eyes dimming, the water stilling just for a moment. Caleb's vision blurred, the Black Sea's faces, Martha, Ben, Sarah, grinning, their shanty his name. But he saw the town, their hymn of fire, their will a shield. He stepped deeper, the water to his knees, the shadow's limbs wrapping, cold and vast, pulling, its eyes vast, its hunger eternal. The hum roared, a shanty for the damned, and Caleb's burn screamed, his heart pounding. His will the only thing keeping him from the tide. Ben lunged, his knife slashing, the tendril dissolving, but the shadow's eyes flared, the water surging, a wave crashing, knocking him back. Martha screamed, her prayer a shout, and Polk grabbed Ben, pulling him ashore, his voice raw. "Let him do it." The townsfolk became a roar, their voices one, rejecting the sea. And the green glow flickered, the shadows sinking, its limbs retreating, its eyes dark. Caleb's legs buckled, the water to his waist, the black sea a mirror. Its faces the town, their voices one. But his own louder, the shanty's heart. He shouted, his voice raw, "Black Harbor, hold!" And the hymn answered a storm that shook the fog. The hum a whisper, the tide's grip slipping. The shadow's eyes dimmed, the water stilled, and Caleb sank, his burns afire, his will ablade, the sea's hunger taking him, Black Harbor's last hope. The harbor of Black Harbor churned, its black water a living thing, cold and burning, smelling of rot and blood as it swallowed Caleb Vance's legs, pulling him deeper into the tide's embrace. The fog pulsed with a fading green glow, a sickly heartbeat of the sea's god, its hunger a weight that pressed on the 800 souls singing in the square, their hymn a storm against the hum's whisper. The hum, a shanty of tide, deep hours, was a dying echo, battered by their defiance, but it clung to Caleb's bones, its rhythm matched by the black sea in his mind. Vast, hungry faces crow, Daniel, Eli, Clara, Tom, Lila, now himself, their mouths open, singing his name, urging him to join the tide. His burned hands, raw and blistered, gripped nothing. The relics pulse a distant memory. Eleanor's voice, the tide is silenced by blood and will, a truth that burned in his chest. Sheriff Polk stood on the shore, his burned face scarred, his hands empty, his voice raw as he shouted, "Sing!" Damn it! Ben and Martha held the line, their knives dripping, their hymn silent, but their eyes fierce, forged in loss. Sarah and her mother sang, their voices clear, the spirali cymbal gone. The drowned choir silenced. The shadow in the water loomed, its eyes vast, its limbs cold and vast, a servant of a hunger that never slept, but weakening, its form fraying under the town's will. Black Harbor fought, but the tide demanded blood, and Caleb was its offering, his will the lock, his life the key. Caleb's burn screamed, his vision a blur of the black sea's faces. Their shanty a storm that promised oblivion. The water was at his chest, cold, burning, pulling, the shadow's limbs wrapping his legs, their touch like ice and fire, the hum laughing, a wet, grinding sound. He fought, his will a blade, his voice a roar. Black Harbor, hold! The townsfolk's hymn surged, a fisherman's shout, a mother's prayer, a child's cry, their voices one. Rejecting the sea, Eleanor stood on the shore, the stone relic pulsing in her hands, its spirali symbol glowing faintly, her voice raw as she shouted, "The chosen must offer, but the town must hold. Sing, don't stop." The shadow recoiled, its eyes dimming, the green glow flickering, the water stilling, just for a moment. Pull Gram Ben, pulling him back as he tried to lunge for Caleb, his knife slashing air, his voice breaking. "He's doing it, Ben. Let him." Martha's prayer became a scream, her hands clutching Sarah's mother. There him a fire that burned through the fog. The shadow's limbs tightened, the water to Caleb's neck, the black sea's faces clearer. Martha, Ben, Sarah, himself, their shanty his name. The tide's heart. He saw the town, their hymn a storm, their will a shield, and knew his blood was the price, his sacrifice the ritual's end. The hum surged, a final shanty, and the shadow's eyes flared, its limbs cold, its hunger eternal. Caleb's legs buckled, the water pulling, but he shouted, his voice raw, "Take me, not them." The townsfolk him roared, a storm that shook the fog, and the shadow sank, its limbs dissolving, its eyes dark, the green glow fading, the hum a whisper. The water stilled, the tide's grip slipping, but Caleb sank, his burns a fire, his vision the black sea, its faces grinning, their shanty his name, the sea's god claiming its due. On the shore, the townsfolk's hymn became a cry, their voices breaking. They were holding. Eleanor dropped the relic, its pulse gone, the spirali symbol dark, and fell to her knees, her voice a gasp. He did it. Polk staggered, his burns raw, his eyes on the water, where bubbles broke the surface, small, then gone. Caleb's form lost to the deep. Ben roared, his knife dropped, his hands clawing the sand, Martha pulling him back, her prayers sob. Sarah's mother held her daughter, the girl's eyes wide, her voice silent, the shanty gone. The fog lightened, the green glow extinguished, and the hums silenced. The tide's hunger sated for now. The shadow was gone, its eyes dark, its limbs dissolved, the sea's god retreating, its pact weakened, its voice broken. But the cost was clear, Caleb's blood the key, his will the lock. Black Harbor's savior lost to the deep. The townsfolk stood, their hymn fading, their faces pale, their strength spent, but their souls theirs. Polk slumped, his hands empty, his fight alive, his voice low. He held the line. Eleanor stood, her eyes on the harbor, the relic at her feet, its stone cold, its power spent. The ritual's done, she said, her voice hoarse. But the sea never forgets. Ben and Martha clung to each other, their eyes clear, their scars deep, the shanty a memory they'd carry forever. Sarah and her mother knelt, their hymn a whisper. There will a fire that had burned through the tide. The harbor was still, too still, the water dark, hiding the shadows' retreat, but the fog lifted, a faint dawn breaking, the first light in days. Black Harbor was scarred, its docks a ruin, its people fewer, but alive, there will a blade that had cut the tide's heart for now. The black sea in their minds was a shadow, its faces silent. Their shanty gone, but watching, patient, eternal. The townsfolk turned, their steps heavy, their hymn a memory, and walked back to the square, the fog thinning, the sea quiet, but not asleep. Caleb was gone, his sacrifice the ritual's end, but the tide was eternal, its hunger a truth that would wait, whispering in the deep for a crack in Black Harbor's will. The relic lay on the shore, its spiral eye, symbol dark, a warning of what slept below, a shanty for a town that had fought, but not won, a town forever marked by the sea. The dawn over Black Harbor was a fragile thing, its pale light cutting through the thinning fog, casting long shadows across the shore where the sea lapped quietly, its black water now still, hiding the cost of the night's battle. The hum, once a relentless shanty of tide, deep, ours, was gone, silenced by Caleb Vance's sacrifice, his blood the key to breaking Elias Crow's pact, his will the lock that held the sea's god at bay. The green glow in the harbor had vanished, the tall, thin shadows with their coal-bright eyes dissolved. The drowned choir sunk back into the deep. But the air was heavy, thick with the stench of rot and ash, and the 800 souls of Black Harbor, fewer now, scarred by loss, stood in the square, their hymn a faint echo, their faces pale, their strength spent, but their wills unbroken. Sheriff Polk leaned against a lamppost, his burned face a map of scars, his hands empty, his voice silent, the weight of Caleb's absence a wound. Eleanor stood by the shore, the stone relic at her feet, its spiral eye symbol dark, its pulse gone, a relic of a ritual that had demanded everything. Ben and Martha clung to each other, their knives sheathed, their eyes clear but haunted, the shanty a scar they'd carry forever. Sarah and her mother knelt in the crowd, their voices hushed, the spiral eye symbol gone. But the memory of the sea's hunger burned in their minds. The black sea in their thoughts was a shadow, its faces Crow, Daniel, Eli, Clara, Tom, Lila, Caleb, silent, their shanty stilled, but watching, patient, eternal. Polk's voice broke the silence, low raw. He's gone. Caleb held the line. The townsfolk stirred, their eyes on the harbor, where the water was too still, too dark, hiding the shadows' retreat. Eleanor picked up the relic, its stone cold, her voice hoarse but steady. The pact's broken for now. Caleb's blood silenced the tide, but the sea, it never forgets. Ben's jaw tightened, his fisherman's hands clenched, his voice a growl. Then we watch it. No boats, no docks, till we're sure. Martha nodded, her apron torn, her eyes fierce. No more shanty. We're done giving. The crowd murmured, fear and defiance mingling, their hymn a memory, there will a blade forged in loss. Sarah's mother held her daughter, the girl's eyes wide but clear. Her silence a victory, her palm unscarred but her dreams forever marked. The volunteers, their numbers dwindled, stood among the crowd, their knives and planks dropped, their faces etched with the cost. Daniel, Eli, Clara, Tom, Lila, Caleb, all given to the deep. The square was scarred, cobblestones slick with black water, candles burned to stubs, lanterns shattered. The church loomed, its bells silent, its crypt a tomb of crows' secrets, the rituals end paid in blood. Eleanor clutched the relic, its weight a warning, and spoke, her voice carrying. Crow's pact was eternal, but we broke its voice. The Erebus is gone, the survivors silenced, the drowned stilled. But the sea is alive, and we need to remember, watch the water, hold your will, never offer what it wants. The townsfolk nodded, their eyes on the harbor, where bubbles broke the surface, small, then gone, a whisper of what slept below. Poke straightened, his burns glinting, his voice a command. We rebuild, but we don't forget. No one goes near the water till we know it's done. The crowd agreed, their voices low, their fear of fire that would burn through the fog, keeping the tide at bay for now. The harbor was a graveyard, its docks a ruin, the Erebus's wreckage sunk, its bones and ash claimed by the deep. But the sea was quiet, too quiet, and the townsfolk felt it, the gaze of something vast, patient, waiting in the depths. Martha walked to the shore, her steps heavy, and scattered a handful of salt, a final prayer, her voice a whisper. "Stay down, Caleb." Ben followed, his knife sheathed, his eyes on the water, where the shadow had vanished, its eyes dark, its hunger sated but not gone. Sarah and her mother joined the crowd. Their hymn a memory, their will a shield, and the girl's silence was a promise, her dreams a warning. Eleanor held the relic, its stone a weight, and vowed to study it, to find the sea's secrets, to ensure Caleb's sacrifice wasn't in vain. Poke led the townsfolk back to their homes, their steps slow, their faces scarred, their souls theirs, but forever marked by the tide. The fog lifted, the dawn brighter, the air lighter, but the sea was still, its surface a mirror hiding what slept below. The black sea in their minds was a shadow, its faces silent, their shanty gone, but watching, waiting for a crack in their will. Black Harbor was a town reborn, its docks abandoned, its boats dry, its people fewer but stronger, their hymn a fire that had burned through the tide's heart. But the relic's dark symbol was a reminder, a truth etched in stone. The sea was eternal, its hunger a whisper that would return, seeking blood, seeking a voice. The townsfolk locked their doors, their knives close, their prayers soft, and watched the water, knowing the tide was patient, its shanty a promise of what waited in the deep, a town forever bound to the sea's hunger, a town that had fought but not won. The dawn light over Black Harbor was a thin veil, its pale glow barely piercing the last wisps of fog that clung to the town like a fading curse. The harbor lay still, its dark water a mirror hiding the scars of the Erebus's wreckage. Ash, bone, timber, sunk into the deep, claimed by a sea that never forgot. The hum, once a relentless shanty of tide, deep, ours was silent, broken by Caleb Vance's sacrifice, his blood the key to silencing Elias Crow's pact, his will the lock that chained the sea's god. The green glow was gone, the tall, thin shadows with their coal-bright eyes dissolved, the drowned choir stilled, their gray forms sunk back into the abyss. But the air was heavy, thick with the stench of rot and salt, and the 800 souls of Black Harbor, fewer now, scarred by loss, gathered in the square, their hymn a whisper, their faces pale, their strength spent, but their wills forged in fire. Sheriff Polk stood at the crowd's edge, his burned face a map of scars, his hands empty, his eyes on the harbor, where Caleb's absence was a wound that bled in silence. Eleanor clutched the stone relic, its spiral-eyed symbol dark, its pulse gone, a relic of a ritual that had cost everything. Ben and Martha held each other, their knives sheathed, their eyes clear but etched with the shanty scar. Sarah and her mother stood among the townsfolk, their voices hushed. The spiral eye, symbol gone, but the sea's hunger a shadow in their dreams. The Black Sea in their minds was a ghost, its faces Crow, Daniel, Eli, Clara, Tom, Lila, Caleb, silent, their shanty stilled, but watching, patient, eternal. Poke's voice cut through the quiet, raw but steady. Caleb gave us this. We don't waste it. The townsfolk nodded, their eyes on the harbor, where the water was too still, too dark, a reminder of what slept below. Eleanor stepped forward, the relic heavy in her hands, her voice hoarse but clear. The pack's broken, but the sea's alive. Crow's ritual, blood and will, held it back, but we need to watch, always. No boats, no docks, till we're certain. Ben's fisherman's hands clenched, his voice low. We rebuild, but we don't forget. The sea took too much. Martha's eyes gleamed, her apron torn, her voice fierce. No more shanty. We're done giving. The crowd murmured, their fear a fire, their defiance a blade honed by loss. Sarah's mother held her daughter, the girl's silence a victory, her dreams a warning, her palm unscarred but her soul forever marked. The volunteers, their numbers dwindled, stood among the crowd, their hands empty, their faces etched with the cost. Caleb's blood, the ritual's end, a town survival. The square was a battlefield's aftermath, cobblestones slick with black water. Candles burned to wax, lanterns shattered. The church loomed, its bells silent, its cryptic tomb of Crow's madness, the ritual's price paid in full. Eleanor spoke, her voice carrying to the crowd. The Erebus was the sea's altar, Crow its voice, the drowned its choir. We broke them, but the sea's eternal. This relic, she raised the stone, its spiral-eyed dark, is a warning. We study it, learn its secrets, guard against the tide. The townsfolk nodded, their eyes on the harbor, where bubbles had ceased, the water a mirror, but not empty. Poke straightened, his burns glinting, his voice a command. We close the docks, salt the shore, pray every night. No one goes near the water. The crowd agreed, their voices low, their fear shield. There will a fire that would burn through the fog, keeping the sea at bay, for now. The harbor was a graveyard, its docks a ruin, the Erebus's wreckage gone, its bones claimed by the deep. But the sea was quiet, too quiet, and the townsfolk felt it, the gaze of something vast, patient, waiting in the depths. Martha knelt by the shore, scattering salt, her prayer a whisper. Rest, Caleb. We'll hold the line. Ben joined her, his eyes on the water, where the shadow had sunk, its eyes dark, its hunger sated but not gone. Sarah and her mother returned to the square, their hymn a memory. There will a shield, the girl's silence a promise, her dreams a vigil. Eleanor tucked the relic in her coat, vowing to scour the church, the library's ruins for Crow's secrets. To arm Black Harbor against the tide's return. Poke led the crowd to their homes, their steps heavy, their faces scarred, their souls theirs, but forever bound to the sea's hunger. The fog was gone, the dawn brighter, the air lighter, but the sea was still, its surface a mirror hiding what slept below. The Black Sea in their minds was a shadow, its faces silent, their shanty gone, but watching, waiting for a crack in their will. Black Harbor was reborn, its docks abandoned, its boats dry, its people fewer but stronger, there him a fire that had burned through the tide's heart. But the relic's dark symbol was a truth etched in stone. The sea was eternal, its hunger a whisper that would return, seeking blood, seeking a voice. The townsfolk locked their doors, their knives close, their prayers soft, and watched the water, knowing the tide was patient, its shanty a promise of what waited in the deep. Black Harbor had fought, but not won. A town forever marked by the sea, its survival a vigil, its future a question unanswered, a shanty silenced but never forgotten. Chapter 11. Beneath the Hull. The morning light over Black Harbor was a pale promise, its glow cutting through the last traces of fog to reveal a town scarred but standing. The harbor lay quiet, its dark water a still mirror, hiding the Erebus's sunken wreckage, ash, bone, timber, claimed by the deep, along with Caleb Vance, whose blood had silenced Elias Crow's pact. The hum, once a relentless shanty of tide, deep, ours was gone, its echo stilled by the town's hymn and Caleb's sacrifice. But the air held a weight, thick with salt and the faint stench of rot, a reminder of the sea's eternal hunger. The 800 souls of Black Harbor, fewer now, their losses etched in memory, gathered in the square, their voices hushed, their faces pale, their wills forged in fire but tempered by grief. Sheriff Polk stood at the crowd's edge, his burned face a map of scars, his hands empty, his eyes on the harbor, where Caleb's absence was a void. Eleanor clutched the stone relic, its spiral eye symbol dark, its pulse gone, a silent witness to the ritual's cost. Ben and Martha stood together, their knives sheathed, their eyes clear but shadowed, the shanty a scar they'd carry forever. Sarah and her mother clung to the crowd, the girl's silence of victory, her dreams of vigil. The spiral eye, symbol gone, but the sea's gaze lingering. The Black Sea in their minds was a ghost, its faces Caleb, Daniel, Eli, Clara, Tom, Lila, silent, their shanty still but watching, patient, eternal. Polk's voice, raw but steady, broke the quiet. Caleb gave us a chance. We don't squander it. The townsfolk nodded, their eyes on the harbor, its stillness a lie. The deep a vault of secrets. Eleanor stepped forward, the relic heavy in her hands, her voice hoarse but firm. The pact's broken, but the sea's alive. Crow's ritual, blood and will, bought us time. But we need to know more, to guard against its return. Ben's fisherman's hands clenched, his voice low. The docks are gone, but what's under the water? The Erebus left something. Martha's eyes narrowed, her apron torn, her voice fierce. No more surprises. We find it ended. The crowd murmured, fear and resolve mingling, their hymn a memory. There will a blade home by loss. Sarah's mother held her daughter, the girl's silence a shield, her dreams a warning, her soul marked by the tide. The volunteers, their numbers dwindled, stood among the crowd, their hands empty, their faces etched with Caleb's cost, the rituals and a debt they'd repay. Eleanor's words stirred something in Polk, his burns glinting as he spoke. The harbor's too quiet. Caleb went under, but the Erebus, it was alive, bleeding. We need to see what's left. The townsfolk shifted, fear sparking, but Ben stepped forward, his knife drawn, his voice steady. I'm in. Divers, boats, whatever it takes. Martha nodded, her hands steady, her prayer of fire. For Caleb, Polk raised a hand, his voice a command. Small team, no risks. We check the harbor, find what's down there, burn it if we have to. A handful volunteered, Ben, a dockhand named Nate, a fisherman's widow named Ruth, their faces set, their fear fuel. Eleanor clutched the relic, its stone cold, and offered, the church's crypt, Crow's shrine, might have maps, logs, something about the Erebus's heart. I'll look. Polk nodded, his eyes on harbor, where the water was too still, too dark, a tomb for Caleb and the sea's secrets. The harbor's edge was a ruin, the pier gone, its planks sunk, the shore littered with ash and salt. Ben led the team, his diving gear scavenged from the harbor master's shack, his knife strapped to his leg, his hymn a silent vow. Nate and Ruth followed, their faces pale but set, their hands steady, their fear a blade. Polk stood watch, a flare gun, newly found, its barrel cold, ready, his burns a map of their fight. The water was dark, its surface unbroken, but Ben felt it, the sea's gaze, its patience, its hunger. He dove, the cold biting, the black water swallowing him, his flashlight cutting a weak path. The harbor's floor was a graveyard, timbers and bones scattered. But something pulsed, a faint rhythm, not the hum, but a heartbeat, deep, alive. Ben's heart pounded, the Black Sea flashing, faces, Caleb's among them, silent but watching. He swam deeper, Nate and Ruth behind, their bubbles trailing, the heartbeat louder, the water warm or wrong like blood. They found it, a chamber hidden beneath the Erebus's wreckage, its walls not wood but flesh. Pulsing red, alive, carved with spiralized symbols that glowed faintly, their lines weaving like veins. Bones, small, delicate, human, lined the floor, crows' offerings, their weight a curse. Ben's flashlight trembled, the black sea's faces clearer, their shanty a whisper, urging him to stay. Nate signaled, his eyes wide, his knife drawn, while Ruth's breath hitched, her hand clutching across, her prayer silent. The chamber's heart pulsed faster, the water vibrating, and Ben saw it. A figure, not Caleb, not the survivor, but something else, tall and thin. Its limbs weaving, its eyes burning, a shadow born of the sea's god, guarding the heart. The Black Sea surged in his mind, its faces grinning, their shanty his name, and Ben fought, his knife raised. His will of fire, his dive of defiance against the deep. On the shore, Polk's flare gun gleamed, his eyes on the water, where bubbles broke, small but wrong, a warning of what stirred below. The townsfolk's hymn was a distant echo. There will a shield, but the sea was awake, its hunger a truth that waited, patient, eternal. Eleanor, in the crypt, pored over Crow's shrine, her hands trembling, a map of the harbor's depths in her grasp, its lines marking a chamber, a heart, a truth Caleb had died to break, but not destroy. The relic pulsed faintly, a warning, and the sea whispered, a shanty for a town that had fought, but not won, a town forever bound to the tide's hunger. The harbor's depths were a tomb of shadows, the black water cold and thick, pressing against Ben's diving gear as he swam deeper into the chamber beneath the Erebus's wreckage. The heartbeat pulsed through the water, a living rhythm that matched the faint glow of the spiralized symbols carved into the fleshy walls, their lines weaving like veins, warm and wrong. His flashlight trembled, cutting a weak path through the murk, revealing bones, small, delicate, human, scattered across the floor, Elias Crow's offerings, their weight a curse that clung to the sea's hunger. Nate and Ruth swam behind, their knives drawn, their bubbles trailing, their eyes wide with dread but steady with resolve. The Black Sea in Ben's mind was a storm, its hungry faces, Caleb, Daniel, Eli, Clara, Tom, Lila, silent but watching, their shanty a whisper urging him to stay. The chamber's heart pulsed faster, a red, throbbing mass at its center, not wood but flesh alive. The Erebus's true core, unbroken by Caleb's sacrifice. The figure, tall, thin, its limbs weaving, its eyes burning like coals, guarded it, a shadow born of the sea's god. Its presence a weight that pressed on Ben's chest, promising a tide that would take him. His knife gleamed, his will of fire, his dive of defiance against the deep, but the heartbeat was a shanty, and the sea was awake. Ben signaled to Nate and Ruth, his hand shaking, pointing to the heart, its pulse a drumbeat that vibrated through their bones. Nate nodded, his knife ready, but Ruth's cross trembled, her prayers silent, her eyes fixed on the shadow, its limbs curling like kelp, its eyes a mirror of the Black Sea. The water warmed, thick with the stench of rot and blood, and the spiral eye symbols flared, their glow pulsing with the heart's rhythm. Ben swam closer, his flashlight catching the heart's surface, red, slick, vein, beating like a living thing. A relic of Crow's pact, a tether to the sea's god. The shadow moved, its limbs slashing, cold and vast, and Ben dodged, his knife slashing, the blade biting but not cutting. The shadow's form blurring, its eyes flaring, its laugh a bubble of sound that shook the chamber. The Black Sea surged in his mind, Caleb's face grinning, his voice a whisper, "Join us," and Ben fought. His will a blade, his hymn a silent vow for Black Harbor. Nate lunged, his knife aiming for the heart, but the shadow's limb struck, knocking him back, his flashlight spinning. Its beam lost in the murk. Ruth screamed through her regulator, bubbles erupting, and thrust across, its metal glinting, the shadow recoiling, its eyes dimming, the heartbeat faltering. Just for a moment, Ben seized the chance, swimming to the heart, his knife raised, his burns, faint echoes of Caleb's. Throbbing, the black sea's faces clearer, their shanty louder, promising a tide that knew his name. He struck, the blade sinking into the heart, red liquid spraying, burning his skin, the chamber shaking, the spiral eye symbols flaring red, then dark. The shadow screamed, a sound like tearing metal, its limbs thrashing, cold and vast, wrapping Ruth's leg, pulling her toward the heart. She slashed, her knife biting, the shadow's eyes dimming. But the water surged, a current dragging her deeper, her cross slipping, her bubbles slowing. Ben struck again, the heart pulsing faster, red liquid clouding the water, the chamber trembling, its fleshy walls flexing like a wounded beast. Nate recovered, his knife slashing, the shadow's limb dissolving, Ruth breaking free, her eyes wide, her breath ragged. The heartbeat slowed, the spiral eye symbols dimming, the shadow staggering, its form blurring, its eyes fading, the sea's god weakening, its hunger faltering. But the water was alive, warm and burning. Pulling at their legs, the black sea in Ben's mind a storm. Its faces, Ruth, Nate himself, grinning, their shanty a lure he fought with every ounce of will. He struck the heart a final time, the blade sinking deep, the red mass splitting, the chamber convulsing, the water roaring, a vortex forming, sucking bones, ash, and flesh into the deep. The shadow dissolved, its eyes dark, its laugh a fading bubble, and the heartbeat stopped, the spiral eye symbols black, the sea's grip slipping, for now. On the shore, Sheriff Polk's flare gun gleamed, his burned face set, his eyes on the water where bubbles surged, violent, then stilled, a sign of the fight below. The townsfolk in the square was a distant roar. There will a shield, their candles burned low. Their voices hoarse but unbroken. Eleanor, in the church's crypt, clutched a map from Crow's shrine, its lines marking the chamber, a heart, a truth Caleb had died to wound but not destroy. Her hands trembled, the relic at her side, its spiral eye symbol dark, a warning of what slept below. The map's ink was fresh, a final note in Crow's scrawl. The heart is the sea's vow, but the tide is its will. Break one, face the other. Her heart sank, the ritual's cost clear. Caleb's blood had broken the pack's voice, but the sea's will was eternal. And Ben's dive was a spark in a storm that would return. The harbor shook, a low rumble, and Eleanor ran for the shore, the relic heavy. The seas whisper a shanty for a town that had fought, but not won. Ben, Nate, and Ruth surfaced, gasping, their knives dripping, their faces pale, the chamber's collapse a weight in their bones. Polk grabbed them, pulling them ashore, his flare gun ready, his voice raw. "What's down there?" Ben's voice was hoarse, his eyes haunted. "A heart alive. We killed it, but the sea, it's not done." Ruth clutched her cross, her prayer a gasp. While Nate's hand shook, his knife dropped. The black sea's faces a scar in his mind. The harbor was still, too still, the water dark, hiding the chamber's ruin. But the sea was awake, its hunger a truth that waited, patient, eternal. The townsfolk faded, there will a fire, and Black Harbor stood, scarred, fewer, but alive. A town forever bound to the tide's hunger, a shanty silenced but never forgotten. Chapter 12. The Pact Unraveled. The harbor of Black Harbor lay under a pale midday sky, its dark water a still mirror, hiding the ruins of the Erebus's chamber. Flesh, bone, and ash sunk into the deep, shattered by Ben's knife and Caleb's sacrifice. The fog was gone, the air lighter, but a faint chill lingered, thick with salt and the ghost of rot, a reminder of the sea's eternal hunger. The hum, once a relentless shanty of tide, deep, ours, was silent, its echo broken by the town's hymn, Caleb's blood, and the destruction of the ship's living heart. The 800 souls of Black Harbor, fewer now. Their loss is a scar, gathered in the square, their voices hushed, their faces pale, their wills forged in fire but heavy with grief. Sheriff Polk stood on the shore, his burned face a map of scars, his flare gun cold, his eyes on the water, where Ben, Nate, and Ruth had surfaced, their dive a wound in the sea's god. Eleanor clutched the stone relic and Crow's map, their spiral eye, symbols dark, their secrets a weight that burn her hands. Ben and Martha leaned against each other, their knives sheathed, their eyes clear but etched with the shanty's mark. Sarah and her mother stood among the crowd, the girl's silence a shield, her dreams a vigil, the spiral a symbol gone but the sea's gaze lingering. The Black Sea in their minds was a ghost. Its faces, Caleb, Daniel, Eli, Clara, Tom, Lila, silent, their shanty still but watching, patient, eternal. Eleanor stepped into the square, the relic and map raised, her voice hoarse but steady. Caleb broke the pack's voice, Ben killed its heart, but the sea's will is alive. Crow's map, she unfolded it, its ink fresh, Crow's scrawl chilling. The heart is the sea's vow, but the tide is its will, shows the Erebus was only a piece. The pact was with the deep, a god older than time. The townsfolk stirred, fear sparking, and Polk's voice cut through, raw but firm. Then we find a rest, burn it, salt it. Ben's fisherman's hands clenched, his voice low. The chamber's gone, but something's still there. I felt it. Martha nodded, her apron torn, her eyes fierce. No more surprises. We end this. The crowd murmured, their fear of fire, their defiance a blade honed by loss. Sarah's mother held her daughter, the girl's silence a victory, her dreams a warning, her soul marked by the tide. Eleanor turned to the map, its lines tracing the harbor's depths, marking a chamber, a heart, and beyond, a void labeled the abyss. Crow's final note. The emissary is the sea's voice, the heart its vow, but the abyss is its truth. Blood binds, will breaks, but the tide chooses. Her heart sank. The ritual's cost clear. Caleb's blood had silenced the voice. Ben's knife had broken the vow. But the abyss was the sea's god, and facing it demanded more. The survivor, she said, her voice trembling, was the emissary, Crow's shadow, chosen by the sea. It's gone, but the abyss it picks another. The townsfolk's eyes widened, fear cracking their resolve. And Ben stepped forward, his knife drawn, his voice steady. Then we go deeper. Find the abyss, kill it. Polk snorted, his burns glinting. You saw what's down there. We need more than knives. Martha's voice was low, fierce. We need the town, every soul, to reject it. The square was a scarred heart, cobblestones slick with black water, candles burned to wax, lanterns shattered. The church loomed, its bells silent, its crypt a vault of Crow's madness, the ritual's price paid in blood. Eleanor spoke, her voice carrying. The abyss is the sea's truth, its god. Crow's pact gave a voice, a heart, but it lives in the deep. We reject it, hold our will, but we need to know its face. The townsfolk nodded, their eyes on the harbor, its stillness a lie. The deep a vault of hunger. Polk raised his flare gun, his voice a command. We dive again, small team, find this abyss. The rest, sing, pray, keep the shanty out. A handful volunteered, Ben, Nate. Ruth, their faces set, their fear of fuel. Eleanor clutched the relic, its stone cold, and offered, the crypt, Crow's shrine has more. I'll find a ritual's end. Polk nodded, his eyes on the harbor, where the water was too still, too dark, a tomb for Caleb and the sea's secrets. Ben led the dive, his gear heavy, his knife strapped tight, his hymn a silent vow. Nate and Ruth followed, their faces pale but steady, their knives gleaming, their cross and their shields. The harbor's floor was a ruin. The chamber's fleshy walls collapsed, bones and ash scattered. But the heartbeat was gone, replaced by a pull, a current deeper, colder, leading to a crevice, the abyss, its edges pulsing faintly, green, like the Erebus's lanterns. Ben's flashlight trembled, the Black Sea flashing, faces Caleb's grinning, his voice a whisper, "Join us." And he fought, his will of fire, his dive of defiance. The crevice yawned, its depths black, warm, alive. The spiral eye, symbol glowing on its walls, a path to the sea's god. Nate signaled, his eyes wide, while Ruth's cross gleamed, her prayer silent. The current surged, pulling, and Ben swam. His knife ready, the abyss a truth that waited, hungry, eternal. On the shore, Poke's flare gun gleamed, his eyes on the water, where bubbles broke, small but wrong, a warning of what stirred below. The townsfolk's him in the square was a roar, their will a shield, their candles gone, their voices hoarse but unbroken. Eleanor, in the crypt, found a hidden scroll, Crow's final confession. The abyss is the sea's god, its hunger my gift. The emissary walks, chosen by blood, bound by will. Her heart stopped, the survivor's smile flashing, its jagged teeth a truth. The sea had chosen another, and the abyss was calling. The harbor shook, a low rumble, and the sea whispered, a shanty for a town that had fought but not won. A town forever bound to the tide's hunger. The abyss beneath Black Harbor's harbor was a void of black water, warm and thick, pulsing with a faint green glow that echoed the Erebus's lost lanterns. Ben swam deeper, his diving gear heavy, his knife strapped tight, the current pulling him toward the crevice where the spiral eye symbols glowed on fleshy walls, their lines weaving like veins. Alive with the sea's hunger. The Black Sea in his mind was a storm, its hungry faces, Caleb, Daniel, Eli, Clara, Tom, Lila, silent but watching, their shanty a whisper urging him to stay. Nate and Ruth followed, their knives gleaming, their bubbles trailing, their eyes wide with dread but steady with resolve. The crevice yawned, its depths a darkness that breathed. The heartbeat gone but replaced by a presence, vast, eternal, the sea's god, its hunger a truth that pressed on Ben's chest. His flashlight trembled, catching the symbol's pulse, and he saw it, a figure, not the survivor, not Caleb, but something new, pale and sharp, its eyes too bright, its smile jagged, the sea's new emissary, chosen by the abyss. His knife gleamed, his will of fire, his dive of defiance, but the shanty stirred, a faint tide, deep, hours, and the sea was awake. Ben signaled to Nate and Ruth, his hand shaking, pointing to the emissary, its form gliding through the water, its coat trailing liquid that burned the walls, its smile a crescent of teeth. Nate's knife trembled, his eyes fixed on the figure, while Ruth's cross gleamed. Her prayer silent, her resolve ablaze. The current surged, warm and burning, the spiral eye symbols flaring, their glow pulsing with the abyss's rhythm. Ben swam closer, his flashlight catching the emissary's eyes, mirrors of the Black Sea, endless, hungry, reflecting the faces he'd seen, Caleb's among them, grinning. The emissary spoke, its voice a wave that shook the crevice. The tide chooses. Ben's heart pounded, the Black Sea's shanty louder, promising a tide that knew his name. He lunged, his knife slashing. But the emissary blurred, its form water, reforming behind him, its smile unchanged, its eyes burning. The abyss pulsed, the walls flexing, and the shanty surged, a chorus that pulled at his soul. Nate struck, his knife aiming for the emissary, but its limbs slashed cold and vast, knocking him against the wall, his bubbles slowing, his flashlight sinking. Ruth thrust her cross, green and black, the sea's god, its vow unbroken by the Erebus's fall. He struck, his knife sinking into the light, liquid spraying, burning his skin, the abyss shaking. The spiral eye, symbols flaring red, then dark. The emissary screamed, a sound like drowning, its form blurring, its smile collapsing, the shanty faltering. Ruth grabbed Nate, pulling him free, his eyes wide, his breath ragged, and the current surged, a vortex forming, sucking ash and bone into the deep. The emissary dissolved, its eyes dark, its voice a fading wave, and the abyss stilled. The symbols black, the sea's grip slipping, for now. On the shore, Sheriff Polk's flare gun gleamed, his burned face set, his eyes on the water, where bubbles surged, violent, then stilled, a sign of the fight below. The townsfolk's him in the square was a roar. There will a shield, their voices hoarse but unbroken, their candles gone, their knives raised. Eleanor burst from the church. The scroll, Crow's confession, clutched tight, its words a truth that burned. The emissary walks, chosen by blood, bound by will. She shouted, her voice raw. The survivor was Crow, but the sea chose another. Ben's fighting it. The townsfolk's him surged, a fisherman's shout, a mother's prayer, a child's cry. Their voices one, rejecting the sea. Polk led them to the shore, his flare gun ready, his burns glinting, the harbor's stillness a lie, the deep a vault of hunger. Ben, Nate, and Ruth surfaced, gasping, their knives dripping, their faces pale. The abysses collapse, a weight in their bones. Polk pulled them ashore, his voice raw. What's down there? Ben's voice was hoarse, his eyes haunted. The sea's God, its light. We wounded it, but it's not dead. Ruth clutched her cross, her prayer a gasp. While Nate's hand shook, the black sea's faces a scar in his mind. Eleanor ran to them, the scroll trembling, her voice urgent. The emissary, it's the sea's voice, chosen anew each time. Crow, the survivor now this. Caleb broke the voice, you broke the vow. But the abyss, it's the truth. The harbor was still, too still. The water dark, hiding the crevices ruin. But the sea was awake, its hunger a truth that waited, patient, eternal. The townsfolk gathered, their hymn fading, their eyes on the water. Where the shadow had sunk, its eyes dark, its hunger sated but not gone. Ben's leg bled, his knife sheathed, his voice low. It's not over. The sea's still calling. Martha nodded, her prayer of fire, her eyes fierce. Then we fight for Caleb. Sarah and her mother stood, the girl's silence a shield, her dreams a warning, the sea's gaze lingering. Polk raised his flare gun, his voice a command. We watched the water, salt the shore, pray every night. Eleanor clutched the relic and scroll, vowing to learn the sea's secrets, to guard against its return. The black sea in their minds was a shadow, its faces silent, their shanty gone, but watching, waiting for a crack in their will. Black Harbor stood, scarred, fewer, but alive. A town forever bound to the tide's hunger, a shanty silenced but never forgotten. The shore of Black Harbor was a silent witness to the morning's fragile light, its sand and stone scarred by black water that no longer burned but lingered, cold and heavy with the stench of rot. The harbor was a dark mirror, its surface unbroken, hiding the collapsed crevice of the abyss where Ben, Nate, and Ruth had wounded the sea's god, shattering its pulsing light, dissolving its new emissary. The hum, once a relentless shanty of tide, deep, ours was gone, its echoes silenced by Caleb's blood, the town's hymn, and the dive's defiance, but the air held a chill, a whisper of the sea's eternal hunger. The 800 souls of Black Harbor, fewer now, their losses a wound, stood in the square, their voices hushed, their faces pale, their wills forged in fire, but etched with grief. Sheriff Polk leaned on a crate, his burned face a map of scars, his flare gun cold, his eyes on the water, where the abyss's ruin lay hidden. Eleanor clutched the stone relic and Crow's scroll, their spiral eye symbols dark, their secrets a weight that burned her mind. Ben and Martha stood together, their knives sheathed, their eyes clear but shadowed, the shanty a scar they'd carry forever. Sarah and her mother clung to the crowd, the girl's silence a shield, her dreams a vigil, the sea's gaze a ghost in her soul. The black sea in their minds was a shadow, its faces Caleb, Daniel, Eli, Clara, Tom, Lila, silent, their shanty stilled, but watching, patient, eternal. Eleanor unrolled the scroll, Crow's confession trembling in her hands, its words a truth that chilled. The emissary walks, chosen by blood, bound by will. She spoke, her voice hoarse but steady. The survivor was Crow, the sea's first voice. Caleb broke it, Ben wounded the abyss. But the sea's God is eternal. It chooses a new emissary, always. The townsfolk stirred, fear sparking, and Poke's voice cut through, raw but firm. Then we find it, kill it before it speaks. Ben's fisherman's hands clenched, his leg bandaged, his voice low. The abyss is still there, weaker, but alive. I felt it. Martha's eyes narrowed, her apron torn, her voice fierce. No more voices. We stop it now. The crowd murmured, their fear of fire, their defiance a blade honed by loss. Sarah's mother held her daughter, the girl's silence a victory, her dreams a warning. Her soul marked by the tide. Eleanor's eyes flicked to the scroll, Crow's final note. The tide is silenced by blood and will, but the abyss is its truth. Defy it or become it. Her heart sank. The ritual's cost clear. The sea's god was wounded, not dead, and its hunger would choose another voice, another emissary, unless Black Harbors will held eternal. The ritual's not enough, she said, her voice trembling. We rejected the sea, broke its vow, but the abyss, it's the god itself. We need to seal it forever. Poke snorted, his burns glinting, his flare gun raised. Seal it? With what? We're out of blood. Ben stepped forward, his knife drawn, his voice steady. Then we go back, dive deeper, end it. The crowd's murmur grew, fear and resolve clashing, and a fisherman, Jonah's brother, shouted, Caleb's gone. We can't lose more. The sea's silence was a lie. The harbor too still, and the townsfolk felt it. The gaze of something vast, patient, waiting in the deep. The square was a scarred heart, cobblestones slick with salt and ash. Candles gone, lanterns shattered. The church loomed, its bells silent, its crypt a vault of Crow's madness. The ritual's price paid in blood. Eleanor spoke, her voice carrying. The scroll mentions a seal, blood and will, but also faith, a binding to close the abyss. The relic, she raised the stone, its spiral eye dark, is the key, but it needs a priest, a voice of faith to finish it. The townsfolk's eyes widened, Daniel's absence a wound, and Poke's jaw tightened, his voice low. No priest, we're on our own. But Martha stepped forward, her prayer of fire, her voice steady. I'll do it. For Caleb, for Daniel. Ben nodded, his knife ready, his eyes on the harbor. Where the water was too dark, a tomb for the abyss's ruin. The crowd agreed, their voices low, their fear a shield. There will a fire that would burn through the tide's hunger. Martha led them to the church, the relic in Eleanor's hands, the scroll tucked in her coat, their steps heavy but sure. The crypt was cold, its stone walls etched with faint spiral-eye symbols. Crow's shrine a silent witness to the pack's cost. Martha knelt, her hands trembling, her prayer a chant, not Daniel's Latin, but a fisherman's plea, raw and fierce. Keep the sea down, hold the tide. Take our will, not our blood. Eleanor placed the relic on the altar, its stone pulsing faintly, and read from the scroll, her voice trembling but clear. Blood binds, will breaks, faith seals. The abyss is closed by one who offers all. The relic glowed, the spiral eye flaring, and the church shook, a low rumble from the harbor, the sea stirring, its hunger clear. The townsfolk surged, a roar from the square, their voices one, rejecting the sea, and the relic's glow brightened, the symbols pulsing, the abyss's truth weakening for now. On the shore, Poke and Ben watched the water, their knives ready, the harbor's stillness a lie, bubbles breaking, small but wrong, a warning of what stirred below. Nate and Ruth stood with them, their cross and will their shields, their eyes haunted by the abyss's light. The sea was quiet, too quiet, and they felt it, the gaze of something vast, patient, waiting in the deep. The church's rumble grew, the relic's glow a beacon, and the sea whispered, a shanty for a town that had fought but not won, a town forever bound to the tide's hunger. Martha's prayer became a shout, the relic's symbols flaring, and the abyss's pull faded, the sea's god sealed, its voice silenced, but but its hunger eternal, a truth that waited patient for a crack in Black Harbor's will. The crypt of St. Mary's Church was a cold vault, its stone walls slick with damp, the faint spirali symbols etched into them now dark, their glow extinguished by Martha's prayer and the relic's pulse. The air was heavy, thick with salt and the ghost of rot, a reminder of the sea's eternal hunger. Though its shanty, tied deep, ours was silenced, broken by Caleb's blood, Ben's knife, and Black Harbor's unyielding will. Eleanor stood by the altar, the stone relic in her hands, its spirali symbol cold, its power spent. Crow's scroll at her side, its final words, blood binds, will breaks, faith seals, a truth that had closed the abyss for now. Martha knelt, her apron torn, her prayer a fisherman's plea, raw and fierce, her voice echoing in the crypt, a fire that had bound the sea's god. The townsfolk roared from the square, a storm of voices, fishermen, mothers, children, rejecting the sea. There will a blade that had severed the pack's last thread. The 800 souls of Black Harbor, fewer now, scarred by loss, stood united, their faces pale, their strength spent, but their souls theirs, forged in the crucible of the tide's hunger. The Black Sea in their minds was a shadow, its faces Caleb, Daniel, Eli, Clara, Tom, Lila, silent, their shanty still but watching, patient, eternal. Martha's prayer softened, her voice hoarse, her hands trembling as she stood, the relic's glow gone, the crypt still, the rumble from the harbor faded. "It's done," she whispered, her eyes wet, her resolve a fire that burned for Caleb, for Daniel, for all they'd lost. Eleanor nodded, the scroll heavy in her coat, her voice steady despite her exhaustion. "The abyss is sealed. The sea's God-bound. Caleb broke the voice, Ben broke the vow, and you, Martha, sealed its truth." The townsfolk's hymn in the square faded, their voices breaking, their will holding. A town reborn, but scarred. The crypt's walls seemed to breathe, a final sigh, and the spirali symbols remained dark, a warning of what slept below. Eleanor clutched the relic, vowing to hide it, to guard its secrets, to ensure the sea's hunger found no crack in their will. The church loomed, its bells silent, its crypt a tomb of crow's madness, the ritual's price paid in blood, faith, and fire. Outside, Sheriff Polk stood on the shore, his burned face a map of scars, his flare gun cold, his eyes on the harbor, where the water was still, too still, a mirror hiding the abyss's ruin. Ben and Nate flanked him, their knives sheathed, their faces pale, the crevices light as scar in their minds. Ruth clutched her cross, her prayer a whisper, her eyes on the water. Where bubbles had ceased, the sea's gaze retreated, but not gone. The townsfolk gathered, their hymn a memory, their knives and candles dropped, their eyes on the harbor. Its darkness a truth they'd never trust. Polk's voice, raw but firm, cut through the quiet. "Caleb gave us this. We watch the water, salt the shore, pray every night. No boats, no docks, till we're sure." The crowd nodded, their fear a shield, their defiance a blade, their losses Caleb, Daniel, Eli, Clara, Tom, Lila, a fire that would burn through the tide's whisper. Ben stepped to the water's edge, his leg bandaged, his fisherman's hands steady, scattering salt, his voice low. "Rest, Caleb. We'll hold the line." Martha joined him, her prayer a whisper, her eyes fierce, the shanty a scar she'd bear forever. Sarah and her mother stood among the crowd, the girl's silence a victory, her dreams a vigil, the sea's hunger a ghost in her soul. Nate and Ruth followed, their cross and their shields, the abyss's light a weight they'd carry, their dive a defiance that had wounded the deep. The harbor was a graveyard, its docks a ruin, the Erebus's wreckage gone, its chamber collapsed, its heart and vow broken. But the sea was quiet, too quiet, and the townsfolk felt it, the gaze of something vast, patient, waiting in the depths. Its hunger sated, but not dead. Eleanor led the crowd to the square, the relic and scroll hidden in her coat, her voice carrying. "The sea's god is bound, but it's eternal. We guard the relic. Watch the water, hold our will. No one offers what it wants, blood, voice, soul. The townsfolk nodded, their eyes on the harbor, its stillness a lie, the deep a vault of secrets. Sarah's mother held her daughter, the girl's silence a promise, her dreams a warning, her soul marked but free. Poke raised his flare gun, his burns glinting, his voice a command. We rebuild, but we don't forget. Salt the shore, pray every night, keep the shanty out. The crowd agreed, their voices low, their fear of fire. There will a shield that would burn through the tide's hunger. For now, the Black Sea in their minds was a shadow, its faces silent, their shanty gone, but watching, waiting for a crack in their will. The square was a scarred heart. Cobblestones clean but stained, candles gone, lantern shattered. The church stood sentinel, its crypt sealed, the relic hidden, a warning of what slept below. The townsfolk returned to their homes, their knives close, their prayers soft, their eyes on the water, knowing the sea was patient, its hunger a whisper that would return, seeking blood, seeking a voice. Black Harbor was reborn, its docks abandoned, its boats dry, its people fewer but stronger, there him a fire that had burned through the tide's heart. But the sea was eternal, its shanty a promise of what waited in the deep. A town forever bound to its hunger, a victory hard won but never complete, a vigil against the tide's inevitable call. Chapter 13, The Tide's Wrath. The midday sun over Black Harbor was a pale disk, its light barely warming the town, casting long shadows across the scarred shore where the harbor lay still. Its dark water a mirror hiding the abyss's ruin. The Erebus was gone, its wreckage, ash, bone, timber, sunk, its chamber collapsed, its heart shattered by Ben's knife. Its pack silenced by Caleb's blood and Martha's prayer. The hum, once a relentless shanty of tide, deep, hours, was absent, its echo broken by the town's hymn, the relic's seal, and the abyss's wounding. But the air held a chill, thick with salt and a faint rot, a whisper of the sea's eternal hunger. The 800 souls of Black Harbor, fewer now, their losses a wound, stood in the square, their voices hushed, their faces pale, their wills forged in fire but heavy with vigilance. Sheriff Poke leaned on a crate, his burned face a map of scars, his flare gun cold, his eyes on the harbor where the water's stillness was a lie. Eleanor clutched the stone relic, now hidden in the church, its spiral eye, symbol dark. Its secrets a weight she bore alone. Ben and Martha stood together, their knives sheathed, their eyes clear but etched with the shanty's scar. Sarah and her mother clung to the crowd, the girl's silence a shield, her dreams a warning, the sea's gaze a ghost in her soul. The Black Sea in their mind was a shadow, its faces Caleb, Daniel, Eli, Clara, Tom, Lila, silent, their shanty stilled, but watching, patient, eternal. Poke's voice, raw but steady, broke the quiet. Caleb bought us time, Martha sealed it. We don't let it slip. The townsfolk nodded, their eyes on the harbor, its dark surface a vault of secrets. Eleanor stepped forward, crow's scroll tucked away, her voice hoarse but firm. The abyss is bound, the sea's god wounded, but it's not dead. We watch the water, salt the shore, hold our will. Ben's fisherman's hands clenched, his leg bandaged, his voice low. The sea's too quiet. It's planning something. Martha's eyes narrowed, her apron torn, her voice fierce. Then we're ready. No more shanty, no more blood. The crowd murmured, their fear of fire, their defiance a blade honed by loss. Sarah's mother held her daughter, the girl's silence of victory, her dreams of vigil, her soul marked but free. The volunteers, Ben, Nate, Ruth, stood among the crowd, their hands empty, their faces scarred, their dive a wound in the sea's heart, a debt paid for Caleb's sacrifice. The harbor's silence shattered with a low rumble, the water trembling, waves surging from nowhere, crashing against the shore with a force that shook the earth. The townsfolk flinched, their hymns stirring, a reflex against the tide's wrath. Poke raised his flare gun, his burns glinting, his voice a command. To the shore. The crowd moved, their knives and crosses drawn, their fear a shield, their will a fire. Ben led, his knife gleaming, Nate and Ruth beside him, their cross and resolve their blades. The water churned, black and cold, smelling of rot, and the green glow returned, faint but sharp, pulsing from the deep, a heartbeat of the sea's god, wounded but awake. The black sea flashed in Ben's mind. Faces, Caleb's grinning, his voice a whisper. It's not done. And he fought, his will afire, his steps steady on the scarred shore. The waves grew, towering, crashing, and the townsfolk surged, a fisherman's shout, a mother's prayer, a child's cry, their voices one, rejecting the sea. The harbor erupted, water parting, and the Erebus rose, not whole, but a ghost, its black hull splintered, its timbers pulsing like flesh, its deck empty but alive, bleeding black liquid that burned the air. The townsfolk screamed, their hymn faltering, the green glow flaring, the shadow beneath the ship. Long, thin, its eyes vast, rising, its limbs breaching, cold and vast, the sea's god unleashed. The shanty returned, faint but sharp, tide, deep, hours, weaving through the waves, pulling at their souls. Hoke fired a flare, the red arc piercing the fog, the shadow recoiling, its eyes dimming, but the Erebus sailed, its hull cutting the water, heading for the shore, a predator unbound. Ben's knife trembled, his voice a roar. It's not real. It's the sea's trick. Eleanor shouted, her voice raw. The abyss, it's fighting back. Hold to him. The townsfolk rallied, their hymns surging, a storm against the tide, but the waves crashed, the shore shaking, the Erebus closing, its timbers groaning. Its hunger clear, Ben ran to the water's edge, his knife raised, Nate and Ruth behind, their cross gleaming, their hymn afire. The shadow's limbs lunged, cold and vast, wrapping the shore. The earth trembling, and the shanty surged, a chorus that sang their names. Hoke fired another flare, the shadow recoiling, the Erebus slowing, its hull bleeding, its timbers flexing like muscle. Martha joined the hymn, her prayer a shout, her eyes fierce, the shanty a scar she defied. Sarah and her mother sang, the girl's silence broken, her voice a cry, the sea's gaze faltering. The black sea in Ben's mind was a storm, its faces, Martha, Sarah, himself, grinning, their shanty allure he fought with every breath. He slashed at a limb, the liquid burning, the shadow sinking, its eyes dimming, the Erebus shuddering, its hull cracking, the green glow flickering, the tide's wrath weakening, for now. In the square, Eleanor clutched the relic, its stone cold, her voice carrying, the sea's god is wounded, but it's eternal. Sing, hold your will, don't give in. The townsfolk roared, their voices one, rejecting the sea, and the Erebus sank, its timbers dissolving, the shadow retreating, its eyes dark, the shanty a whisper. The harbor stilled, the waves calming, but the sea was awake, its hunger a truth that waited, patient, eternal. Black Harbor stood, scarred, fewer, but alive, a town forever bound to the tide's wrath, a shanty silenced but never forgotten, a vigil against the sea's inevitable return. The shore of Black Harbor trembled under the fading echoes of the sea's wrath, the dark water settling into an uneasy stillness. Its surface a mirror that hid the Erebus's ghostly return, its splintered hull, pulsing timbers, and bleeding black liquid now dissolved back into the deep. The green glow had dimmed, the shadow's vast eyes sunk, the shanty of tide, deep, hours silenced by the townsfolk, a storm of voices that had defied the sea's god. Ben stood at the water's edge, his fisherman's knife dripping with black liquid, his bandaged leg aching, his chest heaving as the black sea in his mind, its hungry faces, Caleb's among them, silent but watching, faded to a whisper. Sheriff Polk lowered his flare gun, its barrel warm, his burned face a map of scars, his eyes on the harbor, where the sea's stillness was a lie, a vault of hunger. Nate and Ruth flanked him, their knives sheathed, their cross gleaming, their faces pale but set, the abysses light a scar in their souls. Martha's prayer was a low chant, her apron torn, her eyes fierce. The shanty a scar she'd bear forever. The 800 souls of Black Harbor, fewer now, their loss is a wound, gathered in the square, their hymn a fading roar, their voices hoarse. Their wills forged in fire, but heavy with vigilance. The Black Sea in their minds was a ghost, its faces Caleb, Daniel, Eli, Clara, Tom, Lila, silent, their shanty still but watching, patient, eternal. Ben's voice, raw but steady, broke the quiet. It's not gone. The sea's playing dead. Hoke nodded, his burns glinting, his flare gun cold. Then we keep watch. No boats, no docks, ever. Martha's eyes narrowed, her hands steady, her voice fierce. Caleb gave us this. We don't let it take more. The townsfolk murmured, their fear of fire, their defiance a blade honed by loss. Crow's scroll tucked in her coat, her voice hoarse but clear. The Erebus was a trick, the sea's god testing us. We held, but it's eternal. The abyss is wounded, not dead. The crowd's eyes flicked to the harbor, its dark surface unbroken. But the chill in the air was a truth. The sea was awake, its hunger patient, waiting for a crack in their will. The harbor's edge was a ruin, the pier gone, the shore littered with ash and salt, the water too still, too dark. Ben sheathed his knife, his leg throbbing, his eyes on the horizon, where the sea met the sky, a line that hid the abyss's truth. "We need to know," he said, his voice low. "What's left down there?" Hoke's jaw tightened, his voice a command. "No dives. Not yet. We salt the shore, pray, keep the shanty out." Nate nodded, his hands trembling, the abyss's light a weight, while Ruth clutched her cross, her prayer a whisper, her resolve a blade. The townsfolk's hymn had saved them, their voices one, rejecting the sea. But the cost was clear: Caleb's blood, Daniel's faith, the volunteers' lives, a town forever marked. Eleanor spoke, her voice carrying. "The scroll," said the tide, "chooses. We broke the emissary, the heart, but the sea's god will try again. We guard the relic, watch the water, hold our will." The crowd agreed, their voices low, their fear a shield, their defiance a fire that burned through the tide's whisper. The square was a scarred heart, cobblestones clean but stained, candles gone, lantern shattered. The church stood sentinel, its crypt sealed, the relic hidden, a warning of what slept below. Martha led a group to the shore, scattering salt, their prayers a chant, their eyes fierce. For Caleb, she whispered, her hands steady, the shanty a scar she defied. Ben followed, his knife sheathed, his eyes on the water, where the Erebus's ghost had risen, its timbers a trick, its hunger real. Sarah and her mother joined the crowd, the girl's silence a victory, her dreams a vigil, the sea's gaze lingering. Nate and Ruth stood with Poke, their cross and their shields. The abyss's ruin a weight they'd carry. The harbor was a graveyard, its docks a ruin, the Erebus's wreckage gone, its chamber collapsed, its heart and vow broken. But the sea was quiet, too quiet, and the townsfolk felt it, the gaze of something vast, patient, waiting in the depths, its hunger sated but not dead. Hoke raised his flare gun, his burns glinting, his voice a command. "We rebuild, but we don't forget. Salt the shore, pray every night, keep the sea out." The townsfolk nodded, their eyes on the harbor, its stillness a lie, the deep a vault of secrets. Eleanor tucked the scroll away, vowing to study its secrets, to arm Black Harbor against the tide's return. The Black Sea in their minds was a shadow, its faces silent, their shanty gone, but watching, waiting for a crack in their will. Black Harbor was reborn, its docks abandoned, its boats dry, its people fewer but stronger, their hymn a fire that had burned through the tide's heart. But the sea was eternal, its hunger a whisper that would return, seeking blood, seeking a voice. The townsfolk locked their doors, their knives close, their prayers soft, and watched the water, knowing the tide was patient. Its shanty a promise of what waited in the deep, a town forever bound to its wrath, a vigil against the sea's inevitable call. Chapter 14. The Last Anchor. The afternoon sun over Black Harbor cast a brittle light, its rays glinting off the harbor's dark water. A still mirror that hid the abyss's ruin and the Erebus's sunken wreckage, ash, bone, timber, claimed by the deep. The sea was quiet, its surface unbroken, but the air held a chill, thick with salt and a faint rot, a whisper of the eternal hunger that slept below. The hum, once a relentless shanty of tide, deep, ours was gone, silenced by Caleb's blood, Ben's knife, Martha's prayer, and the town's unyielding hymn. But the 800 souls of Black Harbor, fewer now, their losses a scar, stood in the square, their voices hushed, their faces pale, their wills forged in fire, but tempered by vigilance. Sheriff Polk leaned against a lamppost, his burned face a map of scars, his flare gun cold, his eyes on the harbor, where the sea's stillness was a lie. Eleanor stood among the crowd, the stone relic and crow's scroll hidden in the church's crypt, their spiral eye symbols dark. Their secrets a weight she bore for the town. Ben and Martha held each other, their knives sheathed, their eyes clear but etched with the shanty's mark. Sarah and her mother clung to the crowd, the girl's silence a shield, her dreams a warning, the sea's gaze a ghost in her soul. The Black Sea in their mind was a shadow, its faces Caleb, Daniel, Eli, Clara, Tom, Lila, silent, their shanty still but watching, patient, eternal. Pope's voice, raw but steady, broke the quiet. We held the line, but the sea's still there. We don't let it win. The townsfolk nodded, their eyes on the harbor, its dark surface a vault of secrets. Eleanor stepped forward, her voice hoarse but firm. The abyss is sealed, the sea's God bound, but it's eternal. Caleb's sacrifice, Ben's dive, Martha's prayer, they broke the pack's heart, but we guard against its return. Ben's fisherman's hands clenched, his leg bandaged, his voice low. The water's too quiet. It's waiting. Martha's eyes narrowed, her apron torn, her voice fierce. Then we're ready. No more shanty, no more blood. The crowd murmured, their fear of fire, their defiance a blade honed by loss. Sarah's mother held her daughter, the girl's silence of victory, her dreams of vigil, her soul marked but free. The volunteers, Ben, Nate, Ruth, stood among the crowd, their hands empty, their faces scarred, their dive a wound in the sea's God, a debt paid for Caleb's life. The harbor's stillness cracked with a low rumble, the water trembling, waves surging from the deep. Smaller than before, but sharp, their edges glinting like knives. The townsfolk flinched, their hymns stirring, a reflex against the tide's wrath. Polk raised his flare gun, his burns glinting, his voice a command, to the shore. The crowd moved, their knives and crosses drawn, their fear a shield, their will a fire. Ben led, his knife gleaming, Nate and Ruth beside him, their cross shining, their resolve a blade. The water churned, black and cold, smelling of rot, and the green glow flickered, faint but alive, pulsing from the abyss, a heartbeat of the sea's God, bound but stirring. The Black Sea flashed in Ben's mind, faces Caleb's grinning, his voice a whisper, it's not done. And he fought, his will a fire, his steps steady on the scarred shore. The waves grew, crashing, and the townsfolk's hymn surged, a fisherman's shout, a mother's prayer, a child's cry, their voices one, rejecting the sea. The harbor parted, not with the Erebus's ghost, but with a figure, pale, sharp, its eyes too bright, its smile jagged, a new emissary, born of the abyss, its coat trailing black liquid that burned the air. The shanty returned, faint but sharp, tide. Deep, hours, weaving through the waves, pulling at their souls. The townsfolk screamed, their hymn faltering, the green glow flaring, the shadow beneath the figure. Long, thin, its eyes vast, rising, its limbs breaching, cold and vast, the sea's god testing the seal. Ben's knife trembled, his voice a roar. It's another. Kill it. Poke fired a flare, the red arc piercing the air, the shadow recoiling, its eyes dimming, but the emissary glided forward, its smile unchanged, its voice a wave, the tide is pleased. The townsfolk's him surged, a storm against the tide. But the waves crashed, the shore shaking, the emissary closing, its hunger clear. Ben lunged, his knife slashing, the emissary blurring, its form water, reforming steps away, its smile a crescent of teeth. Nate struck, his knife biting, but the shadow's limbs slashed, cold and vast, knocking him back, his cross clattering. Ruth thrust her cross, its metal hissing, the emissary recoiling, its eyes dimming, the shanty faltering. The townsfolk rallied, their hymn a roar, and Martha shouted, her prayer afire, for Caleb. The emissary's smile twitched, its eyes narrowing, the shadow sinking, its eyes dark, the green glow flickering, the tide's wrath weakening for now. Eleanor ran to the shore, the relic in her hands, its spiral eye symbol faintly glowing, her voice raw. The seal's holding, but it's fighting. We need faith, all of us. The townsfolk's in became a storm, their voices one, rejecting the sea, and the emissary staggered, its form blurring, its smile collapsing, the shanty a whisper. The harbor stilled, the waves calming, the shadow retreating, its eyes gone, the green glow extinguished. The emissary dissolved, its form water, its voice a fading wave, the sea's god bound, its hunger sated but not dead. Ben stood, his knife dripping, his leg bleeding, his will afire. Polk lowered his flare gun, his burns glinting, his voice low. We held, but it's not over. Martha's prayers softened, her eyes fierce, the shanty a scar she defied. Sarah and her mother sang, the girl's silence broken, her voice a cry, the sea's gaze faltering. The black sea in their minds was a shadow, its faces silent, their shanty gone, but watching, waiting for a crack in their will. Black Harbor stood, scarred, fewer, but alive, a town forever bound to the tide's wrath, a shanty silenced but never forgotten, a vigil against the sea's eternal call. The harbor of Black Harbor lay under a waning afternoon light, its dark water a deceptive calm, reflecting the pale sky but hiding the abyss's scars, where the Erebus's wreckage, its fleshy chamber. And the sea's pulsing light had been shattered by Ben's knife and Caleb's sacrifice. The air was crisp, laced with salt and a fading rot. A whisper of the sea's eternal hunger that lingered despite the silence of the shanty. Tide, deep, hours, broken by the town's hymn, the relic's seal, and the emissary's dissolution. The 800 souls of Black Harbor, fewer now, their losses a raw wound, stood on the shore, their voices hushed, their faces pale, their wills forged in defiance, but heavy with vigilance. Sheriff Polk gripped his flare gun, its barrel cold, his burned face a map of scars, his eyes fixed on the water, where the sea's stillness was a lie, a vault of secrets. Eleanor held the stone relic, its spiral eye, symbol dark, but heavy with the weight of crows packed, her scroll tucked away, its truths a burden she carried for the town. Ben and Martha stood together, their knives sheathed. The sea's gaze a ghost in her soul. The black sea in their minds was a shadow, its faces Caleb, Daniel, Eli, Clara, Tom, Lila, silent, their shanty still but watching, patient, eternal. Ben's voice, hoarse but steady, cut through the quiet. It's bound, but it's not dead. The sea's waiting. His bandaged leg ached, his knife hand steady, the abyss's lightest scar in his mind. Polk nodded, his burns glinting, his flare gun lowered. Then we watch, always. No boats, no docks. Martha's eyes blazed, her apron torn, her voice fierce. Caleb's blood held it back. We don't give it more. The townsfolk murmured, their fear of fire, their defiance a blade honed by loss. Eleanor stepped forward, the relic cold in her hands, her voice raw but clear. The seal's holding, but the sea's God is eternal. The emissary was its voice, broken again, but it'll choose another unless we stay strong. The crowd's eyes flicked to the harbor, its dark surface unbroken. But the chill was a truth. The sea was awake, its hunger patient, waiting for a crack in their will. The shore was a scarred battlefield, littered with ash and salt, the pier's ruins sunk. The water too still, too dark. The townsfolk had faded, their voices hoarse, but their resolve burned. A fisherman's shout, a mother's prayer, a child's cry, woven into a shield against the tide. Poke raised his voice a command. We salt the shore, pray every night, keep the shanty out. Rebuild, but not the docks. The crowd agreed, their knives and crosses clutched, their fear a shield, there will a fire. Ben scattered salt, his steps heavy, his eyes on the water, where the emissary had dissolved. Its jagged smile a ghost in his mind. For Caleb, he whispered, his hymn a silent vow. Martha joined him, her prayer a chant, her hands steady, the shanty a scar she defied. Sarah and her mother stood among the crowd, the girl's voice stronger, her silence broken, her dreams of vigil, the sea's gaze faltering but not gone. The square was a scarred heart, cobblestones clean but stained, candles gone, lanterns shattered. The church stood sentinel, its crypt sealed, the relic hidden, a warning of what slept below. Eleanor spoke, her voice carrying. The sea's God is bound, but it's alive. We guard the relic, study Crow's secrets, hold our will. No one offers blood, no one answers the tide. The townsfolk nodded, their eyes on the harbor. Its stillness a lie, the deep a vault of hunger. Nate and Ruth stood with Poke, their cross gleaming, their resolve a blade. The abyss's ruin a weight they'd carry. The harbor was a graveyard, its docks a ruin, the Erebus's wreckage gone, its chamber collapsed, its heart and vow broken. But the sea was quiet, too quiet, and the townsfolk felt it, the gaze of something vast, patient, waiting in the depths, its hunger sated but not dead. The water stirred, a faint ripple, small but wrong, bubbles breaking the surface, a whisper of what slept below. The townsfolk froze, their hymn stirring, a reflex against the tide's wrath. Poke raised his flare gun, his burns glinting, his voice a growl. Hold! The ripples stilled, the bubbles ceased, but the chill deepened. The sea's gaze a truth they'd never trust. Ben's knife hand twitched, his eyes on the horizon, where the sea met the sky, a line hiding the abyss's truth. Martha's prayer surged, her voice a fire. Keep it down, for Caleb, for us. Sarah's mother held her daughter, the girl's voice a cry, her silence a shield, her dreams a warning. Eleanor clutched the relic, vowing to scour the crypt. The scroll for the sea's secrets, to arm Black Harbor against the tide's return. The Black Sea in their minds was a shadow, its faces silent, their shanty gone, but watching, waiting for a crack in their will. Black Harbor stood, scarred, fewer, but alive, a town forever bound to the tide's wrath, a shanty silenced but never forgotten. The townsfolk returned to their homes, their knives close, their prayers soft, their eyes on the water, knowing the sea was patient, its hunger a whisper that would return, seeking blood, seeking a voice. Their hymn was a fire, their will a blade, but the sea was eternal, its wrath a promise of what waited in the deep, a town reborn but vigilant. A last anchor against the tide's inevitable call. The harbor of Black Harbor lay under a fading evening light, its dark water a still mirror, reflecting the first stars but concealing the abyss's scars, where the Erebus's wreckage, its fleshy chamber, and the sea's pulsing light had been shattered by Ben's knife, Caleb's blood, and Martha's prayer. The air was cold, sharp with salt and a faint rot, a whisper of the sea's eternal hunger that lingered despite the silence of the shanty. Tide, deep, hours, broken by the town's hymn, the relic's seal, and the emissary's dissolution. The 800 souls of Black Harbor, fewer now, Their loss is a raw scar. Stood on the shore, their voices hushed, their faces pale, their wills forged in defiance, but heavy with vigilance. Sheriff Polk gripped his flare gun, its barrel cold, his burned face a map of scars, his eyes fixed on the water, where the sea's stillness was a deception. Eleanor held the stone relic, hidden in the church's crypt, its spiral eye, symbol dark, but heavy with crows packed, her scroll tucked away, its truths a burden she carried. Ben and Martha stood together, their knives sheathed, their eyes clear but shadowed, the shanty a scar they'd bear forever. Sarah and her mother clung to the crowd, the girl's voice a faint cry in the hymn, her dreams a warning, the sea's gaze a ghost in her soul. The Black Sea in their minds was a shadow, its faces Caleb, Daniel, Eli, Clara, Tom, Lila, silent, their shanty still but watching, patient, eternal. Polk's voice, raw but steady, cut through the quiet. The sea's bound, but it's not done. We hold the line for Caleb. The townsfolk nodded, their eyes on the harbor, its dark surface a vault of secrets. Ben's fisherman's hands clenched, his bandaged leg aching, his voice low. It's too quiet. It's watching. Martha's eyes blazed, her apron torn, her voice fierce. Then we watch back. No more blood, no more shanty. The crowd murmured, their fear of fire, their defiance a blade honed by loss. Eleanor stepped forward, her voice hoarse but clear. The seal's holding, the sea's god wounded, but it's eternal. The emissary's gone, but it'll choose again unless we stay vigilant. The townsfolk's eyes flicked to the harbor, its stillness a lie, the chill a truth. The sea was awake, its hunger patient, waiting for a crack in their will. The shore was a scarred battlefield, littered with ash and salt. The pier's ruins sunk, the water too still, too dark. The townsfolk's hymn had faded, their voices hoarse, but their resolve burned. A fisherman's shout, a mother's prayer, a child's cry, woven into a shield against the tide. Polk raised his voice, a command. Salt the shore, pray every night, keep the docks closed. We rebuild, but not for the sea. The crowd agreed, their knives and crosses clutched, their fear a shield, there will a fire. Ben scattered salt, his steps heavy, his eyes on the water, where the emissary had dissolved. Its jagged smile a ghost in his mind. For Caleb, he whispered, his hymn a silent vow. Martha joined him, her prayer a chant, her hands steady, the shanty a scar she defied. Sarah and her mother stood among the crowd, the girl's voice stronger, her silence a shield, her dreams a vigil, the sea's gaze faltering but not gone. The square was a scarred heart, cobblestones clean but stained, candles gone, lanterns shattered. The church stood sentinel, its crypt sealed, the relic hidden, a warning of what slept below. Eleanor spoke, her voice carrying. The sea's god is bound, but it's alive. We guard the relic, study Crow's scroll, hold our will. No one offers blood, no one answers the tide. The townsfolk nodded, their eyes on the harbor, its stillness a lie, the deep a vault of hunger. Nate and Ruth stood with Polk, their cross gleaming, their resolve a blade. The abyss's ruin a weight they'd carry. The harbor was a graveyard, its docks a ruin, the Erebus's wreckage gone, its chamber collapsed, its heart and vow broken. But the sea was quiet, too quiet, and the townsfolk felt it, the gaze of something vast, patient, waiting in the depths, its hunger sated but not dead. The water stirred, a faint ripple, small but deliberate, bubbles breaking the surface, a whisper of what slept below. The townsfolk froze, their hymn stirring, a reflex against the tide's wrath. Polk raised his flare gun, his burns glinting, his voice a growl. Hold steady. The ripple grew, the bubbles surged, and the green glow flickered, faint but sharp, pulsing from the deep. The shanty whispered, a faint tide, deep, hours, and the townsfolk's hymn surged, a fisherman's shout, a mother's prayer, a child's cry, their voices one, rejecting the sea. Ben's knife hand twitched, his eyes on the water, where the ripples stilled, the bubbles ceased, but the chill deepened. The seas gazed a truth they'd never trust. Martha's prayer became a shout, her voice a fire. Keep it down, for Caleb, for us. Sarah's mother held her daughter, the girl's voice a cry. Her silence a shield, her dreams a warning. Eleanor clutched the relic's hiding place in her mind, vowing to scour the crypt, the scroll for the sea's secrets. To arm Black Harbor against the tide's return. The Black Sea in their minds was a shadow, its faces silent, their shanty gone, but watching, waiting for a crack in their will. Black Harbor stood, scarred, fewer, but alive, a town forever bound to the tide's wrath, a shanty silenced but never forgotten. The townsfolk returned to their homes, their knives close, their prayers soft, their eyes on the water, knowing the sea was patient, its hunger a whisper that would return, seeking blood, seeking a voice. Their hymn was a fire, their will a blade, but the sea was eternal. Its wrath a promise of what waited in the deep, a town reborn but vigilant, a last anchor against the tide's inevitable call. The evening light over Black Harbor faded into a twilight hush. The harbor's dark water a still mirror, its surface unbroken but heavy with the weight of the abyss's scars, where the Erebus's wreckage, its fleshy chamber. And the sea's pulsing light had been shattered by Ben's knife, Caleb's blood, and Martha's prayer. The air was cold, sharp with salt and a lingering rot. A whisper of the sea's eternal hunger that clung despite the silence of the shanty. Tide, deep, hours, broken by the town's hymn, the relic's seal, and the emissary's dissolution. The 800 souls of Black Harbor, fewer now, their losses a raw scar, stood on the shore, their voices hushed, their faces pale, their wills forged in defiance, but tempered by an unyielding vigilance. Sheriff Pope gripped his flare gun, its barrel cold, his burned face a map of scars, his eyes fixed on the water, where the sea's stillness was a lie, a vault of secrets. Eleanor stood among the crowd, the stone relic and crow's scroll hidden in the church's crypt, their spiral eye symbols dark, but heavy with the pack's legacy, her burden to guard the town's future. Ben and Martha stood together, their knives sheathed, their eyes clear but shadowed, the shanty a scar they'd bear forever. Sarah and her mother clung to the crowd, the girl's voice a faint cry in the hymn, her dreams a warning, the sea's gaze a ghost in her soul. The Black Sea in their minds was a shadow, its faces Caleb, Daniel, Eli, Clara, Tom, Lila, silent, their shanty still but watching, patient, eternal. Poke's voice, raw but resolute, pierced the quiet. We broke it, but the sea's still there. We guard this town, for Caleb, for all of them. The townsfolk nodded, their eyes on the harbor, its dark surface a vault of truths they'd never trust. Ben's fisherman's hands clenched, his bandaged legs steady, his voice low. It's waiting, testing us. We don't blink. Martha's eyes blazed, her apron torn, her voice fierce. No more blood, no more voices. We're done giving. The crowd murmured, their fear of fire, their defiance a blade honed by loss. Eleanor stepped forward, her voice hoarse but clear. The seal holds, the sea's God is bound, but it's eternal. We stopped the emissary, but it'll choose again unless we stay vigilant, every soul, every night. The townsfolk's eyes flicked to the harbor, its stillness a deception, the chill a truth. The sea was awake, its hunger patient, waiting for a crack in their will. The shore was a scarred battlefield, littered with ash and salt. The pier's ruins sunk, the water too still, too dark. The townsfolk's hymn had faded, their voices hoarse, but their resolve burned, a fisherman's shout, a mother's prayer, a child's cry, woven into a shield against the tide. Poke raised his voice, a command. Salt the shore. Pray every night, keep the docks closed. We rebuild our lives, not the sea's altar. The crowd agreed, their knives and crosses clutched, their fear a shield, their will a fire. Ben scattered salt, his steps heavy, his eyes on the water, where the emissary's jagged smile had dissolved, a ghost in his mind. For Caleb, he whispered, his hymn a silent vow. Martha joined him, her prayer a chant. Her hands steady, the shanty a scar she defied. Sarah and her mother stood among the crowd, the girl's voice stronger, her silence a shield, her dreams a vigil, the sea's gaze faltering but not gone. The square was a scarred heart, cobblestones clean but stained, candles gone, lantern shattered. The church stood sentinel, its crypt sealed, the relic and scroll hidden. A warning of what slept below. Eleanor spoke, her voice carrying. The sea's god is bound, but it lives. We guard the relic, study Crow's truths, hold our will. No one offers blood. No one answers the tide. The townsfolk nodded, their eyes on the harbor, its stillness a lie, the deep a vault of hunger. Nate and Ruth stood with Poke, their cross gleaming, their resolve ablaze. The abyss's ruin a weight they'd carry. The harbor was a graveyard, its docks a ruin, the Erebus's wreckage gone, its chamber collapsed, its heart and vow broken. But the sea was quiet, too quiet, and the townsfolk felt it, the gaze of something vast, patient, waiting in the depths, its hunger sated but not dead. The water stirred, a faint ripple, deliberate, a single bubble breaking the surface, a whisper of what slept below. The townsfolk tensed, their hymns stirring, a reflex against the tide's wrath. Poke raised his flare gun, his burns glinting, his voice a growl. Steady, the ripple stilled, the bubble ceased, but the chill deepened. The sea's gaze a truth they'd never trust. Ben's knife hand steadied, his eyes on the horizon. Where the sea met the sky, a line hiding the abyss's truth. Martha's prayers surged, her voice of fire. Keep it down, for Caleb, for us. Sarah's mother held her daughter, the girl's voice a cry. Her silence a shield, her dreams a warning. Eleanor clutched the knowledge of the relic's hiding place, vowing to scour the crypt, the scroll, for the sea's secrets. To arm Black Harbor against the tide's return. The Black Sea in their minds was a shadow, its faces silent, their shanty gone, but watching, waiting for a crack in their will. Black Harbor stood, scarred, fewer, but alive, a town forever bound to the tide's wrath, a shanty silenced but never forgotten. The townsfolk returned to their homes, their knives closed, their prayers soft, their eyes on the water, knowing the sea was patient, its hunger a whisper that would return, seeking blood, seeking a voice. Their hymn was a fire, their will a blade, but the sea was eternal, its wrath a promise of what waited in the deep. The last anchor held, a town reborn but vigilant, its people fewer but stronger, their lives a vigil against the tide's inevitable call, a defiance that burned brighter than the sea's hunger, for now. Chapter 15, The Horizon's Call. The twilight over Black Harbor was a fragile veil, its fading light casting long shadows across the shore, where the harbor's dark water lay still. A mirror hiding the abyss's scars, where the Erebus's wreckage, its fleshy chamber, and the sea's pulsing light had been shattered by Ben's knife, Caleb's blood, and Martha's prayer. The air was sharp with salt, the faint rot gone, but a chill lingered, a whisper of the sea's eternal hunger that clung despite the silence of the shanty, tide, deep, hours, broken by the town's hymn. The relic's seal and the emissary's dissolution. The 800 souls of Black Harbor, fewer now, their losses a raw scar, gathered in the square, their voices hushed, their faces pale, their wills forged in defiance, but tempered by an unyielding vigilance. Sheriff Polk stood on the shore, his burned face a map of scars, his flare gun cold, his eyes fixed on the water, where the sea's stillness was a lie, a vault of secrets. Eleanor stood among the crowd, the stone relic and Crow's scroll hidden in the church's crypt. Their spiral eye, symbols dark but heavy with the pack's legacy, her burden to guard the town's future. Ben and Martha stood together, their knives sheathed, their eyes clear but shadowed. The shanty a scar they'd bear forever. Sarah and her mother clung to the crowd, the girl's voice silent again, her dreams a warning, the sea's gaze a ghost in her soul. The Black Sea in their minds was a shadow, its faces Caleb, Daniel, Eli, Clara, Tom Lila, silent, their shanty stilled, but watching, patient, eternal. Poke's voice raw but resolute. Pierce the quiet. Caleb's blood, our fight. We earned this calm. We keep it. The townsfolk nodded, their eyes on the harbor, its dark surface a vault of truths they'd never trust. Ben's fisherman's hands clenched, his bandaged legs steady, his voice low. The sea's quiet, but it's not done. It's waiting. Martha's eyes blazed, her apron torn, her voice fierce. Then we wait better. No more shanty, no more blood. The crowd murmured, their fear of fire, their defiance a blade honed by loss. Eleanor stepped forward, her voice hoarse but clear. The seal holds. The sea's god is bound, but it's eternal. We stopped the emissary, broke the pack's heart, but vigilance is our anchor now. The townsfolk's eyes flicked to the harbor, its stillness a deception. The chill a truth. The sea was awake, its hunger patient, waiting for a crack in their will. The shore was a scarred battlefield, littered with ash and salt. The pier's ruins sunk, the water too still, too dark. The townsfolk's hymn had faded, their voices hoarse, but their resolve burned. A fisherman's shout, a mother's prayer, a child's cry, woven into a shield against the tide. Poke raised his voice, a command. Salt the shore, pray every night, keep the docks closed. We rebuild our lives, not the sea's altar. The crowd agreed, their knives and crosses clutched. Their fear a shield, there will a fire. Ben scattered salt, his steps heavy, his eyes on the water, where the emissary's jagged smile had dissolved, a ghost in his mind. For Caleb, he whispered, his him a silent vow. Martha joined him, her prayer a chant, her hands steady, the shanty a scar she defied. Sarah and her mother stood among the crowd, the girl's silence a shield, her dreams a vigil, the sea's gaze faltering but not gone. The square was a scarred heart, cobblestones clean but stained, candles gone, lantern shattered. The church stood sentinel, its crypt sealed, the relic and scroll hidden, a warning of what slept below. Eleanor spoke, her voice carrying. The sea's god is bound, but it lives. We guard the relic, study Crow's truths. Hold our will. No one offers blood, no one answers the tide. The townsfolk nodded, their eyes on the harbor, its stillness a lie, the deep a vault of hunger. Nate and Ruth stood with Poke, their cross gleaming, their resolve a blade, the abyss's ruin a weight they'd carry. The harbor was a graveyard, its docks a ruin, the Erebus's wreckage gone, its chamber collapsed, its heart and vow broken. But the sea was quiet, too quiet, and the townsfolk felt it, the gaze of something vast, patient, waiting in the depths, its hunger sated but not dead. A faint ripple stirred the harbor, small but deliberate, a single bubble breaking the surface, a whisper of what slept below. The townsfolk tensed, their hymns stirring, a reflex against the tide's wrath. Poke raised his flare gun, his burns glinting, his voice a growl. Steady. The ripple stilled, the bubbles ceased, but the chill deepened. The sea's gaze a truth they'd never trust. Ben's knife hand steadied, his eyes on the horizon, where the sea met the sky, a line hiding the abyss's truth. Martha's prayers surged, her voice a fire. Keep it down, for Caleb, for us. Sarah's mother held her daughter, the girl's silence a shield, her dreams a warning, the sea's gaze lingering. Eleanor clutched the knowledge of the relic's hiding place, vowing to scour the crypt, the scroll, for the sea's secrets, to arm Black Harbor against the tide's return. The Black Sea in their minds was a shadow, its faces silent, their shanty gone, but watching, waiting for a crack in their will. Black Harbor stood, scarred, fewer but alive. A town forever bound to the tide's wrath, a shanty silenced but never forgotten. The townsfolk returned to their homes, their knives close, their prayers soft, their eyes on the water. Knowing the sea was patient, its hunger a whisper that would return, seeking blood, seeking a voice. Their hymn was a fire, their will a blade, but the sea was eternal. Its wrath a promise of what waited in the deep, a town reborn but vigilant. Its people a last anchor against the tide's inevitable call. Their scars a testament to a fight that burned brighter than the sea's hunger, for now. The night over Black Harbor settled like a heavy cloak, the stars faint above the harbor's dark water. A still mirror that hid the abyss's scars, where the Erebus's wreckage, its fleshy chamber, and the sea's pulsing light had been shattered by Ben's knife, Caleb's blood, and Martha's prayer. The air was sharp with salt. The rot faded, but a chill lingered, a whisper of the sea's eternal hunger that clung despite the silence of the shanty. Tide, deep, hours, broken by the town's hymn. The relic's seal and the emissary's dissolution. The 800 souls of Black Harbor, fewer now, their losses a raw scar, stood in the square, their voices hushed, their faces pale under the moonlight. Their wills forged in defiance, but tempered by an unyielding vigilance. Sheriff Polk gripped his flare gun, its barrel cold, his burned face a map of scars, his eyes fixed on the water. Where the sea's stillness was a lie, a vault of secrets. Eleanor stood among the crowd, the stone relic and crow's scroll hidden in the church's crypt. Their spiral eye, symbols dark but heavy with the pack's legacy, her burden to guard the town's future. Ben and Martha stood together, their knives sheathed, their eyes clear but shadowed. The shanty a scar they'd bear forever. Sarah and her mother clung to the crowd, the girl's silence a shield, her dreams a warning, the sea's gaze a ghost in her soul. The Black Sea in their minds was a shadow, its faces Caleb, Daniel, Eli, Clara, Tom, Lila, silent, their shanty stilled, but watching, patient, eternal. Polk's voice, raw but resolute, cut through the quiet. We held the sea back for Caleb, for all of them. We don't let it creep in. The townsfolk nodded, their eyes on the harbor. Its dark surface a vault of truths they'd never trust. Ben's fisherman's hands clenched, his bandaged legs steady, his voice low. It's too quiet. It's biding its time. Martha's eyes blazed, her voice hoarse but clear. The seal holds, the sea's God is bound, but it's eternal. We broke the emissary, the heart, the vow, but vigilance is our strength now. The townsfolk's eyes flicked to the harbor, its stillness a deception, the chill a truth. The sea was awake, its hunger patient, waiting for a crack in their will. The shore was a scarred battlefield, littered with ash and salt. The pier's ruins sunk, the water too still, too dark. The townsfolk's hymn had faded, their voices hoarse, but their resolve burned. A fisherman's shout, a mother's prayer, a child's cry, woven into a shield against the tide. Polk raised his voice, a command. Salt the shore, pray every night, keep the docks closed. We rebuild our homes, not the sea's altar. The crowd agreed, their knives and crosses clutched, their fear a shield. There will a fire. Ben scattered salt, his steps heavy, his eyes on the water. Where the emissary's jagged smile had dissolved, a ghost in his mind. For Caleb, he whispered, his hymn a silent vow. Martha joined him, her prayer a chant, her hands steady. The shanty a scar she defied. Sarah and her mother stood among the crowd, the girl's silence a shield, her dreams a vigil. The sea's gaze faltering but not gone. The square was a scarred heart. Cobblestones clean but stained, candles gone, lantern shattered. The church stood sentinel, its crypt sealed, the relic and scroll hidden, a warning of what slept below. Eleanor spoke, her voice carrying, the sea's God is bound, but it lives. We guard the relic, study crow's truths, hold our will. No one offers blood, no one answers the tide. The townsfolk nodded, their eyes on the harbor, its stillness a lie, the deep a vault of hunger. Nate and Ruth stood with Polk, their cross gleaming, their resolve a blade, the abyss's ruin a weight they'd carry. The harbor was a graveyard, its docks a ruin, the Erebus's wreckage gone, its chamber collapsed, its heart and vow broken. But the sea was quiet, too quiet, and the townsfolk felt it, the gaze of something vast, patient, waiting in the depths, its hunger sated but not dead. Then, on the horizon, a shadow stirred. A ship, not the Erebus, but another, its hull black, its sails tattered, drifting silently into the harbor, its deck empty, no crew, no lanterns, only the creak of its timbers against the tide. The townsfolk froze, their hymn stirring, a reflex against the tide's wrath. Poke raised his flare gun, his burns glinting, his voice a growl. Not again. The crowd tensed, their knives drawn, their fear of fire, their will a blade. Ben's eyes narrowed, his knife unsheathed, his voice low. It's different, but it's the seas. Martha's prayers surged, her voice of fire. Keep it out for Caleb. Sarah's mother held her daughter. The girl's silence breaking, her voice a whisper. It's calling. Eleanor's heart sank. The relic's weight a warning in her mind. The scroll's truth clear. The sea was eternal, its hunger a cycle. And a new ship meant a new pact, a new shanty, a new fight. The Black Sea in their minds stirred, its faces Caleb, Daniel, Eli, Clara, Tom, Lila, silent but watching, their shanty a faint whisper. A warning of what waited in the deep. Black Harbor stood, scarred, fewer, but alive, a town forever bound to the tide's wrath, a shanty silenced but never forgotten. The townsfolk faced the horizon, their knives close, their prayers soft, their eyes on the new ship, knowing the sea was patient, its hunger a whisper that had returned, seeking blood, seeking a voice. Their hymn was a fire, their will a blade, but the sea was eternal, its wrath a promise of what waited in the deep, a town reborn but vigilant, its people a last anchor against the tide's inevitable call. Their scars a testament to a fight that would burn forever, unanswered but unbroken. If the ship with no crew left you haunted by the sea's whispers or the survivor's jagged smile, dive deeper into the nightmare. Hit that like button. Share your thoughts in the comments. What would you do if the Erebus's hum called your name? Subscribe to the Eli Nightfall YouTube channel for more bone-chilling tales that'll grip you like the tide. Let's keep the abyss's secrets alive.